Story 1. At my wife's office branch opening party, her boss mocked me in front of everyone, not knowing I own the company. You know that feeling when your spouse says, "Oh, it's just a small office thing. You don't have to come." And every single alarm bell in your head starts ringing like you're in a 5-alarm fire drill. Yeah, that was my first red flag. And let me tell you, I've got a PhD in reading between the lines when it comes to my wife's tone. Tessa, my beautiful, ambitious, occasionally too honest for her own good wife, had been acting weird for about 3 weeks now. And not the fun kind of weird where she suddenly decides we should learn salsa dancing or adopt a rescue guinea pig. No, this was corporate weird. The kind that makes you wonder if she's been replaced by a motivational speaker who exclusively communicates in LinkedIn buzzwords. Suddenly, everything coming out of her mouth was brand image, branch performance, and my personal favorite, team culture, which is just corporate speak for we're all pretending to like each other while secretly competing for the same promotion. She'd come home from work looking exhausted but weirdly energized, like she'd just finished running a marathon through a motivational poster factory. Her laptop was always open, her phone was always buzzing, and whenever I asked what was going on, she'd wave me off with some vague explanation about quarterly reviews and strategic initiatives that made my eyes glaze over faster than a Krispy Kreme conveyor belt. So, when I casually overheard her on the phone, "Okay, fine." I was totally eavesdropping while pretending to look for my favorite coffee mug in the kitchen, mentioning that her boss Gregory was hosting this massive grand opening gala for the new downtown branch, complete with crystal chandeliers, a live band, and apparently enough champagne to baptize a yacht. My curiosity went from 0 to Nancy Drew real quick. The kicker, she specifically told her friend on the phone that spouses weren't really expected to attend because it was more of a professional networking thing. Translation: I don't want my husband there, and I'm not entirely sure why, which should probably concern both of us. Now, here's the thing about me and red flags. Most people see them and think, maybe I should proceed with caution and have a mature conversation about my feelings. Me. I see a red flag and immediately think, challenge accepted. Let's turn this into a social experiment because apparently I never learned that curiosity killed the cat. Or maybe I just figured I've got 8 lives left and I'm feeling lucky. So, I made an executive decision right there in my kitchen, still holding that stupid coffee mug I'd been looking for as an excuse to lurk near her phone conversation. I was going to crash this party like a YouTube prankster with a trust fund and nothing to lose. My assistant Liam, God bless him, he's like a millennial version of Alfred from Batman if Alfred wore skinny jeans and had opinions about oat milk, caught wind of my plan the next morning when I casually mentioned I'd need the evening free on Friday. Liam's one of those people who's so organized that he color codes his color coding system. So naturally, his first instinct was to reach for his tablet and start typing up a formal RSVP like we were attending a royal wedding instead of what was essentially my wife's office party on steroids. "Sir, I can send over your details to the event coordinator," he said, his fingers already hovering over the keyboard with the enthusiasm of someone who genuinely enjoys administrative tasks. "We should probably confirm dietary restrictions, parking arrangements, and whether you need A+1 registered in the system." I looked at him with what I hoped was a mixture of paternal wisdom and barely contained mischief. "No need, Liam," I said, watching his face do that thing where he tries to hide his concern but fails miserably because his eyebrows betray him every single time. "Let's make it a surprise." Nothing says romance like public confusion and the faint possibility of security escorting me out. I could see him calculating the probability of disaster in his head, running through scenarios like he was preparing for a TED talk on how my boss's terrible decisions became learning opportunities. But to his credit, he just sighed, closed his tablet, and muttered something about updating my liability insurance, which I chose to interpret as enthusiastic support. The thing is, I wasn't just doing this because I missed Tessa, although I absolutely did miss her. 3 weeks of her coming home late and being weirdly distant had left me eating dinner alone more times than I cared to admit. And there's only so many nights a man can have a deep conversation with his microwave before he starts questioning his life choices. No, I was doing this primarily because curiosity is, has always been, and will forever be my favorite form of chaos. Some people skydive. Some people buy sports cars they can't afford. And me, I show up uninvited to corporate events just to see what happens when you throw a wrench into a perfectly planned machine. It's like performance art, except the canvas is social anxiety, and the paint is my complete disregard for conventional boundaries. As I stood in my closet Friday evening, picking out what to wear to an event I technically wasn't invited to, I felt that familiar buzz of excitement mixed with the slight possibility that this could backfire spectacularly. I settled on a charcoal gray suit. Not too flashy, not too casual, the kind of outfit that says, I could either be a guest or someone who's about to serve you documents, and you won't know which until it's too late. Tessa had already left an hour earlier, claiming she needed to get there early to help with setup, which I found suspicious considering she'd never voluntarily arrived early to anything in her entire life, including our wedding. But I digress. I checked myself in the mirror one last time, adjusted my tie, and couldn't help but smile at my own reflection like a villain in a movie who's about to monologue about his master plan. Marcus, I said to myself, because talking to your reflection is totally normal and not at all a sign that you should reconsider your evening plans. You're either about to have the best night of your life or you're about to become a cautionary tale that Liam tells at parties. Either way, it's going to be interesting. I grabbed my keys, sent Liam a text that just said, "Wish me luck." To which he immediately responded with a gif of a dumpster fire and 3 concerned emojis, and headed out the door. The drive downtown gave me way too much time to think about what I was actually doing and whether this qualified as healthy relationship behavior or if I was crossing some line that would eventually require couples therapy and a lot of apologetic flowers. But here's the thing about gut feelings. Sometimes they're indigestion from that sketchy food truck you insisted was authentic, and sometimes they're your subconscious screaming that something's off and you need to pay attention. And my gut was currently performing an entire Broadway musical about how something was definitely absolutely 100% not right with this whole situation. As I pulled into the parking garage near the venue, watching all these dressed up people streaming toward the building like ants heading to a very expensive picnic, I felt that last little whisper of doubt try to talk me out of this. You could just turn around, it said. You could go home, order pizza, watch that documentary about weird crimes, and pretend you never had this idea. But I've never been good at listening to the reasonable voice in my head. Mostly because the unreasonable voice is so much more entertaining and has a better playlist. So I got out of the car, straightened my jacket, and walked toward the building with the confidence of someone who absolutely belonged there. Even though we both knew, me and that fancy building, that I absolutely definitely, spectacularly did not. The night air was crisp, the kind that makes you feel alive and slightly reckless. And as I approached the entrance where a bored-looking guy with a clipboard was checking names, I realized I hadn't actually planned how I was going to get past the velvet rope of corporate exclusivity. But sometimes, I've learned the best plans are no plans at all. Just pure momentum and the unwavering belief that if you walk like you own the place, people assume you do. So that's exactly what I did. I walked right up to that entrance like I'd personally funded the entire event, which, in a twist of irony that would become apparent very soon, wasn't actually that far from the truth. The event was pure pretentious glitter. The kind of setup that screams, "We have money and we need everyone to know it," without actually saying it out loud, because that would be tacky. And God forbid corporate America ever admits to being tacky while literally draping everything in gold fabric. Crystal lights hung from the ceiling like frozen fireworks, catching the light and throwing it around the room in a way that probably cost more than most people's cars. The appetizers looked like they'd been designed by architects rather than chefs. Tiny, geometric, and way too beautiful to actually eat, which I'm pretty sure was the point. Because if people are too intimidated to touch the food, you save money on catering. And everywhere I looked, people were standing in those weird corporate clusters, holding champagne flutes like they were props in a stage play about success, laughing at jokes that probably weren't funny, but had been told by someone important enough that laughing was basically a career move. The moment I walked in, and I mean the exact microsecond my shoes hit that polished marble floor, I could feel the atmosphere drop 2 degrees, maybe 3 if we're being generous with the metaphor. You know that feeling when you walk into a room and suddenly realize everyone's dress code memo went to their inbox, but somehow skipped yours. Except in this case, it wasn't about the clothes. It was about my entire existence being an unexpected variable in their carefully calculated evening. Eyes swiveled toward me like I was a glitch in the Matrix. A pop-up ad that appeared in the middle of their premium ad-free experience. You'd think I had walked in wearing flip-flops, board shorts, and a free Wi-Fi t-shirt with mysterious stains, not a perfectly acceptable charcoal suit that probably cost more than half the outfits in this room. But hey, perception is everything when you're the uninvited guest at the corporate ball. I spotted Tessa across the room almost immediately because my wife has this way of standing that's uniquely hers. Shoulders back, chin up, like she's perpetually ready to either accept an award or fight someone depending on the situation. She was talking to a group of colleagues. Her laugh a little too loud, a little too performed, and I felt that pang of something I couldn't quite name. Was it jealousy? Concern? Indigestion from the sketchy gas station coffee I'd grabbed on the way? The jury was still out, but before I could make my way over to her, I got intercepted by the man himself. The legend, the myth, the reason I was crashing this party in the first place. Tessa's boss, Gregory, spotted me from across the room with the kind of radar that only middle management develops. After years of monitoring employee bathroom breaks and tracking who leaves at exactly 5 o'clock, he made his way toward me with that power walk that guys like him perfect in front of mirrors. Probably while listening to motivational podcasts about alpha males and disrupting industries. His smile was what I can only describe as aggressively friendly, the kind that doesn't quite reach the eyes because the eyes are too busy calculating whether you're useful or irrelevant. "Oh, you must be Tessa's husband," he said, extending a hand that gripped mine with just a little too much pressure, like he was trying to assert dominance through handshake sigh alone. I smiled back, matching his energy with the kind of pleasant neutrality that drives aggressive personalities absolutely insane. "That's me," I said. "Guilty as charged, Your Honor." He laughed at that like I'd said something clever, which I hadn't. But I'd learned a long time ago that powerful people are so used to others laughing at their jokes that they assume everyone else's comments are equally hilarious. "You're the handyman, right?" he asked. And there it was. That casual condescension wrapped in a question mark. The verbal equivalent of patting someone on the head while standing on a stepladder. Now, I could have corrected him right there. Could have dropped the bomb that would have made his smile crack like cheap china. But where's the fun in revealing your hand before you've even seen the flop? So instead, I went with misdirection, my favorite magic trick. "Only on weekends," I replied, keeping my tone light and breezy like we were discussing the weather instead of him casually insulting my career. "During weekdays, I build other people's futures." I watched his face do that thing where the brain tries to process whether what I just said was profound or pretentious, ultimately landing on probably both. But I'll laugh anyway because I'm the boss and that's what I do. He laughed. Really laughed like I delivered the punchline to a joke he didn't quite get but didn't want to admit it. The people around him, his little entourage of corporate usemen and yes women with their plastered-on smiles and nervous energy chuckled too, probably out of that primal fear of unemployment that makes office workers laugh at things that aren't funny and agree with opinions they don't share. It was like watching a nature documentary where the smaller animals mimic the alpha's behavior to avoid being eaten, except instead of the Serengeti, we were in a rented event space that smelled like expensive cologne and desperation. Gregory clapped me on the shoulder with that fake camaraderie that managers think creates team bonding, but actually just creates resentment and memes on private Slack channels. "Well, good for you, buddy," he said. And I hate being called buddy by people who aren't my buddies, but I let it slide because I was playing the long game here. It's great that Tessa has such a supportive partner who understands her career comes first. The way he said it made supportive partner sound like a participation trophy, like I was some stay-at-home puppy waiting for her to come home and feed me treats for being a good boy. I took a sip of champagne from a passing tray, mostly to give myself something to do with my hands besides making fists, and surveyed the room with fresh eyes. This wasn't just a party. It was a theatrical production, and Gregory was the self-appointed director, moving from group to group like a politician, working a rally, touching shoulders, laughing too loud, making sure everyone knew he was the center of this particular universe. And as I watched him work the room, wrapping his arm around employees with that proprietary confidence, something clicked into place in my brain. This wasn't about celebrating the new branch. This was about celebrating Gregory. And everyone here was just an extra in his personal vanity project. Gregory had that voice that could make even small talk sound like an insult. You know what I mean? It was this particular combination of tone and cadence that somehow managed to be simultaneously patronizing and self-congratulatory. Like every sentence that came out of his mouth was narrated by someone who thought they were the protagonist in a business school case study. The kind of voice that makes you want to check your pockets to make sure he didn't steal your wallet while complimenting your shoes. I've met guys like Gregory before. Hell, I've employed guys like Gregory before. Back when I thought confidence and competence were the same thing, which was a mistake that cost me about 6 months of profits and a whole lot of Advil. As the evening progressed and the champagne flowed like someone had broken a dam made entirely of expensive French grapes, Gregory really hit his stride, working the room like a game show host who'd forgotten this wasn't actually his show. He started this impromptu speech about his company's expansion, using possessive pronouns with the kind of frequency that would make an English teacher weep, conveniently forgetting, or more likely genuinely not knowing that his entire operational budget, his fancy new branch, and probably the designer water bottles in the break room all came from a board of directors he'd never actually met face to face. Well, technically he'd met one of them, except he didn't know it yet because that particular board member was currently standing 3 feet away from him, sipping mediocre champagne and contemplating whether corporate sabotage via truth-telling counted as a misdemeanor or just good entertainment. This expansion, Gregory announced to a captive audience of employees who literally couldn't leave without it being noted on their performance reviews, represents everything we've built together as a team. I nearly choked on my drink at that one because we was doing some seriously heavy lifting in that sentence. Like Atlas holding up the world, except Atlas was taking full credit for the planet's existence. The man had this gift for making collective achievements sound like personal victories. The corporate equivalent of a guy who shows up to a group project presentation, contributes one slide, and then tells everyone at the party that he basically did the whole thing. But the real kicker came when he spotted Tessa in the crowd and his face lit up like a dad seeing his kid at a school play, except creepier and with more HR violations waiting to happen. He navigated through the crowd with that purposeful stride that important people use when they want everyone to watch them walk. And before I could process what was happening, he'd wrapped an arm around my wife's shoulder with a casualness that made my eye twitch involuntarily. "She's our brightest employee," he proclaimed loudly enough that half the room turned to look, including a woman who I'm pretty sure was the actual brightest employee based on the way she rolled her eyes so hard I could hear it from across the room. "You should be proud she married up." Now, let me tell you something about that phrase, married up. It's one of those supposedly complimentary things that's actually just an insult wearing a party hat and pretending to be festive. It implies a hierarchy, a ladder, a ranking system where one person is objectively better than the other. And in this case, Gregory was heavily suggesting that my wife had climbed the social ladder by marrying someone who worked in her company under his management, which would theoretically make him the peak of this metaphorical mountain. The logic was so backwards, it could have been a pretzel. But here we were living in Gregory's reality where he was the sun and everyone else was just grateful to be planets in his solar system. I sipped my champagne slowly, buying myself exactly 3 seconds to decide whether I was going to let this slide or whether I was going to start lighting matches in this powder keg of a conversation. Spoiler alert, I've never been good at letting things slide. Mostly because my mouth has this annoying habit of operating independently from my brain's better judgment. "Oh, I'm extremely proud," I said, my voice dripping with the kind of sweetness that warns of incoming sarcasm like dark clouds before a thunderstorm. Some people climb ladders, others just stand at the top and watch. The air around us got thick enough to cut with a knife. That special kind of tension that happens when someone says something that could be interpreted as either profound wisdom or a direct insult, depending on how much you're willing to think about it. Gregory's face went through this fascinating journey of expressions. First, confusion like he was trying to translate my words from English to English, then a flicker of suspicion that maybe I'd just insulted him, but he couldn't quite figure out how. And finally landing on that fake laugh that people use when they're not sure if they should be offended, but don't want to seem like they don't get it. He blinked at me once, twice, 3 times, and I swear I could practically hear the Windows error sound effect playing in his head. That little do noise that computers make when they've encountered a problem they can't solve. You could see his brain trying to reboot, searching through his internal database of power moves and conversational dominance tactics coming up empty because nothing in his middle management training had prepared him for someone who wasn't intimidated by his title, his voice, or his aggressive handshake technique. Tessa, God bless her, was doing this thing where she was smiling, but also looked like she wanted the floor to open up and swallow her whole, which I recognize as her, "my husband is causing a scene," and I don't know whether to be embarrassed or impressed expression. I'd seen it before at dinner parties, family reunions, and that one time at the grocery store when I got into a philosophical debate with the cashier about the existential implications of self-checkout machines. Her hand tightened around her champagne glass like she was considering whether the stem was strong enough to use as a weapon if this conversation went further south than it already had. The little crowd that had gathered around us for Gregory's impromptu Tessa appreciation moment was now doing that thing where they pretend they're not listening while obviously hanging on every word. Their eyes darting between Gregory and me like spectators at a tennis match played entirely with passive-aggressive commentary. I could see them mentally taking notes, preparing the group chat messages they'd send the moment they got to the bathroom, screenshots and all. The buffet looked like it had been catered by an accountant with anxiety, which is to say everything was perfectly arranged, color-coordinated, and probably cost 3 times what it should have because someone convinced Gregory that imported cheeses and organic kale garnishes were essential for brand positioning. There were little cards with calligraphy explaining each dish like we were at a museum exhibit instead of a corporate party because apparently shrimp cocktail needed a backstory involving sustainable fishing practices and artisanal cocktail sauce. I'm all for knowing where my food comes from, but when the description is longer than a CVS receipt, someone's trying too hard. I positioned myself strategically near the shrimp bowl. Partly because I was actually hungry after skipping dinner in my excitement to crash this party, and partly because the buffet table offered an excellent vantage point for people watching without looking like a creep. It's amazing what you can learn about office dynamics by watching who eats with whom, who's avoiding the carbs, and who's on their 4th trip to the dessert station while pretending it's their first. The shrimp were pretty good. I'll give them that. Definitely not the frozen garbage you get at budget conferences where the ice sculpture costs more than the actual food. While I was contemplating whether it would be socially acceptable to just camp out next to the cocktail sauce for the rest of the evening, I became acutely aware that I'd become the subject of several whispered conversations happening at various points around the room. You know that feeling when you can't hear exactly what people are saying, but you can feel the weight of their judgment like humidity before a rainstorm. Yeah, that employees were giving me these side eyes that they thought were subtle but were about as discreet as a foghorn at a library, leaning into each other's personal space and murmuring things behind their champagne flutes like they were in a spy movie, except everyone could totally see them. I caught fragments of conversations as people passed by the buffet table, pretending to deliberate over cheese selections while actually trying to get a closer look at me. That's her husband. One woman in a navy pants suit whispered to her colleague, her tone suggesting she'd expected someone either significantly more impressive or significantly less. I couldn't quite tell which. He looks normal, another guy added. And I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult, but given the context, I was leaning toward insult. In their defense, I probably didn't fit whatever mental image they constructed based on Tessa's mysterious "I don't talk about my personal life at work" policy, which apparently had created a void that office gossip had filled with pure speculation and possibly a fantasy version of me that looked like a Hollywood handyman with abs and a tool belt. Gregory, because the universe has a sense of humor, and that sense of humor is mostly ironic, decided this was the perfect moment to make another appearance in my evening. He strutted by with the confidence of a peacock who just discovered mirrors, trailing a small entourage of what I assumed were either senior managers or people who'd lost a bet and had to follow him around all night. He stopped when he saw me. His face doing that thing where he was clearly trying to remember if he'd already talked to me or if all unimportant people just blurred together in his mind like background characters in a video game. "So, what do you do for a living?" He snapped his fingers like that would somehow summon my name from the void, which was particularly rich considering he'd already asked me this exact question earlier. But I guess when you're Gregory, people are only memorable if they're useful or if they have the authority to fire you. And he thought I was neither. "Marcus," I supplied helpfully, popping another shrimp into my mouth because if I was going to be interrogated about my career choices, I was at least going to do it while eating free food. "And I dabble in real estate. You could say I have a few properties under management." I kept my tone casual, like I was discussing a hobby rather than a business portfolio, because the best way to deliver information that's going to explode later is to make it sound as boring as possible in the moment. "Oh, like rentals?" he asked. And there it was again. That voice that could make even genuine questions sound condescending, like he was talking to a child who just announced they wanted to be an astronaut when they grew up. He said, "Rentals," the way someone might say adorable while patting a puppy with that tone that suggested he was humoring me by even engaging in this conversation. His entourage nodded along like those bobblehead dolls people put on their dashboards, agreeing with implications that hadn't even been fully stated yet. "More like entire buildings," I replied casually, reaching for a napkin. "Because shrimp cocktail is delicious but messy, and I've learned that it's hard to maintain dignity while having cocktail sauce on your chin." I said it with the same energy someone might use to correct a minor detail. Like, actually, it's pronounced GIF, not GIF. Giving no indication that I'd just dropped information that should have made his brain perform emergency calculations about exactly who he'd been talking to for the past hour. He laughed again, and at this point, I was starting to think maybe Gregory just laughed at everything as a defense mechanism, like a nervous tic, except wrapped in false confidence and expensive cologne. "Well, good for you. Must be nice to have a wife who brings home the big bucks." He said it loud enough that several people nearby turned to look, and I saw Tessa across the room physically was, her shoulders tensing up like she'd just heard nails on a chalkboard. The implication was clear. In Gregory's worldview, I was a kept man, living off my wife's salary, probably spending my days watching daytime television and occasionally pretending to be productive with my rental properties that he clearly imagined were like two duplexes in a questionable neighborhood. "Yeah," I said, my smile getting wider because I could feel the punchline building in my chest like a sneeze. "You can't hold back. She really owns this place." I let the words hang in the air. Perfectly ambiguous. Technically true in multiple ways that Gregory's brain was definitely not processing because he was too busy enjoying what he thought was agreement with his assessment of our marriage dynamic. Tessa coughed into her wine glass across the room, a sound that I recognized as her, "Oh God, what is he doing now?" cough, the one that usually preceded her dragging me away from family dinners or party conversations before I could cause irreparable damage to our social standing. If irony were a currency, I'd have retired again, bought a private island, and named it Told You So. Halfway through the night, when the champagne had sufficiently loosened everyone's professional facades and the room had reached that perfect level of corporate buzz where bad decisions start sounding like team-building opportunities, Gregory decided it was time for a toast. Because of course he did. You can't have a party celebrating Gregory without Gregory making a speech about Gregory thinly disguised as appreciation for everyone else. It's like a law of physics or something. For every action of corporate success, there's an equal and opposite reaction of a middle manager taking credit for it. He tapped a spoon against his champagne glass with the kind of theatrical flair that suggested he'd been practicing this moment in his bathroom mirror, probably while wearing a bathrobe and imagining himself as some kind of business mogul in a movie montage. The crystal made this perfect little ringing sound that cut through the conversations like a knife through butter, and everyone obediently stopped talking and turned toward him like well-trained seals waiting for someone to throw them a fish. The room fell into that expectant silence that happens when the boss wants attention. The kind of silence that's less about genuine interest and more about self-preservation instincts kicking in. "Ladies and gentlemen," Gregory boomed. His voice taking on that motivational speaker quality that makes you want to either applaud or cringe, possibly both simultaneously. He raised his glass high, champagne slushing dangerously close to the rim because he was more focused on looking important than on basic liquid physics. "Let's toast to success. And to the supportive partners who stay home and watch us shine." He delivered that last line with a wink and a gesture in my general direction, like he was doing me a favor by acknowledging my existence, like I should be grateful he'd included the stay-at-home spouses in his moment of corporate glory. The room erupted in laughter. That specific kind of obligatory office laughter that sounds less like genuine amusement and more like a survival mechanism. The auditory equivalent of showing your belly to a predator so they don't eat you. People raised their glasses dutifully, their smiles plastered on their faces with the same authenticity as a politician's campaign photo. I watched as several employees glanced in my direction with expressions ranging from pity to second-hand embarrassment like they were watching someone get roasted at a comedy show. Except nobody had signed up to be the volunteer. My wife smiled nervously. Her face doing that thing where she was trying to look like she thought it was funny while also internally screaming, which I learned to recognize after 8 years of marriage and countless family dinners where my jokes landed somewhere between inappropriate and were never invited back here again. Her eyes met mine across the room with an apologetic intensity that could have melted steel, and I could practically read her thoughts. "Please don't make a scene. Please don't make a scene. Oh God, he's definitely going to make a scene." But here's the thing about me in moments like these. I've never been particularly good at letting condescending nonsense slide by without at least lobbing a verbal grenade in return. Call it a character flaw, call it pride, call it whatever you want. But when someone takes a shot at you disguised as a compliment, you've got two choices. Swallow it and smile, or return fire with interest. And I've always been more of a return fire kind of guy. Mostly because swallowing your pride gives you indigestion and therapy bills. I raised my own glass slowly, deliberately, with the kind of casual confidence that comes from knowing something everyone else doesn't, which is basically my favorite position to be in at any social gathering. The movement caught Gregory's attention, and I saw his face light up with what he probably thought was camaraderie, like we were buddies now, bonding over his hilarious observation about traditional gender roles and spousal dynamics. "Oh, Gregory, buddy, you sweet summer child. You have no idea what's coming. Cheers to bosses who think success is a solo act." I announced, my voice carrying across the room with crystal clarity because unlike Gregory, I didn't need to shout to be heard. I just needed to say something interesting enough that people actually wanted to listen. I paused for exactly one beat, letting the words sink in just enough that people started doing mental math about whether I'd just said what they thought I'd said. "I'd toast your leadership, but I'm afraid the HR policy forbids fiction." The room went from polite laughter to absolutely deafening silence in about half a second, which is faster than most people can process a surprise plot twist in a movie. You could have heard a pin drop, except instead of a pin, it was more like everyone's jaw simultaneously hitting the floor. Then slowly, like a wave building before it crashes on the shore, genuine laughter started rippling through the crowd. Not that fake corporate laughter from before, but real actual amusement from people who'd probably been waiting months or even years for someone to call out Gregory's particular brand of self-congratulatory leadership. The intern near the back, a kid who couldn't have been more than 23 and still had that fresh out of college optimism that corporate life hadn't completely crushed yet, actually snorted into his drink, then looked absolutely terrified that he'd made an audible sound, his eyes going wide like a deer that just realized it's standing in the middle of a highway. A woman from accounting that I vaguely recognized from Tessa's company holiday card photos, pressed her lips together so hard, trying not to laugh that her face turned red, her shoulders shaking with suppressed amusement. Even some of the senior managers, the ones who probably had to deal with Gregory's ego on a daily basis, couldn't quite hide their smirks behind their champagne glasses. The laughter this time wasn't polite. It was real. It was cathartic. And it was definitely at Gregory's expense rather than mine. It was the kind of laughter that happens when someone finally says out loud what everyone's been thinking in private Slack channels and bathroom conversations for months. You could feel the energy in the room shift like someone had just flipped a switch and suddenly this wasn't Gregory's party anymore. It was just a party and the Emperor's clothes were looking pretty transparent under the crystal chandelier lighting. Gregory's face went through a fascinating evolution of expressions in the span of about 5 seconds. First came confusion because his brain was still processing whether what I'd said was a compliment wrapped in weird phrasing or an actual insult. Then came the dawning realization as he replayed my words in his head and his face started to flush. That particular shade of red that happens when someone's blood pressure spikes and their ego takes a direct hit simultaneously. His smile, that perfectly practiced CEO smile that probably cost him hours of mirror time, twitched at the corners like it was trying to decide whether to stay put or abandon ship entirely. The man hated being out funny. You could see it written all over his face like subtitles in a foreign film. In his world, he was the one who made the jokes. He was the one who got the laughs. He was the center of attention. And everyone else was just the supporting cast. Having someone, especially someone he'd categorized as unimportant as just the supportive spouse who stayed home, flip the script on him in front of his entire staff was probably the social equivalent of getting pantsed at prom. His entourage, those loyal followers who'd been nodding along to everything he said all night, suddenly found the floor very interesting, studying their shoes like they contained the secrets of the universe. As dessert rolled in, tiny, pretentious things that looked like they'd been assembled by surgeons rather than pastry chefs. Each one a work of art that probably cost $15 and would disappear in one bite. Gregory was clearly regrouping, gathering his wounded pride like a general rallying troops after an unexpected ambush. I could see it in the way he straightened his shoulders, adjusted his tie, and scanned the room with renewed determination. He wasn't going to let some nobody spouse get the last laugh at his party, at his event, in his moment of glory. Oh no, Gregory was about to make a comeback, and I could smell it coming like rain before a storm. He made his way back over to where I was standing, having migrated from the shrimp station to the dessert table, because if you're going to watch a man dig his own grave, you might as well do it while eating a chocolate mousse that costs more than most people's lunch budgets. His entourage had thinned out a bit. Apparently, public humiliation isn't great for maintaining your follower count, but he still had a couple of loyal supporters flanking him, like Secret Service agents protecting someone who definitely didn't deserve protection. Gregory leaned in with that smirk again, the one that had probably worked on intimidating junior employees and interns, but was about to be as effective as a water gun at a house fire. You could tell he thought he was being clever, that he'd found the perfect angle to reassert his dominance in this increasingly weird social chess match we were playing. So, Marcus, he said, my name dripping with condescension like honey from a particularly aggressive bear. How does it feel being married to the real breadwinner? Now, there are moments in life where you can choose to be the bigger person, to take the high road, to smile and nod and let ignorance slide by without comment. This was not going to be one of those moments. I'd already committed to this path the second I walked through those doors uninvited. And there's no point in half-assing chaos once you've decided to embrace it fully. Plus, that chocolate mousse had given me the sugar rush I needed to really commit to what was about to happen. I grinned at him. The kind of smile that probably should have served as a warning label, like those signs at amusement parks that say, you must be this tall to ride. Except mine would say, you must be this prepared for your world to flip upside down. Delicious, actually, I said, taking another spoonful of mousse for dramatic effect, especially since the bread comes from my bakery. I let that hang in the air for exactly 2 seconds, watching his face scrunch up in confusion like he was trying to solve a math problem that didn't have enough numbers. Sorry, what? Gregory said, his smirk faltering like a car engine that just realized it was out of gas. Around us, conversations had started to die down again because apparently I'd become the evening's entertainment, which was fine by me since I'd paid for the venue anyway, though Gregory didn't know that yet. The word yet was doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. I turned toward the chief financial officer, Clara, who had been sitting quietly at a nearby table for most of the evening, nursing the same glass of wine and watching the proceedings with the tired expression of someone who'd seen this movie before and knew how it ended. Clara was one of those sharp, no-nonsense women in her 50s who'd probably forgotten more about running a business than Gregory would ever learn. And I'd always appreciated her direct communication style and her ability to make grown men cry during budget meetings. Clara, I called out, my voice friendly but loud enough that everyone within a 20-foot radius could hear, which at this point was basically everyone because the entire party had somehow migrated toward our little drama like moths to a particularly entertaining flame. Could you pass me the check file? The one you and I signed when we approved the new branch budget. Her fork, which had been halfway to her mouth with what looked like a very expensive piece of cheesecake, froze in midair. Her eyes widened just slightly, and I watched her brain process what I just asked, what I just implied, and what was about to happen in the next 60 seconds. To her credit, she didn't miss a beat. Clara hadn't gotten to CFO by being slow on the uptake or bad at reading rooms. "Sir," she said, and that single word, "sir," dropped into the conversation like a nuclear bomb with a polite accent. "You mean the file?" The temperature in the room dropped about 15 degrees. Suddenly, everyone's champagne tasted a little different. The crystal light seemed a little brighter, and the background music that had been playing all night became very conspicuous in its suddenly noticeable presence. People shifted in their seats, sat down their drinks, turned toward our little tableau like we were the main act in a play they'd accidentally bought tickets for. Gregory looked confused, which was fair because his entire understanding of the corporate hierarchy was currently being challenged in real time. He glanced between me and Clara like he was watching a tennis match, except instead of a ball being volleyed back and forth, it was his career and reputation. "What file?" he asked, his voice not quite as confident as it had been 30 seconds ago. "What are you talking about?" I could see the wheels turning in his head, smoke practically coming out of his ears as he tried to piece together what was happening. The problem with guys like Gregory is that they're so convinced they're at the top of the food chain that they never bother to look up and check if there's something bigger swimming above them. They see the title on their door, the respect from their direct reports, and assume that's the whole picture, never considering that maybe they're middle management in someone else's empire. Several other senior staff members had gone very still, the kind of still that happens when animals sense a predator nearby. The VP of operations, whose name I remembered was something like Gerald or maybe Jerome. Honestly, I tried not to memorize everyone's names because that felt like overkill, had gone pale. His dessert fork clattering onto his plate with a sound that echoed in the increasingly quiet room. The head of HR, a woman named Patricia, who I'd met exactly twice in board meetings and who ran her department with the efficiency of a Swiss watch and the mercy of a medieval executioner, had her hand over her mouth, her eyes darting between Gregory and me like she was already mentally drafting the paperwork that was going to follow this conversation. "I think," Lara said slowly, setting down her fork with deliberate care and reaching for her phone, which I knew contained all the relevant files, because Clara was nothing if not prepared for every possible scenario, including apparently the surprise appearance of the company's majority shareholder at a branch opening where said shareholder proceeds to destroy the CEO's ego in front of the entire staff. "That Mr. Hale is referring to the Q3 expansion budget that was approved by the board last quarter." "Mr. Hale," Gregory repeated, his voice cracking slightly on my last name like it was a foreign word he'd never encountered before. His face was doing this fascinating thing where confusion was slowly morphing into dawning horror, like watching someone realize they'd been swimming in the shallow end of the pool while thinking they were in the ocean. "Wait, Hale? Like Hale Industries? Like the company you work for?" "Yes," I finish for him because watching people connect dots in real time is one of my favorite spectator sports. Right up there with watching someone try to assemble IKEA furniture without reading the instructions. I stood up slowly, taking my time because moments like these deserve to be savored like a fine wine or a really good revenge plot in a movie where the hero finally reveals they were 10 steps ahead the whole time. I adjusted my jacket with the kind of casual precision that suggested this wasn't a big deal to me, which it wasn't, but was clearly becoming the biggest deal of Gregory's entire professional life based on the way all the color had drained from his face like someone had pulled a plug at the bottom of his feet. The room had gone so quiet you could hear the ice melting in people's drinks, the soft buzz of the crystal chandeliers overhead, and what I'm pretty sure was Gregory's heart rate accelerating to dangerous levels. I smiled, and not the fake corporate smile that everyone had been wearing like masks all evening, but a genuine smile, the kind that comes from deep satisfaction and the knowledge that you're about to drop a truth bomb so massive it'll register on the Richter scale. "I'm Marcus Hale," I said, letting each word land with the weight of a judge's gavel in a courtroom drama. "Majority shareholder and founder of this company. You've been working for me, Greg." I dropped the Ori from his name deliberately because nothing says I own you quite like unauthorized nickname privileges, and also because I knew it would irritate him, which at this point was just the cherry on top of an already delicious sundae of schadenfreude. The reaction was immediate and spectacular. Gasps rippled through the hall like a wave at a baseball game. Except instead of coordinated fun, it was pure shock and disbelief spreading from person to person as the implications of what I'd just said registered in their champagne-soaked brains. Someone dropped a glass. I heard it shatter somewhere near the back of the room. And honestly, that was perfect timing. Really added to the dramatic atmosphere. The DJ, bless his heart, had been playing some generic smooth jazz background music all night. And in this moment of cosmic comedy, the track ended right as I finished speaking, leaving us in complete silence, except for the sound of Gregory's world crumbling around him like a sand castle at high tide. People's phones started coming out, not even subtly, Just blatantly held up like they were at a concert, and I was the headlining act. I saw at least 5 people open their LinkedIn apps, probably to confirm what I just said, searching Marcus Hale and Hale Industries and watching their entire understanding of the evening's power dynamics get rewritten in real time. The intern who snorted earlier looked like he might pass out from the sheer drama of it all. His eyes wide enough to see the whites all the way around, his mouth hanging open in that perfect O shape that you usually only see in cartoons. Gregory stuttered. Actually stuttered. And I'd never seen him at a loss for words before because the man normally had verbal diarrhea. Just couldn't shut up if his life depended on it. But right now, he was struggling to form complete sentences like he'd forgotten how language worked. You're joking. He finally managed, his voice cracking like a teenager going through puberty. His face had gone from red to white to a kind of grayish green that suggested his expensive dinner might be making a return appearance soon. This is some kind of you can't be. Wouldn't that be convenient? I replied, my tone conversational like we were discussing the weather instead of his complete professional annihilation. I took a step closer to him, not threatening, just closing the distance enough that he couldn't mistake my next words for anything other than what they were. A statement of fact delivered with the full weight of ownership behind it. You've been mocking your staff, misusing funds, and flirting with my wife. Not the best performance review, huh? That last part about flirting with Tessa was maybe a slight exaggeration. Gregory had been condescending and possessive, but not overtly flirty, but I figured if we were already burning bridges, we might as well throw some extra gasoline on the fire for good measure. Plus, I'd seen the way he touched her shoulder earlier. That casual ownership that bosses sometimes claim over their employees like their property instead of people. And that had pissed me off more than all the condescending comments about my supposed career as a kept husband combined. He turned even paler, if that was possible, like someone had applied a second coat of white paint over the first. Sir, he started, and hearing him call me sir, after an evening of buddy and barely disguised contempt was its own special kind of satisfaction. It was like watching a bully realize the kid they've been picking on is actually the principal's son. Except in this case, I wasn't the principal's son. I was the guy who owned the whole damn school. Don't worry, I said, cutting him off before he could launch into whatever graveling explanation or desperate excuse he was formulating in his panic-stricken brain. I won't fire you here. HR hates paperwork during parties. I glanced over at Patricia, the head of HR, who despite the chaos, was taking notes on her phone with the dedication of a court stenographer, probably already drafting the separation agreement in her head. But by Monday, I expect a resignation letter so polished it blinds me. Single-spaced, proper formatting, maybe throw in some of that corporate buzzword salad you're so fond of, really make it sing. The room was still frozen. Everyone processing this shift in reality like their brains needed to reboot. Clara was hiding a smile behind her wine glass. And I caught her eye and gave her a small nod of acknowledgement because she'd played her part perfectly. And also because I knew she'd been dealing with Gregory's nonsense for months and was probably enjoying this moment as much as I was. The VP of Operations, I decided his name was definitely Gerald. Looked like he was running calculations in his head, probably trying to figure out if he'd ever been dismissive to me at any board meetings and whether his own job was in jeopardy. Tessa across the room had her hand over her mouth, her eyes wider than I'd ever seen them, and I couldn't quite read her expression. Was it horror, shock, admiration? Probably some combination of all three, plus a healthy dose of I can't believe you just did that. And we're going to have a very long conversation about this when we get home. But underneath it all, I saw something else. A flicker of satisfaction, maybe even pride, because as much as she might scold me later for the dramatic reveal, I knew she'd been dealing with Gregory's condescension, too. And watching him get taken down several dozen pegs had to feel at least a little bit good. Gregory's entourage had completely abandoned him at this point, backing away like he was radioactive, which in career terms he absolutely was. Nobody wants to be associated with the guy who just got publicly destroyed by the owner of the company, especially when said destruction was entirely his own fault for being an arrogant jerk who couldn't resist mocking the wrong person. It was like watching rats desert a sinking ship, except the rats were middle managers in expensive suits and the ship was Gregory's career and reputation going down in flames. I think Clara said into the silence, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd been CFO long enough to see everything and be surprised by nothing. That concludes this evening's entertainment. Perhaps we should all head home and reconvene during normal business hours. It was a diplomatic way of saying, show's over, folks. Nothing more to see here. And also a graceful exit strategy for everyone who didn't want to be standing in the blast radius when this situation got even more awkward, which it inevitably would if everyone kept standing around staring. People started moving slowly at first, then faster as they realized this was their chance to escape and immediately start texting everyone they knew about what they just witnessed. I walked out to slow claps. Literally actual slow claps, and not the sarcastic kind that usually accompanies someone's spectacular failure, but the genuine appreciative kind that you hear in movies when the underdog finally stands up to the bully. Except in this case, I wasn't really the underdog. I was more like the secret final boss who'd been disguised as a regular NPC the whole time. The interns started it, which was fitting because interns are usually the only people in corporate America who still have enough soul left to appreciate good drama when they see it. One brave kid near the dessert table just started clapping slowly, deliberately, and then his friend joined in, and then suddenly it spread like wildfire through the younger employees who'd probably been on the receiving end of Gregory's condescension more times than they could count. The senior staff looked conflicted, caught between wanting to join in and worrying about whether applauding the public humiliation of their now former CEO was a career-lifting move, which honestly, fair enough. Corporate survival instincts are strong, and nobody wants to be the person who backed the wrong horse, even when the wrong horse was clearly a jackass who'd been riding everyone else's coattails to success. But a few of them, the ones who'd probably been around long enough to not care anymore, or who'd reached that perfect level of seniority where they could get away with anything short of embezzlement, gave me subtle nods of approval, the corporate equivalent of a standing ovation. I made my way through the crowd, which parted for me like I was Moses and they were the Red Sea. Except instead of fleeing from Pharaoh's army, they were fleeing from the awkwardness of making eye contact with me after spending the entire evening treating me like the help. It was beautiful in its own weird way, watching people suddenly remember that they'd maybe been less than welcoming to the guy who signed their paychecks. Their faces doing mental gymnastics, trying to recall if they'd said anything insulting within my earshot. Spoiler alert, several of them definitely had, but I wasn't keeping score. Okay, fine. I was totally keeping score, but I wasn't going to do anything about it because I'm petty, not vindictive. There's a difference, and it's a line I maintain with great care. The fresh night air hit my face as I walked through those glass doors. And let me tell you, it felt better than the champagne, better than the chocolate mousse, better than any of the overpriced everything that had filled that venue. It was the air of freedom, of justice served, of a job well done, with just a hint of expensive cologne and urban downtown smells that reminded me why I usually avoided these kinds of events. The city was alive around me, completely unaware that inside that building, a small corporate drama had just played out like a Greek tragedy, except with better lighting and worse moral lessons. Behind me, I could hear the whispers buzzing like a hive of very gossipy bees. Fragments of conversations floating through the doors before they swung shut. "That's the owner," one voice said, high-pitched with disbelief. "Oh my God, Greg's finished." Another added, and I heard what sounded like genuine schadenfreude in that tone, which suggested Gregory hadn't exactly been winning any popularity contests among his staff. "Did you see his face?" Someone else chimed in, followed by laughter that was probably accompanied by frantic texting and screenshots being shared on whatever group chat these people used to survive their work days. I chuckled to myself, pulling out my phone to text Liam that I was ready for pickup because yes, I'd arranged for my driver to be on standby because I'm not an amateur and I knew this evening was either going to end with me making a dramatic exit or being escorted out by security. And either way, I didn't want to deal with parking. My driver, Victor, pulled up in the black sedan within 30 seconds. The man had timing that would make a Swiss watchmaker jealous and opened the car door with the kind of professional discretion that comes from years of driving rich people to and from situations they probably shouldn't have gotten themselves into in the first place. "Good evening, sir," Victor said, his face perfectly neutral except for the tiny smirk playing at the corner of his mouth because Victor had been with me long enough to know when I'd been up to something. "Successful event?" He asked it casually, like he was inquiring about the weather, but I could hear the genuine curiosity underneath because I'd given him exactly zero details about why I needed a driver for my wife's office party. And Victor was smart enough to know that when I was being deliberately vague, entertainment was sure to follow. "Educational," I said, sliding into the leather seat that still smelled like new car even though the sedan was 3 years old. Because Victor maintained this vehicle better than most people maintain their relationships. "We learned our CEO is allergic to humility, accountability, and basic human decency. Also, that shrimp cocktail at corporate events is surprisingly decent. So, the evening wasn't a complete waste." Buckled my seat belt while Victor closed my door with that perfect soft click that expensive cars make. The kind that whispers, "You paid too much for this," in the most satisfying way possible. He smirked for real this time as he got into the driver's seat, adjusting the rear view mirror, even though it didn't need adjusting. Just giving himself something to do while he processed what I'd said. "I'll have HR draft a resignation gift basket," Victor offered. And this was why I liked him. The man understood that sometimes the best response to corporate drama was more corporate drama wrapped up in the absurd formality of office traditions like gift baskets that nobody actually wants but everyone feels obligated to give. Include tissues, I said, settling back into the seat and watching the city lights blur past as we pulled away from the curb. Make it thoughtful. Maybe throw in one of those motivational books about how to bounce back from career setbacks. Really lean into the irony. I was being facetious. Obviously, HR wasn't actually going to send Gregory a gift basket. That would be adding insult to injury in a way that crossed the line from justified payback into cruel and unusual punishment. And I tried to maintain at least some semblance of professional standards, even when publicly destroying someone's ego. Victor chuckled, a deep sound that rumbled from his chest, and I saw his shoulders shake with barely suppressed laughter. Shall I take the scenic route home, sir, or do you need to get back quickly before Mrs. Hale calls wondering where you disappeared to? It was a valid question because Tessa had definitely seen me leave, and she was probably currently having a mild panic attack while trying to decide whether to follow me out or stay and do damage control with her colleagues who just discovered her husband was basically their ultimate boss. Scenic route, I decided because I wasn't quite ready to face the music yet. And by music, I meant my wife's inevitable interrogation about why I decided tonight was the perfect night to reveal my identity instead of I don't know, mentioning it casually over breakfast sometime in the past 3 weeks when she'd been complaining about Gregory's management style. Give me at least 20 minutes to come up with a good explanation for why I crashed her office party and destroyed her boss's career in front of everyone she works with. Might I suggest leading with he deserved it? Victor offered helpfully, merging into traffic with the smooth confidence of someone who'd been navigating city streets for longer than some of these other drivers had been alive. I find that establishing moral high ground early in an argument significantly improves outcomes. Victor, buddy, you're a philosopher and a driver, I said, pulling out my phone to check my messages, which had already started coming in. Liam had sent approximately 7 texts, each one more excited than the last. Apparently, the internet network had already spread word about what happened and it had reached social media faster than a celebrity scandal. Clara had sent a simple well played sir with a wine glass emoji which was high praise coming from her. And Tessa had sent a single text that just said we need to talk with a period at the end which in wife speak translated to you're not in trouble exactly but you're definitely going to have to explain yourself and it better be good. I typed back a quick on my way home, love you, and added a heart emoji because sometimes the best defense is a good offense or in this case a preemptive reminder that whatever I'd done it from a place of love and protecting her from a boss who clearly didn't respect her or her husband. Whether that excuse would actually work remained to be seen, but I had 20 minutes of scenic route to refine my argument and I'd talk my way out of worse situations. Probably, maybe. Okay, definitely not. But optimism is important in a marriage. Tessa came home later, much later than I'd expected, which gave me way too much time to sit on the couch rehearsing my defense like a lawyer preparing for the trial of the century. Except my opposing counsel was my wife, and she had access to all my weak points and emotional vulnerabilities. I'd changed out of my suit into sweatpants and a t-shirt, partly for comfort, and partly because it's harder to stay mad at someone in sweatpants. It's a scientific fact I just made up, but choose to believe anyway. I heard her keys in the door around 11:30. That distinctive jangle followed by the sound of her heels clicking on the hardwood floor with a rhythm that suggested she was either exhausted or furious, possibly both. When she walked into the living room, her makeup was smeared, mascara tracking down her cheeks in thin black lines that made her look like she'd either been crying or had gotten caught in unexpected rain. Except I knew it wasn't raining because I checked. Her hair, which had been perfectly styled in that professional updo thing she does for important events, was coming loose, strands falling around her face in a way that would have been romantic if the circumstances were different. And she wasn't looking at me like I just told her I'd sold her car to buy magic beans. Her voice came out small, tired, nothing like her usual confident tone that could silence a conference room. Why didn't you tell me you own the company? It wasn't an accusation exactly, more like genuine confusion mixed with hurt. And that hit harder than anger would have because I can handle anger. Anger is clean, straightforward, something you can argue against. But hurt is complicated, messy, the kind of thing that requires actual emotional intelligence and mature communication skills that I definitely had somewhere in my repertoire if I could just remember where I'd put them. I patted the couch cushion next to me. An invitation she ignored, choosing instead to stand there in the middle of our living room like she was testifying in court and sitting would somehow weaken her case. Because, sweetheart, I said, trying to find the words that would explain a decision that had made perfect sense to me 3 weeks ago, but now, faced with her smudged makeup and wounded expression seemed maybe less brilliant than I'd originally thought. Sometimes the best way to see a person's character is to step out of the spotlight and watch what they do when they think you're nobody. I meant Gregory obviously, but I could see from her face that she was also processing what this meant about her colleagues, about the way people had treated both of us all evening, about the whole social experiment I'd been conducting without her knowledge or consent. She started to cry, really cry. Not the angry tears that come with yelling matches, but the sad, frustrated ones that somehow feel worse because they're quieter, more genuine. She sank onto the arm of the couch, not quite sitting with me, but not standing anymore either. Her body language screaming exhaustion and emotional overload. "I was just embarrassed," she said, her voice catching on the words like they had sharp edges. "That whole night, I was embarrassed. Of you, of me, of us." She looked up at me with red-rimmed eyes. "I didn't want people thinking I married you for money, that I slept my way to my position, that everything I've worked for was just because my husband owns the damn company." And there it was, the real issue underneath all of this, the thing I probably should have considered before deciding to play corporate Batman and reveal my secret identity at her office party. Tessa was proud, fiercely independent, the kind of person who'd rather die than have someone think she didn't earn her success through her own merit and hard work. She'd been building her career at this company for 3 years before we even met. Had worked her way up from junior analyst to senior manager through actual competence and dedication. And now everyone she worked with was going to wonder if her promotions had been legitimate or if they'd been gifts from her husband, who happened to own everything. "Fess," I said softly, reaching for her hand, which she let me take even though she was still crying, still processing, still angry in that complicated way that meant we were going to be okay eventually. But the road there was going to involve a lot of talking and probably some more crying. "You earned your position. You're brilliant at what you do and everyone knows it. Gregory was the one who didn't deserve his job, not you." It was true. I'd looked at her performance reviews, her project completions, her client satisfaction ratings, all without her knowing because I tried to keep my personal and professional lives separate right up until they collided spectacularly tonight. She shook her head, tears still falling, and I grabbed the tissue box from the side table, offering it to her like a white flag in our domestic negotiation. "That's not how it's going to look, Marcus. That's not what people are going to say. By Monday morning, the whole office is going to be whispering about how I've been sleeping with the owner's wife." "Wait, that doesn't make sense. Sleeping with the owner while pretending to just be a normal employee." She blew her nose, a honking sound that was somehow both miserable and adorable. "I'm going to be that person, the boss's wife. Everything I do from now on is going to be suspect." I nodded, acknowledging the validity of her concern because she wasn't wrong. Office politics were brutal and people loved a good conspiracy theory more than they loved actual facts. "Don't worry, Tess," I said. And I could feel the joke forming before my brain could stop my mouth, which has always been a problem I should probably work on. "They'll think you run HR by tomorrow morning after your boss's resignation hits LinkedIn." I said it trying to lighten the mood, to inject some levity into this heavy conversation, but I realized about halfway through the sentence that maybe this wasn't the right moment. Her glare could have melted steel, could have cut through titanium, could have vaporized whatever remained of my hope that humor was going to save me from this conversation. Her eyes, still watery from crying, narrowed into slits that promised retribution, possibly involving my favorite gaming console being donated to charity or my craft beer collection mysteriously disappearing. "What?" she said, her voice dangerously quiet. The kind of quiet that comes before storms and volcanic eruptions. "Too soon," I smiled sweetly. The kind of smile that acknowledged I'd just stepped in it, but was committed to the bit anyway, because backing down now would be admitting defeat. And I'd already committed so many crimes against good judgment tonight that one more couldn't hurt. "Maybe a little too soon," I admitted, squeezing her hand. But in my defense, the joke was right there. "And you know, I can't resist low-hanging fruit." She pulled her hand away, but I caught the corner of her mouth twitching, fighting against the smile that wanted to break through her anger and hurt. By Monday morning, Gregory's resignation email hit every inbox like a fireworks show, except instead of oohs and oh. It was met with frantic forwarding, screenshot sharing, and the kind of office gossip that usually only happens when someone gets caught doing something truly scandalous in the supply closet. I wasn't even in the office. I work from home most days because what's the point of owning a company if you have to sit in traffic and pretend to enjoy fluorescent lighting? But Liam sent me updates every 15 minutes like he was providing play-by-play commentary for the Super Bowl of corporate drama. Email arrived at 8:47 a.m. His first text read, subject line, "A new chapter." He used the word synergy 3 times in the first paragraph. It's physically painful to read. Followed by break room is packed. Someone brought donuts. This is better than the time Karen from accounting got caught catfishing the intern. And then update, people are printing it out. Printing it like it's a historical document. I saw someone laminating a copy. Sir, they're laminating it. I sat at my home office desk, coffee in hand, reading through Gregory's resignation letter that Clara had forwarded to me for official review, which was corporate speak for, "You need to see this masterpiece of passive-aggressive professional suicide." The letter was exactly what I'd expected, a carefully worded piece of fiction that made it sound like Gregory was leaving to pursue other opportunities and focus on personal growth, with absolutely no mention of the fact that he'd spent an entire evening being condescending to the company owner while said owner was pretending to be a stay-at-home handyman. It was corporate poetry. Really, the way he managed to make getting fired sound like a voluntary journey of self-discovery. The board congratulated me through a flurry of emails that arrived throughout the morning. Each one more enthusiastic than the last. A graceful intervention, the chairman called it, which was a polite way of saying, "Thank God someone finally dealt with that problem." "Long overdue," added another board member who'd apparently been waiting for an excuse to get rid of Gregory for months, but hadn't wanted to deal with the paperwork. They scheduled an emergency meeting for Tuesday to discuss interim leadership, succession planning, and probably to hear the full story because I kept my little party crashing adventure to myself. And they were definitely curious about how exactly their reclusive majority shareholder had ended up at a branch opening, let alone demolishing the CEO in front of the entire staff. The CFO, Clara, sent a fruit basket to my house, which arrived around noon with a card that simply said, "Worth every penny of the catering budget," and included a bottle of very expensive scotch tucked between the apples and oranges. Because Clara understood that some victories required celebration that went beyond fruit. I texted her a photo of the basket with a thank you message, and she responded with, "The break room has a betting pool on who the interim CEO will be. I'm currently the favorite at 3-1 odds. Should I be concerned?" I told her she should absolutely be concerned, but also flattered, and that I'd talk to her later in the week about potential next steps, which was my way of saying, "Yes, you're probably getting promoted, but let's pretend there's some suspense here." HR, specifically Patricia, the head of HR, who I was 90% sure never slept and instead survived purely on efficiency and the tears of policy violators, sent me a meme, an actual meme. It was that gif of someone walking away from an explosion without looking back, captioned, "Marcus Hale leaving the branch opening 2025 colorized." I didn't even know Patricia knew what memes were, let alone that she had a sense of humor hiding underneath the professional exterior. I responded with a laughing emoji and a note saying, "Please confirm this doesn't violate any HR policies before I share it with the board." And she sent back, "I'll allow it," with a winking emoji that somehow made the whole thing even funnier. But the real aftermath wasn't in the emails or the memes or the office gossip. It was at home in the weird tension that had settled over our house like fog over a harbor, making everything feel slightly off-kilter and uncertain. Tessa had apologized again Sunday morning over coffee and pancakes that I'd made as a peace offering because I've learned that carbs and maple syrup are excellent relationship maintenance tools. She'd woken up with clearer eyes and a calmer demeanor, the kind that comes after a good night's sleep and some emotional processing time. "I'm sorry. I said I was embarrassed of you," she said, pouring syrup with the precision of someone who was trying to focus on something other than difficult emotions. "That came out wrong. I wasn't embarrassed of you. I was embarrassed of the situation, of what people would think, of having my professional life and personal life collide in the most spectacular way possible." She looked up at me, fork hovering over her pancakes. "But I shouldn't have made you feel like you did something wrong by defending yourself. Gregory was being a complete ass. And honestly, someone needed to take him down several pegs. I just wish it hadn't been quite so public." I listened quietly, which was maybe the most mature thing I'd done all weekend because Tessa needed to talk through this and I needed to shut up and let her, which goes against every instinct I have, but is apparently what healthy communication looks like according to the relationship books. Liam keeps leaving on my desk like he's trying to tell me something. Some lessons I've learned over 8 years of marriage and countless smaller disasters. Need silence more than explanations. Need listening more than defending. Need space to breathe rather than immediate solutions. "I get it," I said after she'd finished, after she'd eaten 3 bites of pancake and pushed her plate around nervously waiting for my response. "I should have told you who I was, or at least given you a heads up before I showed up. It wasn't fair to surprise you like that. To put you in a position where you had to find out the same time everyone else did. I meant it too in retrospect, which is always 20/20 and conveniently arrives after you've already made all your mistakes. I could see how my little revenge plot had collateral damage that included my wife's professional reputation and peace of mind." She reached across the table and took my hand, syrup, sticky fingers and all. "Next time you decide to reveal you're secretly Batman or whatever," she said. And I could see the smile starting to break through despite her best efforts to stay serious. "Maybe give me a heads up, like a text that says, 'Hey honey, planning to destroy your boss tonight. Where's something nice? Deal?'" I said, squeezing her hand. Although technically I'm more like Bruce Wayne than Batman since I don't fight crime. I just occasionally humiliate people who deserve it while wearing expensive suits. She laughed at that real laughter that meant we were going to be okay. That this would eventually become one of those stories we told at dinner parties in 10 years. Embellished and exaggerated until it barely resembled what actually happened. The week progressed with a strange mixture of normalcy and chaos. Tessa went to work Monday and reported back that the office was split between people who thought I was a hero for standing up to Gregory. People who thought I was a dramatic attention seeker who could have handled it more professionally, and people who were just excited to have something interesting to talk about besides quarterly reports and the broken coffee machine on the third floor. Her colleagues treated her differently. Not worse necessarily, but different, like she'd suddenly become made of glass or important china that might break if handled incorrectly. Sarah from marketing asked if she should curtsy when she sees me now. Tessa reported over dinner Wednesday night. Her tone somewhere between amused and exasperated. And D. Rarick from sales wanted to know if I could put in a good word about his commission structure, like I have any influence over that. She stabbed at her salad with more force than necessary. Oh, and Jenny from accounting asked if we're hiring because apparently now everyone thinks I'm the secret gateway to employment. I made appropriately sympathetic noises while trying not to laugh because this was exactly what Tessa had been worried about. And I didn't want to seem like I was taking her concerns lightly, even though the image of someone curtsying to my wife in the break room was objectively hilarious. Give it time, I said, which is what you say when you don't have actual solutions, but want to sound wise and supportive. Once they get used to it, once there's new gossip to focus on, it'll settle down. You're still the same person doing the same excellent work. By Thursday, Clara had been officially named interim CEO, and her first act was sending a company-wide email about rebuilding trust and fostering genuine team culture, which was professional speak for the previous guy was a tool, and we're going to do better. She scheduled one-on-ones with every department head, including Tessa, and apparently spent the entire meeting asking about Tessa's ideas for improving operations without once mentioning me or the party or anything related to the drama, which Tessa appreciated more than any explicit reassurance could have provided. Friday afternoon, as I was wrapping up work for the week and contemplating whether I'd earned a beer or if it was still too early for alcohol, my phone rang with an unknown number. I almost didn't answer. Unknown numbers are usually either spam calls about my car's extended warranty or relatives I've been avoiding, but something made me pick up. Marcus Hale, I answered using my professional voice that I reserve for people who might be important. Mr. Hale, this is Bradley Chun from the Business Chronicle. A young-sounding voice said, and I could hear typing in the background like he was already writing the article while we spoke. I'm doing a piece on leadership styles in modern corporations. And I heard about an interesting incident at your company's recent branch opening. Would you be available for comment? I leaned back in my chair, considering whether talking to a reporter about the Gregory situation was a brilliant PR move or a terrible idea that would haunt me forever. Off the record, I asked because I've dealt with reporters before and I know how this game works. The incident you're referring to was a reminder that leadership is about respect, not hierarchy, about earning your position through competence, rather than assuming it through title. But on the record, you can quote me as saying, Hale Industries is committed to fostering a workplace culture based on mutual respect and genuine achievement. He tried to push for more details for the juicy gossip that would make his article go viral, but I deflected with the skill of someone who's sat through enough board meetings to know how to say nothing while sounding like you said something important. We ended the call with him slightly disappointed and me relieved that I'd managed to navigate that particular minefield without creating more problems. As I left for work, which is to say walked from my home office to the living room because the commute is terrible, but at least there's no traffic. I turned back and saw Tessa sitting on the couch, laptop open, probably reviewing something for Monday's meetings. Next time you invite me to your office events, I said, unable to resist one final callback to the whole mess, just remember I pay the caterer, she groaned. The kind of groan that's 50% annoyance and 50% affection. The sound of someone who's resigned to spending their life with a person who can't resist a good one-liner, even when silence would be the smarter choice. I'm never inviting you to another work event, she said. But she was smiling when she said it, which meant she was lying, which meant we were definitely okay. You're banned. Blacklisted. I'm putting your photo up at security with "Do not admit" written underneath. I winked at her because winking is my signature move when I've said something ridiculous and want to acknowledge it while also committing to the bit. Too late, sweetheart. I own security, too. I'm already on the list as that guy who can go anywhere because he literally owns the building. She threw a couch pillow at me, which I deserved, and I caught it because my reflexes are surprisingly good for someone who spends most of his day sitting at a desk making financial decisions. And in that moment, with my wife laughing despite herself and the week's chaos finally settling into something resembling normally, I realized something important. Revenge isn't always about rage, about getting even, about making someone pay for their mistakes in the most dramatic way possible. Sometimes revenge is quieter than that. Sometimes it's about showing up when you're not expected, about refusing to be diminished by someone else's arrogance, about standing in a room full of people who underestimated you and letting them realize slowly, painfully, unforgettably that they never knew who they were dealing with in the first place. It's about the moment of recognition in someone's eyes when they understand they've been playing checkers while you were playing chess. That their entire evening of condescension was being observed and catalogued by the one person who had the power to make it mean something. It's about smiling through the insults, letting them pile up like kindling, and then striking the match at exactly the right moment so everyone can watch the fire together. And yeah, maybe I could have handled it more professionally. Could have pulled Gregory aside privately and had a stern conversation about respect and workplace culture. Could have been the bigger person who took the high road and dealt with things through proper channels. But where's the fun in that? Where's the story? Where's the lesson for everyone watching who needed to see that arrogance has consequences? That being a jerk eventually catches up with you. That you can't treat people like they're beneath you just because you think you're standing on top of the mountain when really you're just standing on a hill and the actual mountain is behind you, watching, waiting, taking notes. Because revenge isn't always about rage or destruction or burning bridges just to watch them burn. Sometimes it's about showing up, smiling, being underestimated and misunderstood and dismissed as unimportant. And then at the perfect moment, with perfect timing, in front of the perfect audience, letting everyone realize you're the one who signs the paychecks, owns the building, and has been paying for their artisanal shrimp cocktails all along. And if that makes me petty, well, I'm a petty man with a company, a wife who's only mostly annoyed with me, and a laminated copy of Gregory's resignation letter that Liam framed and hung in the office as a motivational reminder. I can live with that. Story 2. My sister called from my wife's parents' house. Whispering. "Bro, come get me. Bring the police." "Why? What happened?" "I can't talk. They're coming back." Call ended. I drove 90 miles per hour. Arrived in 12 minutes. House dark. Door unlocked. Alone. Surrounded by. I couldn't process what I was seeing. Then my mother-in-law's voice from behind me, "You weren't supposed to see that." Police arrived at her house. The September rain drummed against the windows of James Moody's home office as he reviewed footage from his latest project, a documentary about witness protection failures. At 42, James had built a reputation for hard-hitting investigative documentaries that exposed corruption and gave voice to the voiceless. His work had won awards, but more importantly, it had changed laws and freed innocent people. Tonight, though, his mind wasn't fully on the screen. His wife, Marjorie, had taken their 10-year-old son, Toby, to her parents' house for the weekend, and the silence felt wrong somehow. His phone buzzed at 9:47 p.m. Toby's name flashed on the screen. "Hey, buddy. Everything okay?" James answered, already sensing something off. "Dad," the whisper was barely audible. "Come get me. Bring the police." James's blood went cold. "Why? What happened?" "I can't talk. They're coming back." The line went dead. James was out the door in 30 seconds, not even grabbing a jacket. He dialed 911 as he drove, but the operator's questions, "What's the emergency? What did you see?" couldn't be answered. James had nothing concrete, just a terrified child's whisper. He hung up and pushed his car to 90 miles per hour through the rain-slick streets. The Oliver house sat in an affluent suburb 40 minutes away. James made it in 12. The house loomed dark against the night sky. Not a single light burned in any window. James' hands shook as he tried the front door. Unlocked, he pushed it open slowly. "Toby," he called out, his voice echoing through the darkness. "Dad, down here," the voice came from below from the direction of the basement stairs. James descended, using his phone's flashlight to navigate the wooden steps. The basement had always been off limits, even to Marjorie. Her mother, Bernadette, claimed it was just storage for her late father's things. Kermit Oliver had died 3 years ago from what everyone believed was a heart attack. The basement was vast, far larger than the footprint of the house above suggested. James' light swept across the space and his breath caught. Toby stood in the center of the room, surrounded by an array of monitors, filing cabinets, and walls covered with photographs. But these weren't family photos. The images showed people, dozens of them, in compromising positions. Affairs, drug use, financial crimes captured in high definition. One wall was devoted entirely to what looked like evidence boards with names, addresses, and dollar amounts written in neat handwriting. I came down looking for the bathroom, Toby said, his voice small. The upstairs one was locked. I found the door behind the bookshelf, and Dad, what is all this? Before James could answer, the lights blazed on. Bernadette Oliver stood at the top of the stairs, her silver hair perfectly coiffed despite the late hour. At 68, she maintained the regal bearing of someone who'd spent her life in control. You weren't supposed to see that, she said calmly, descending the stairs. Her eyes held no panic, no fear, only calculation. Marjorie was supposed to keep you both at the house tonight. I specifically told her to make sure you were busy. Where is my wife? James demanded, stepping protectively in front of Toby. Upstairs, sleeping. I gave her something to help her rest. She's been so stressed lately. Poor dear. Bernadette reached the bottom of the stairs. Put your phone away, James. We both know you're not going to call anyone. You're blackmailing people. Such an ugly word. I prefer to think of it as insurance collection. These people have all done terrible things. I simply ensure they contribute to causes I deem worthy. And before you get any heroic ideas, look at Monitor 7. James' eyes followed her gesture. The screen showed a compilation of images. James himself in situations he thought were private. Meeting with confidential sources, accepting cash payments for information, moments that could be taken out of context and spun into a narrative of corruption. You've been doing this for years, James breathed. How long does it matter? What matters is that you understand the situation. I have leveraged over 43 individuals, including 2 police chiefs, a district attorney, 3 judges, a senator, and now you. Your documentary career, your reputation, your freedom. All of it depends on your cooperation. Mom, Marjorie appeared at the top of the stairs, groggy, but alert enough to take in the scene. At 38, she still had the delicate features her mother had possessed in youth. But where Bernadette's eyes were hard, Marjorie's held confusion and dawning horror. Go back to bed, sweetheart, Bernadette said. What is this? Marjorie descended the stairs, her hands trembling. What have you done? What I've always done protected our family. Do you think your father's business success was luck? Do you think James' documentary on the Riverside corruption case won awards because of his talent alone? I've been steering this family toward prosperity since before you were born. James watched as realization crept across his wife's face. You knew, Marjorie whispered about the documentary. You helped him with sources, with funding. Of course, I did. The Riverside case was going nowhere until I ensured certain evidence found its way to the right people. Your husband got his Emmy. The corrupt officials went to prison and I gained leverage over everyone involved. Everyone wins. Except the people you're blackmailing, James said. Bernadette smiled. Those people are criminals, James. Adulterers, thieves, abusers. I'm simply making them pay for their sins. The money goes to good causes, charities, scholarships, community programs. I'm practically a philanthropist. Let us leave. James said, we won't say anything. We'll forget this ever happened. Will you though? Bernadette moved to one of the filing cabinets and withdrew a thick folder. Because I know you, James Moody. I've studied you for 7 years since before you even met my daughter. You're a crusader, a truth seeker. It's what makes you so good at what you do. It's also what makes you predictable. She opened the folder, revealing photographs of James's own family. His sister Carol Collins struggling with addiction after her husband's death. His mother, Maria Moody, living in a modest assisted living facility. I have contingencies, Bernadette continued. Your sister's recovery is fragile. One word to her employer about her past and she loses her job, her insurance, everything. Your mother's facility is expensive. What would happen if the payment stopped? James felt Toby grip his hand tighter. His son had witnessed this entire exchange, was learning exactly what kind of monster his grandmother was. You're going to continue your life exactly as it was. Bernadette said Marjorie and Toby will visit me as usual. You'll make your documentaries and when I need something, a specific story told or buried, a source protected or exposed, you'll do it. That's the cost of everyone you love staying safe. And if I refuse, then everyone learns the truth about James Moody, the documentarian who accepted bribes, planted evidence, manipulated stories for personal gain. Even if you prove it's false, eventually the damage will be done. Your career will be over. Your family will suffer, and I'll still be here running my business because you'll have no credible way to stop me. The silence that followed was broken only by the hum of the monitors and Toby's quiet breathing. James looked at his son, at his wife, at the woman who'd orchestrated their lives like pieces on a chessboard. I understand, James finally said. Bernadette's smile widened. I knew you would. You're a smart man, James. That's why I chose you for my daughter. The drive home was silent. Marjorie sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window while Toby slept in the back, exhausted by fear and adrenaline. James' mind raced, cataloging everything he'd seen. The monitors, the filing systems, the backup drive stacked in the corner. Bernadette's operation was sophisticated, built over decades. When they arrived home, James carried Toby to his bedroom while Marjorie moved like a sleepwalker. Once Toby was settled, James found his wife in the kitchen staring at nothing. "How much did you know?" he asked quietly. "Nothing." Marjorie's voice was hollow. "I swear, James. I knew my mother was controlling, that she always had opinions about everything, but this I never imagined. She said she chose me for you. My father died right after we got engaged. She encouraged the relationship from the start." "Yes, but I thought," Marjorie's voice broke. "I loved you. I chose you." James believed her. He'd spent years documenting liars and could spot deception in a heartbeat. Marjorie was a victim, too. Her whole life potentially manipulated by a woman who saw people as assets. "What are we going to do?" Marjorie asked. James pulled her close. "I'm going to think. I'm going to plan. And I'm going to make sure your mother never hurts anyone again. She has evidence against you. Against everyone, the police, the courts, she owns them." "I know." James kissed the top of her head. "But she made one mistake tonight." "What?" "She showed me everything. She was so confident in her control that she didn't hide the extent of her operation. Now I know what I'm up against and I know exactly how she thinks." Over the next 3 days, James acted normally. He worked on his documentary, had dinner with his family, exchanged pleasantries with Bernadette over the phone when she called to check in. But every spare moment, he was cataloging his memories of that basement, the names he'd glimpsed on the evidence boards, the patterns in her filing system, the technology she used. James had spent 15 years investigating corruption, following money trails, and exposing hidden networks. He toppled criminal organizations, and exposed government conspiracies. Bernadette Oliver might have leverage, but she'd never faced someone who understood how to dismantle power structures from the inside. On the 4th day, James drove to a storage facility 3 towns over and rented a unit under a false name. He paid in cash. Inside, he set up a workstation, a laptop purchased with cryptocurrency, a secure server, and a wall where he began building his own evidence board. Every blackmail victim he could remember, every connection, every pattern. Bernadette had spent decades building her empire of fear. James would spend however long it took to tear it down. The call came 2 weeks later. James was editing footage when his phone rang. A number he didn't recognize. "Mr. Moody, my name is Craig Perez. I believe we need to talk about Bernadette Oliver." James's heart hammered. "Who is this?" "Someone she's been bleeding dry for 8 years. I received a coded message suggesting you might be in a position to help. Can we meet?" "How did you get this number?" "From someone else she's blackmailing. There are more of us than you think, Mr. Moody. We've been trying to find a way out for years. When word got around that you'd seen her operation, word got around." "How?" "Her driver, Fred Merritt. He's one of us, too. And he's been waiting for someone who could actually fight back. He saw you leave that night with your family. He's been quietly building a network of her victims who want to be free." James' mind raced. Bernadette's own driver was working against her. This could be a trap. It could be. Or it could be your only chance. "We're meeting tonight, 1000 p.m. at the old Riverside warehouse. The one from your documentary. We figured you'd know it's clean. You exposed everything dirty about that place 3 years ago." The line went dead. James sat in silence, weighing his options. It could absolutely be a trap. Bernadette could have discovered his storage unit, his investigation, and was luring him out. But if it was real, if there was a network of victims ready to fight, this changed everything. He called his sister Carol. "Hey, I need you to do something for me. Don't ask questions." "Jamie, you're scaring me. If you don't hear from me by midnight tonight, there's a package in my office safe. The combination is Toby's birthday inside our instructions. Follow them exactly." "What's going on?" "Insurance. I love you, Carol." He hung up before she could protest, then wrote a detailed letter explaining everything. Bernadette's operation, the basement, the blackmail network. He included the address of his storage unit and every piece of evidence he'd gathered. If this was a trap and he didn't survive, at least the truth would get out. At 9:45 p.m., James drove to the Riverside warehouse. The massive building loomed against the night sky, abandoned since the corruption case had shut down the illegal operations inside. James parked and approached cautiously, every sense on high alert. Inside, A dozen people waited in a circle of folding chairs illuminated by battery-powered lanterns. James recognized 3 faces immediately. A city council woman he'd seen at charity events, a local news anchor, and Detective Rufus Ua, a cop he'd interviewed for a documentary 2 years ago. Mr. Moody, Fred Merritt, stepped forward, a lean man in his 50s with tired eyes. "Thank you for coming. Talk fast. How do I know this isn't a setup? Because we all have too much to lose." The city council woman, Eleanor Haas, stood. "Bernadette Oliver has been blackmailing me for 6 years. She has photos of an affair I had during my first campaign. If I don't vote the way she wants on every city contract, every development deal, she'll destroy me. She has evidence I accepted gifts from a suspect's family." Detective Ua added, "I was trying to help them, but she made it look like bribery. She controls my entire precinct through me." One by one, the others shared their stories. A judge who'd had a gambling problem. A surgeon who'd covered up a mistake. A businessman who'd evaded taxes 20 years ago. All of them trapped. All of them paying. All of them desperate. "How long have you been meeting?" James asked. 6 months, Fred said. "I've been with Mrs. Oliver for 12 years. I've seen everything. The files, the victims, the way she operates. I thought about going to the police, but she owns too many of them. Then I started noticing patterns. People she targeted would sometimes mention each other in passing, not knowing they were both victims. I started making connections, reaching out carefully. We've been trying to find a way to stop her without destroying ourselves in the process." "Why me? Why now?" "Because you have something none of us have," Eleanor said. "A platform, access to media, investigation skills, and most importantly, you've already been exposed to her operation. She thinks she has you controlled, but that also means you can get close to her in ways we can't. She has evidence against me, too." James reminded them. "Fabricated evidence," Fred said. "I know because I helped her create some of it. Photoshopped images, edited videos, manufactured bank statements. The thing about Mrs. Oliver is she's so good at this because most of her leverage is real people's actual crimes and mistakes. But when she needs to control someone who's clean, she's not above creating evidence. I can testify to that. I can prove it's fake." James studied the driver carefully. "Why betray her now?" "After 12 years, Fred's jaw tightened because last month my daughter Kristen came to visit. 22 years old, just graduated college. Mrs. Oliver took photos of her leaving my apartment, had them edited to make it look like something inappropriate, and told me she'd use them against me if I didn't help her target Kristen's new employer, a tech company she wants leverage over. I've done terrible things for that woman, helped her ruin lives. But I won't let her touch my daughter." The raw pain in Fred's voice convinced James more than any evidence could. This was real. These people were desperate, trapped, and finally ready to fight. "What do you need from me?" James asked. "A plan," Detective Ua said. "We have pieces, knowledge of her operation, some evidence, access to her daily routine. But we need someone who knows how to put it together into something that can actually take her down." James thought about his storage unit, his evidence board, the weeks of planning he'd already done. He'd been working alone, trying to protect his family while dismantling Bernadette's empire. "But with these resources, with these victims ready to turn against her, I need complete transparency." James said, "Everything you know about her operation, every file, every victim, every payment. I need access to her house, her schedule, her vulnerabilities." "Done," Fred said immediately. "And I need you all to understand something. Taking down Bernadette Oliver won't be clean. Your secrets might come out. Some of you might face legal consequences for the things she's blackmailing you about. This could destroy your lives before it saves them. Our lives are already destroyed." The news anchor Georgina Walton said quietly, "We're just not in prison yet. At least this way, we get to choose how we fall." James looked around the circle of desperate, determined faces. 12 people willing to risk everything for freedom. Bernadette had built her empire on fear and control, believing herself untouchable. But she'd overlooked the one thing that could bring her down, the collective power of her victims once they decided to fight back. "All right," James said. "Here's what we're going to do." Over the next month, James orchestrated the most complex investigation of his career. Fred provided access to Bernadette's schedules, her movements, and most crucially, her digital systems. The woman who'd built an empire on blackmail had ironically trusted her driver with administrative passwords, never imagining he'd betray her. James learned the full scope of her operation. 43 victims, as she'd claimed, but the network went deeper. Bernadette had been running this operation for 34 years since her husband Kermit's business had failed in the early 90s. She'd started small, blackmailing a few wealthy neighbors, but had systematized it over decades. Kermit's heart attack 3 years ago had actually been suicide. Fred revealed that the man had discovered his wife's operation and couldn't live with the knowledge of what she'd become. Marjorie took the revelation hardest. Her entire childhood had been built on money extorted from desperate people. The charitable foundation her mother ran funded by blackmail. The prestigious schools Marjorie had attended paid for with other people's misery. Every happy memory was poisoned by the truth. But Marjorie's pain hardened into resolve. She began working with James, using her insider access to her mother's life to gather additional evidence. She photographed documents during visits, recorded conversations, and slowly built a case from the inside. The breakthrough came when James discovered Bernardette's true weakness, her ego. The woman documented everything because she wanted a record of her power. In a hidden safe in her bedroom revealed by Fred. She kept physical proof of every crime, every payment, every piece of leverage. It was her insurance policy, but it was also her vulnerability. She's paranoid about digital evidence being hacked, Fred explained during one of their late-night meetings at the warehouse. So, she keeps the most damaging material in hard copy, bank records, original photos, signed confessions, everything. We need that safe, James said. Getting into her bedroom would require a family emergency. Marjorie interrupted something that would pull her away from the house long enough for someone to access the safe. James looked at his wife. You're sure? She destroyed my father. She's been using me my entire life. She threatened my son. Marjorie's eyes were steel. I'm sure they spent 3 weeks planning. Detective Ua provided intelligence on Bernardette's security systems. Eleanor used her position on the city council to ensure certain building inspectors would be looking the other way at crucial moments. The surgeon, Wendell McCarty, agreed to stage a medical emergency at a charity gala Bernardette was attending. Fred would drive her to the hospital, keeping her away from the house. Meanwhile, James would break into the safe, document everything, and create copies of the evidence. But they needed more than just evidence. They needed a way to release it that couldn't be stopped or traced back to them. Bernardette had too many powerful allies. The solution came from an unexpected source. Ignacio Wolf, a tech entrepreneur Bernardette had been blackmailing for 4 years, revealed he'd been developing a decentralized data distribution network for whistleblowers. It's designed to release information across multiple platforms simultaneously, impossible to stop once activated. I built it because of her, actually. I just never had the courage to use it. Can it handle this much data? James asked. Terabytes, documents, photos, videos, everything. And it releases to news organizations, social media, law enforcement databases, all at once. Even if she manages to shut down one source, the information keeps spreading. James smiled for the first time in weeks. Then we have our weapon. The plan was set for November 15th at a gala fundraiser for children's literacy. One of Bernardette's favorite charities, ironically funded by extortion. At precisely 8:30 p.m., Dr. McCarty would stage chest pain severe enough to require immediate hospitalization. Bernardette, as the event sponsor, would insist on accompanying him. Fred would drive her to the hospital, then report car trouble, keeping her stranded until James had what he needed. James would have exactly 2 hours to break into the Oliver house, crack the safe, photograph every document, and escape. Toby would stay with Carol, protected by 2 of Detective Ua's trusted officers. Marjorie would be at the gala maintaining appearances while monitoring Bernardette. The night before the operation, James couldn't sleep. He sat in his home office reviewing the plan for the 100th time. So many things could go wrong. If Bernardette discovered the breach early, if the safe had additional security they didn't know about, if any of the 12 victims got cold feet and warned her, "You're doing the right thing." James turned to find Marjorie in the doorway wearing one of his old shirts. Am I? We're breaking a dozen laws. If this fails, Toby loses both his parents. If we do nothing, Toby grows up learning that monsters win if they're smart enough. Marjorie sat beside him. My mother needs to face justice. Not just for us, but for everyone she's hurt. For my father, James took her hand. When this is over, assuming we're not in prison, what do you want to do? I want to take Toby somewhere far away from here. Somewhere she never touched. And I want to build a life that's actually ours, not one she orchestrated. Marjorie leaned her head on his shoulder. But first, I want to watch her empire burn. The next evening, James watched from across the street as luxury cars arrived at the downtown hotel hosting the gala. He wore all black, a backpack containing tools and camera equipment slung over his shoulder. His phone buzzed. A text from Marjorie. She's here holding court like a queen. At 8:30 exactly, another text. It's happening. James drove to the Oliver house parking 3 blocks away. Fred had confirmed the security system was older, relying on motion sensors that could be fooled by specific movement patterns. James approached the house carefully using the technique Detective UA had taught him: slow, deliberate movements close to the walls where sensors were less sensitive. The back door opened with the key Marjorie had provided. Inside, the house was silent. James moved through the familiar halls, up the stairs to Bernadette's bedroom. The master suite was enormous, decorated in expensive neutrals. James found the safe behind a painting. How cliché, he thought, of Bernadette and Kermit on their wedding day. The young couple smiled at the camera, unaware of the darkness their future held. The safe was a high-end model with both a key and combination lock. Fred had provided the combination obtained months ago during one of Bernadette's careless moments. James' hands shook as he dialed the numbers. July 18, 34. The date Bernadette had started her operation. The safe clicked open. Inside were 5 leather-bound ledgers, dozens of manila folders, several external hard drives, and stacks of photographs. James photographed everything systematically using a high-resolution camera to capture each page, each image, each piece of evidence. The ledgers detailed every payment, every threat, every victim. The folders contained the blackmail material itself: affairs, crimes, mistakes, all documented with clinical precision. One folder was labeled James Moody. Inside, James found the fabricated evidence against him along with Bernadette's handwritten notes. Subject is ideal for long-term control. Moral compass makes him predictable. Suggest marriage to Marjorie to secure permanent access. Useful for media manipulation and information gathering. His wife had been right. Their entire relationship had been engineered. The rage James felt in that moment nearly derailed his focus. But he channeled it into determination. Every photo, every document, every piece of evidence went into his camera's memory. He was closing the safe when his phone buzzed. Problem. She's suspicious. Calling Fred back. Get out now. James' heart hammered. He'd photographed maybe 80% of the contents. He needed more time. Another text, this time from Fred. She knows something's wrong. Demanding I take her home immediately. ETA 15 minutes. 15 minutes wasn't enough to escape cleanly and eliminate all traces of his presence. James made a split-second decision. He grabbed 3 of the ledgers and 2 folders of the most damaging evidence, including his own fabricated file, and shoved them into his backpack. Then he closed the safe, rehung the painting, and ran. He made it out the back door and across the yard when he heard a car pulling into the driveway. James dove behind a hedge as Bernadette's Mercedes appeared. Fred at the wheel looking pale and stressed. Bernadette emerged, her face tight with suspicion. Check every room. She ordered Fred. Something's wrong. I can feel it. James waited until they were inside, then sprinted to his car. He drove carefully, maintaining the speed limit despite every instinct screaming to floor it. His phone rang. Marjorie, did you get it? Most of it. She came back early. I had to take the physical evidence. She'll know it's gone. Silence. Then we move to phase 2 now. Tonight before she can regroup. We're not ready. We have to be. Call everyone. Tell them it's happening now. James' mind raced through contingencies. They'd planned for this scenario. A rush deployment. If the operation was compromised, Ignacio's system was ready. The evidence James had collected over the past month was already uploaded. The physical documents he'd just stolen would fill in the gaps. Do it, James said. He drove straight to Ignacio's apartment where the tech entrepreneur was already at his computer. Multiple screens showing the distribution network interface. Eleanor, Detective UA, and 4 others from their group were there, having rushed over when Marjorie sent the alert. How much do we have? Ignacio asked as James burst in. Everything. Digital photos of her ledgers, the blackmail files, payment records, plus the originals of her 3 most recent years of operation. James dumped the ledgers and folders onto the desk. Can your system handle this? Give me 2 hours to scan the physical evidence and integrate it with what you already uploaded. Then we deploy. Detective Ua's phone rang. He listened, his face darkening. That was my contact at the station. Bernadette just called in a burglary. She's got 3 squad cars en route to her house and she specifically requested that I not be involved in the investigation. She knows it was one of us. Eleanor said worse. James realized she knows we're working together. Fred must have. His phone rang. Fred's number. James answered on speaker. James listened carefully. Fred's voice was strained. Wrong. She has my daughter Kristen. She had someone grab her from her apartment an hour ago. Bernadette says, if I don't tell her everything, if I don't give her the names of everyone working against her, she'll. His voice broke. Please, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't let her hurt my baby. Bernadette's voice came through the phone. Hello, James. I admit I'm impressed. You actually managed to organize a rebellion. Very cinematic. But you forgot something crucial. I'm always 3 steps ahead. Fred's daughter is safe with some associates of mine. She'll stay that way as long as everyone cooperates. You have 1 hour to return my property and disperse your little group. Otherwise, Kristen Merritt becomes the first casualty of your failed revolution. And James, I still have evidence against everyone in your coalition. You can't release it without destroying them all. So, what's it going to be? Your principles or their lives? The line went dead. The room erupted in panicked voices. Someone was crying. Detective Ua was calling his contacts trying to trace Christine's location. Eleanor sat down heavily, her face ashen. She wins, Wendell McCarty said quietly. She always wins. No. James's voice cut through the chaos. Everyone quiet. We have one advantage. She doesn't know how far we've gotten. She thinks we're still gathering evidence that we need more time. She doesn't know Ignacio's system is ready, but it's not. Ignacio protested. I need 2 hours to integrate. Then we deploy what we have. The photos I took tonight, the evidence I've been gathering for weeks. It's incomplete, but it's enough to cause chaos. Enough to make the authorities look at her seriously. And Kristen dies. Fred's voice came from James' phone. The call hadn't actually disconnected. Bernadette had left the line open, letting them hear Fred's despair. You'll kill my daughter to make a point. James closed his eyes, thinking fast. Bernadette's mistake was believing he'd choose between justice and an innocent life. But there was always another option, the one she'd never consider because she thought he was predictable. Ignacio, can your system send files to specific recipients instead of broadcasting everything? Yes, but send everything we have to Detective U's captain. Just him. Include a note that Bernadette Oliver is holding Kristen Merritt hostage at an unknown location and that she needs to be arrested immediately for kidnapping. Make it impossible to ignore that'll burn all of us. Eleanor said our secrets will come out better than an innocent woman dying. James looked around the room. I'm giving you all an out. Walk away now. I'll take the fall. Say I coerced you. But if you stay, you need to understand we're going all in. Our secrets, our careers, everything. We exchanged our controlled destruction for her complete downfall. One by one, they nodded. Even Eleanor, who had the most to lose, straightened her shoulders and said, Do it, Fred, James said into the phone. We're coming for Kristen, and we're bringing Bernadette down tonight. Trust us. He hung up before Fred could respond. Ignacio, send it. Everything, not just to the captain. Send it everywhere. News stations, the FBI, the state attorney general. Make it impossible to bury. That's not the plan. The plan changed when she took a hostage. Send it all. Ignacio's fingers flew across the keyboard. Windows opened and closed on his screens. File transfer bars crept across displays. It's going to take 15 minutes to upload and deploy across all channels. Then we have 15 minutes to find Kristen. James turned to Detective Ua. You said Bernadette has associates. Who? She's used the same security company for years. Bolton Security. They handle her home security, personal protection, the works. Ex-military types, not particular about the legality of their work. Where would they take someone for leverage? Ua thought for a moment. Bolton has a storage facility they use for equipment. It's isolated, secure. If I was going to hold someone, that's where I'd do it. Address. James. We can't. Address. Ua rattled it off. James was already heading for the door. Call your captain. Tell him everything. Make sure he knows there's a hostage situation. And Ignacio, don't stop that upload no matter what happens. Eleanor grabbed his arm. You're not going alone. I am. The rest of you need to be here on record cooperating with authorities when this breaks. If I'm the only one who goes off mission, the legal exposure is minimized for everyone else. Before they could argue, James was gone, running to his car. The storage facility was 20 minutes away. The data upload would complete in 12. He had a narrow window to extract Kristen before Bernadette realized her empire was burning. James pushed his car hard, running red lights and weaving through traffic. His phone buzzed constantly. Calls from Marjorie, from the group, from numbers he didn't recognize. He ignored them all. The storage facility was a squat concrete building surrounded by chain-link fence. A single guard sat in a booth at the entrance looking bored. James drove past, parking a block away. He approached on foot, staying in the shadows. The fence was easy to climb. James dropped into the facility's lot and moved between rows of storage units. Most were dark, but light showed under the door of Unit 47. James crept closer and heard voices inside. Two men talking about sports, sounding relaxed. He didn't have a weapon. He didn't have backup. What he had was surprise and desperation. James picked up a rock from the gravel lot and threw it hard at a storage unit 3 rows over. The clang echoed across the facility. Inside Unit 47, the conversation stopped. "Check it out," one voice said. The door opened and a large man in tactical gear emerged holding a flashlight. James waited until he was 10 feet away, then stepped out of the shadows. "Looking for me?" The man spun, reaching for a weapon, but James was already moving. 15 years of documentary work had taken him to war zones, disaster areas, and dangerous places. He'd learned to fight out of necessity, studying under the same self-defense instructors who trained journalists in conflict zones. James ducked the man's grab, drove his elbow into the guard's throat and followed with a knee to the gut. The man went down gasping. James took his flashlight and his radio, then zip-tied his hands with a cable tie from the man's own belt. Clearly, they'd come prepared for restraining people. The second guard emerged from the unit. "Rick, what's—" James hit him in the face with the flashlight. The man stumbled back and James tackled him, both of them crashing into the storage unit. Inside, Kristen Merritt was zip-tied to a chair, her eyes wide with terror. The guard was bigger than James and trained. They grappled, knocking over boxes and equipment. The guard got on top, raining down punches. James blocked most of them, but his vision blurred. He was going to lose this fight. Then Kristen, still bound to the chair, hopped forward, and brought the chair down on the guard's back. The man howled and rolled off James. James scrambled to his feet, grabbed a metal pipe from the corner, and brought it down on the guard's head. The man went limp. James cutrous and free with the guard's knife. "Can you walk?" "I think so." "Who?" "Friend of your father's." "We need to go now." They ran for the fence. Behind them, James heard the first guard regaining consciousness, shouting into his radio. James and Kristen cleared the fence and reached his car as headlights appeared at the facility entrance. Bolton security reinforcements. James drove, checking his rear view mirror constantly. His phone buzzed. "Marjorie, it's everywhere. The news just broke. They're calling it the biggest blackmail operation in state history." "Good," James said. "Kristen's safe." "Where's Bernadette?" "At the house. Police are surrounding it. She won't come out." James changed direction, heading for the Oliver residence. Kristen stared at him. "What's happening? What did my father get involved in?" "Your father is a hero," James said. "He helped take down a monster." The Oliver house was chaos when they arrived. Police cars, news vans, helicopters overhead with spotlights. James parked a block away and approached on foot with Kristen. Detective Ua met them at the perimeter. "She's barricaded inside," Ua said. "Won't talk to negotiators, but James, it's working. The captain has assigned a task force. The DA is already drawing up charges. Every person she blackmailed is being contacted. Half of them are coming forward voluntarily now that the evidence is public." "Where's Marjorie?" "Where's Toby with your sister?" "Safe." "Who has studied James?" "You look like hell." "I feel worse." James watched the house. The lights burning in every window. "Does she know Fred is alive? That Kristen is safe?" "We haven't told her anything. She's alone in there and she knows her world is ending." Fred Merritt appeared from behind a police cruiser running to his daughter. The reunion was tearful. Fred looked at James over Kristen's shoulder and mouthed, "Thank you." An hour passed. 2. The standoff continued. Then as dawn began to lighten the sky, movement at the front door. Bernadette emerged immaculate in a tailored suit, her silver hair perfect despite the circumstances. She walked down the steps with her head high, ignoring the police officers approaching with weapons drawn. "I would like to make a statement," she announced, her voice carrying across the chaos. Immediately, cameras and microphones thrust toward her. She'd always known how to command a stage. "For 34 years, I have operated a business that held powerful people accountable for their crimes and indiscretions. I collected what they owed society and redistributed it to worthy causes. Millions of dollars to charities, scholarships, community programs. Yes, my methods were unconventional, but the results speak for themselves." "You destroyed lives," a reporter shouted. "I exposed people who deserve to be exposed. Adulterers, thieves, corrupt officials. Every person I targeted was guilty of something. I simply made them pay." "What about James Moody?" "The evidence against him was fabricated." For the first time, Bernadette's composure cracked slightly. Her eyes found James in the crowd. Mr. Moody is an exception. I needed someone I could control who had the skills to assist my operation. The evidence against him was insurance. So, you framed an innocent man. I did what was necessary. In any system of justice, there are occasionally innocent casualties. Detective Ua stepped forward. Bernardette Oliver, you're under arrest for kidnapping, extortion, blackmail, and about 40 other charges. You have the right to remain silent. I will not be silent. Bernardette's voice rose. You are arresting the wrong person. Every person I blackmailed committed crimes. They should be in handcuffs, not me. I was serving justice where the system failed. You were serving yourself, James called out. The crowd parted, creating a path between them. You used your husband's suicide to build an empire. You manipulated your own daughter's life. You threatened children. You're not a vigilante or a philanthropist. You're just a criminal who got good at justifying her crimes. Bernardette's mask finally shattered. You self-righteous fool. Do you think you've won? My lawyers will have me out in hours. The evidence you stole is inadmissible. Half the judges in this state owe me favors. You've accomplished nothing except ensuring your own secrets are public. How does it feel, James, knowing everyone now thinks you're corrupt? The evidence against me was fake, and Fred Merritt is prepared to testify to that in court. But even if it wasn't, even if I had to sacrifice my reputation to stop you, it would be worth it. Because unlike you, I understand that some things are more important than control. Police officers moved in, placing handcuffs on Bernardette's wrists. She didn't resist, but her eyes burned with hatred. This isn't over. Yes, James said quietly. It is. As they led her away, the crowd erupted. Reporters shouting questions, cameras flashing, people cheering. James felt nothing but exhaustion. He'd won, but the cost was still being calculated. Over the next 6 weeks, the scope of Bernardette's operation fully emerged. The task force discovered evidence of 127 victims beyond the original 43, spanning 3 decades. The ledgers James had photographed detailed over $50 million in extorted payments. Bernardette had invested the money in legitimate businesses and real estate, creating a complex financial empire that took forensic accountants months to untangle. The victims' stories dominated the news cycle. Some, like Eleanor Haas, chose to publicly confess their original sins and accept the consequences. Eleanor resigned from the city council but emerged with her integrity intact, having chosen honesty over continued hiding. Others were prosecuted for their crimes. The gambling judge lost his position. The tax-evading businessmen faced charges. But most of the victims were people who'd made mistakes, not committed serious crimes, and they found public sympathy when the full context emerged. Fred Merritt became an unexpected hero. His testimony about Bernardette's operation providing crucial evidence. He'd kept detailed records of everything he'd done in her service, and his willingness to face consequences for his complicity helped bring down her network of accomplices at Bolton Security and other companies. James' fabricated evidence was debunked quickly. Ignazio's analysis showed the photoshopping and digital manipulation. Fred's testimony confirmed how it was created. James' reputation, rather than being destroyed, was enhanced. The documentary filmmaker who taken down a massive criminal conspiracy became a household name. Networks offered him deals for new series. Book publishers wanted his story, but James turned most of it down. He made one documentary about the experience, carefully edited to protect the victims who wanted privacy while exposing the full scope of Bernardette's crimes. The Emmy he won for it felt hollow compared to the satisfaction of seeing justice served. Marjorie struggled the most. Her mother's arrest, the revelation of how her entire life had been manipulated, the knowledge that her father had killed himself rather than live with his wife's crimes. It broke something in her. She spent months in therapy working through the trauma while trying to shield Toby from the worst details. The divorce papers arrived at the jail where Bernardette was being held awaiting trial. According to Fred, who visited once to give his final testimony, she ripped them up without reading them. She still believed she'd done nothing wrong. The trial was a media sensation. Bernardette represented herself, firing 4 lawyers who tried to argue for plea deals. She used the courtroom as a stage, giving impassioned speeches about justice and accountability, portraying herself as a misunderstood crusader against corruption. The jury deliberated for 4 hours and found her guilty on all counts. At sentencing, the judge, a new appointment from outside the state to ensure impartiality, addressed Bernardette directly. You claim you were serving justice, but justice requires transparency, accountability, and fairness. You operated in secret, answered to no one, and showed no mercy. You destroyed lives not because those people deserve punishment, but because you could profit from their destruction. You are everything you claim to oppose. The court sentences you to 45 years in federal prison. Bernadette showed no emotion as Bafes led her away. But as she passed James, seated in the gallery with Marjorie and Toby, she paused. "You'll never be free of me," she said quietly. "Every time you look at your wife, you'll remember that I chose her for you. Every success you have, you'll wonder if I engineered it. I may be in prison, but I'm still in your head." James met her eyes. "No, you're just in prison, and that's all you'll ever be again." 6 months after the sentencing, James stood in the living room of a new house in Vermont, hundreds of miles from the Oliver estate and its poison memories. Toby was at school making friends who knew nothing about the scandal. Marjorie was teaching art at a local college, rediscovering a passion her mother had discouraged as impractical. Carol had moved nearby, 2 years sober, and working as a counselor for other recovering addicts. James' phone buzzed. A message from Fred Merritt, who was serving his own sentence at a minimum security facility for his role in Bernadette's operation. "Kristen graduated today. Top of her class. Thank you for giving her that chance." James smiled and typed back, "You gave it to her. You chose to fight." He looked out the window at the mountains in the distance, at the clean snow covering the ground, at the world unburdened by Bernadette Oliver Unk's schemes. The scars would always be there, the knowledge of how their lives had been manipulated, the years they'd lost to her control. But they were free now. They'd earned that freedom through courage, sacrifice, and the willingness to risk everything for truth. Marjorie emerged from her studio, paint on her hands and a rare smile on her face. "Come see what I finished." In the studio stood a large canvas. The painting showed a house, the Oliver estate, but rendered in abstract violent strokes, the structure fragmenting and dissolving into light. It was cathartic, a visual representation of their liberation. "It's perfect," James said, pulling her close. "It's the last one," Marjorie replied. "I've been painting our trauma for 6 months. This is the final piece. After this, I paint new things, beautiful things, things that are ours." That evening, as they had dinner together, a real family, unmanipulated and authentic, Toby asked a question that had clearly been on his mind. "Dad, do you think Grandma will ever admit she was wrong?" James considered lying, offering comfort. But his son deserved truth. "No, buddy. Some people can't see their own mistakes. They build walls of justification so high they can't see over them. Your grandmother convinced herself that being powerful was the same as being right. But you proved she was wrong. We proved it. You, me, Mom, Fred, and everyone else who was brave enough to stand up. One person can't fight someone like her alone. But together, we were stronger than her fear." Toby nodded, processing this. Then with the resilience of childhood, he asked, "Can I have dessert?" James laughed, feeling the weight of the past year finally beginning to lift. They'd survived. They'd fought. They'd won. And now, finally, they could begin to heal. Outside, snow began to fall, covering the world in white, pristine, and new. Story 3. After my millionaire grandfather died and left me everything, my cheating ex-wife, who left me for her new lover, tried to sue me for the money. When I walked into the courtroom, my ex-wife rolled her eyes, but the judge froze. "Wait, the charges are against you?" he said. They never knew who I really was. "Look, I've seen some ridiculous things in my 34 years on this planet. I've watched a guy try to microwave a burrito still wrapped in aluminum foil. I've witnessed someone parallel park for 20 minutes only to give up and take an Uber. And I once saw my college roommate attempt to iron a shirt while wearing it. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for the moment I walked into courtroom 3B of the Philadelphia County Courthouse and locked eyes with my ex-wife, Miranda. The eye roll she gave me wasn't just some casual ugh. No, this was a full-body experience. Her eyes didn't just roll. They did a complete gymnastics routine, stuck the landing, and probably pulled a muscle on the way back down. I'm talking Olympic-level disdain here, folks. The kind of eye roll that comes with its own dramatic soundtrack and slow-motion replay. For a split second, I genuinely thought she might injure herself, like she'd somehow sprain a cornea or detach a retina from the sheer force of her contempt. Honestly, I almost started a slow clap right there in the middle of the courtroom. It was that impressive. She was sitting at the plaintiff's table all dolled up in some power suit that probably cost more than my first car. Her perfectly highlighted hair cascading over her shoulders like she was posing for a LinkedIn headshot. Next to her sat Trent. Yes, that Trent, the gym instructor with the IQ of a protein shake, looking like he borrowed his suit from his older brother's bar mitzvah 2007. The guy had so much hair gel in that you could probably see his reflection from space, and he was doing that thing where he flexed his jaw muscles to look intimidating. Spoiler alert, it wasn't working. But here's where it gets good. Judge Harold Reynolds, a man who'd been presiding over family court cases since before I was born, looked up from the case file on his bench. He adjusted his glasses, squinted at the papers, then looked directly at me, standing there in my only decent suit, the one I'd bought specifically for Grandpa Henry's funeral 3 months ago. The judge blinked once, then twice, like his brain was trying to reboot after encountering a critical error. His mouth opened slightly, closed, then opened again, and I swear I could actually hear the Windows shutdown sound playing in his head. "Wait a minute," Judge Reynolds said slowly, his voice carrying that particular tone of confusion mixed with growing amusement. "The charges here. These allegations, they're against you." He glanced down at the file again, flipped a page like maybe he'd missed something crucial, then looked back up at me with the expression of a man who just realized the punchline to a joke he'd heard 3 days ago. "Marcus Whitmore, you're the defendant they're claiming manipulated and exploited an elderly man." I couldn't help it. A smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. "That would be me, Your Honor." The thing is, Miranda thought she had this whole situation figured out. She'd done the math in her pretty little head, probably while getting a pedicure or doing hot yoga or whatever it is people do when they have too much time and too little self-awareness. In her version of reality, she was suing her broke ex-husband, the guy who used to fix air conditioning units and unclog toilets for a living. The maintenance engineer, as I generously called myself, for what she believed was her rightful share of my late grandfather's estate. She'd probably pictured me still living in that crappy studio apartment in South Philly, still driving my 2003 Honda Civic with the duct-taped passenger mirror, still microwaving ramen noodles for dinner 4 nights a week. What she didn't know, what her smug lawyer, Richard Pike, apparently failed to properly investigate, and what was about to make this the most entertaining morning I'd had in years, was that the maintenance engineer she'd divorced 3 years ago, the guy she'd left with nothing but a sticky note and a half-empty apartment, was now the sole heir to a $30 million estate. Yeah, you read that right. $30 million with an M. The kind of money that has accountants, investment portfolios, and causes distant relatives you've never met to suddenly remember your birthday. My grandfather, Henry Whitmore, had been a Philadelphia legend. Retired Superior Court judge, real estate mogul, the guy who owned half the commercial properties in Center City, and had more connections than Verizon. He was the kind of man who wore 3-piece suits to breakfast, read 3 newspapers before lunch, and could make grown lawyers cry during cross-examination. And he was the only person in my entire life who'd ever told me something that actually stuck. "Son, keep receipts on everyone who betrays you. Not for revenge, for clarity." Smart man. Scary smart. The kind of smart that makes you nervous until you realize he's on your side. So, there I stood in this wood-paneled courtroom that smelled like old law books and broken dreams, watching my ex-wife's carefully constructed fantasies start to crumble before her eyes. I could see her lawyer frantically whispering something to her, probably trying to figure out why the judge was looking at the case file like it was written in invisible ink. Miranda's perfectly painted face had gone from smugly confident to slightly concerned. Her Instagram-ready smile starting to crack around the edges. And Trent, poor dumb Trent, was just sitting there looking confused, which to be fair was pretty much his default setting. The guy probably thought estate me a type of car. I leaned slightly toward my own attorney, Lucas Shaw, a sharp guy who charged by the hour and was worth every penny, and caught Miranda's eye across the courtroom. She was staring at me now, and I could literally see the wheels turning in her head, trying to figure out why I looked so calm, why I wasn't sweating, why I seemed almost amused. That's when I couldn't resist. I gave her my best smile, the kind that doesn't quite reach your eyes. And then I shifted my gaze to Trent. He was adjusting his too-tight collar, his tan looking especially orange under the fluorescent courtroom lights. I leaned just a little bit closer to Lucas, but kept my voice just loud enough to carry across the aisle. "Nice suit, Trent," I said conversationally. "Really brings out your ambition. Quick question, though. Did she pay for that, or did you manage to buy it with my alimony money?" The effect was instantaneous and beautiful. Trent's face went from spray tan orange to something resembling a sunburned tomato. His jaw clenched and he half stood from his chair before Miranda grabbed his arm and yanked him back down, hissing something that I'm pretty sure wasn't courtroom appropriate. Her lawyer shot me a death glare that could have melted steel. But Judge Reynolds, oh man. Judge Reynolds tried to hide it. He really did. He coughed into his hand, turning slightly away from the courtroom, his shoulders shaking just a little bit. When he turned back, he was wearing that expression judges wear when they're trying very hard to maintain professional decorum while internally dying of laughter. "Mr. Whitmore," the judge said, his voice carefully controlled. "Perhaps we should begin these proceedings with a bit more decorum." "Of course, Your Honor," I replied, keeping my face perfectly innocent. "My apologies. I'm just excited to be here." Lucas elbowed me gently in the ribs, but I could see him fighting back a smile, too. Miranda's lawyer cleared his throat loudly and importantly, like he was about to deliver the Gettysburg Address. Your Honor, if we could proceed with the preliminary. Oh, we'll proceed, Judge Reynolds interrupted, leafing through the case file again. But I have to say, Mr. Pike, this is one of the more interesting cases I've seen cross my bench in quite some time. And I've been doing this for 27 years. That's when I absolutely definitely knew that today was going to be a beautiful day in court. The kind of day you tell stories about later. The kind that makes you believe in karma and cosmic justice and all those things people post inspirational quotes about on Facebook. Miranda was still staring at me. Her eye makeup starting to look a little less perfect. A tiny furrow appearing between her perfectly microbladed eyebrows. I could practically hear her internal monologue. Why isn't he scared? Why isn't he panicking? What does he know that I don't? Everything, sweetheart. I know everything. And as the bailiff called the court to order, and Judge Reynolds prepared to officially begin proceedings, I settled into my chair, crossed my legs comfortably, and prepared to watch the show because that's what this was going to be, a show. And unlike the past 3 years of my life, for once, I wasn't the one being played. I was about to get my favorite kind of justice, the legal kind, served with a side of poetic irony and garnished with just a hint of I told you so. It was going to be a very good day indeed. Okay, so before we get back to watching Miranda's world implode in that courtroom, we need to rewind the tape a bit because you can't fully appreciate the sweet irony of this situation without understanding how I ended up sitting on a $30 million fortune in the first place. Trust me, this backstory is worth it. It's got everything. Family drama, unexpected plot twists, and a funeral that looked like someone had accidentally sent invitations to the entire Eastern Seaboard power structure. 3 months before that beautiful courtroom showdown, my grandfather, Henry Whitmore, passed away in his sleep at the ripe old age of 87. And when I say he was sharp until the end, I mean the man could have outnegotiated a used car salesman while simultaneously solving a crossword puzzle and critiquing your life choices. 2 days before he died, he called me to discuss municipal bond yields and to tell me that my haircut made me look like I was auditioning for a boy band. That was Grandpa Henry. Brutally honest, scary, intelligent, and somehow both your biggest critic and your fiercest defender at the same time. The funeral was absolutely insane. I'm talking about a who's who of Philadelphia society and honestly half of Pennsylvania's political infrastructure. There were 3 state senators, 2 congressmen, at least a dozen Superior Court judges, all of whom looked genuinely sad, which tells you something about how respected he was. A collection of CEOs who probably had a combined net worth that could buy a small country and enough lawyers to staff every firm from here to Pittsburgh. The parking lot at the church looked like a luxury car dealership having a convention. Mercedes, BMWs, Teslas, and one absolutely ridiculous Bentley that belonged to some real estate developer who Grandpa had apparently destroyed in court back in the 90s, but who showed up anyway to pay respects because that's just the kind of legend Henry Whitmore was. Me, I stood there in my funeral suit, the same one I was wearing in that courtroom, by the way, because I'm practical like that. Shaking hands with people who kept saying things like, "Your grandfather was an extraordinary man and he spoke so highly of you and you must be so proud to carry on his legacy." And I was proud, genuinely, completely proud because unlike most of the people in that church, I actually knew him. Not the legend, not the retired judge, not the real estate mogul. I knew Henry, the guy who taught me to play chess when I was 7, who let me stay up late watching old westerns, who told me that integrity was the only currency that actually mattered in life. You know who wasn't there? Miranda. Obviously, she was probably somewhere tropical at that exact moment, posting Instagram stories about living her truth and doing yoga on a beach with Trent, who was undoubtedly wearing one of those tank tops that's cut so low you can practically see his belly button. She'd never met Grandpa Henry. Not once in our entire 5-year marriage. And that wasn't an accident. That was a choice. Her choice specifically. See, Miranda had always been too busy for family stuff. My family stuff. Anyway, her own family gatherings, those were non-negotiable. But when I'd invite her to Sunday dinners at Grandpa's house, suddenly she had a headache or a work thing or a friend's crisis that required immediate attention. After about the 10th excuse, Grandpa had looked at me over his reading glasses and said, "Son, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. You're currently on showing number 10. I'd laughed it off back then, made excuses for her, said she was just stressed with work. Grandpa had just shrugged and gone back to his newspaper, but I caught the look in his eye. He knew. He always knew. After the funeral service, after the burial, after the endless reception where I ate approximately 17 of those tiny sandwiches that taste like nothing but somehow cost a fortune, I sat down in the office of Bernard Castellano, Grandpa's attorney for the past 40 years. Bernie was old school Philadelphia legal establishment, three-piece suit, pocket watch, the whole 9 yards. The kind of guy who still used a fountain pen and probably had strong opinions about proper shoe shining technique. I figured this would be quick. Maybe Grandpa had left me his chess set, the one we'd played on every Sunday for 20 years. Maybe his collection of vintage watches or his law books. Or perhaps that ridiculous painting of a ship that hung in his study that he'd always joked would be mine someday. Sentimental stuff, meaningful, but not life-changing. Bernie slid a folder across his mahogany desk, the kind that's so polished you can see your reflection in it, and said with absolutely no preamble whatsoever, "Congratulations, Mr. Whitmore. You now own everything." I blinked. "I'm sorry, what? Everything?" Bernie repeated, tapping the folder. "The house, the properties, the investment portfolio, the savings accounts, the stocks, the bonds, the whole estate. Your grandfather left it all to you. Total liquid and fixed assets come to approximately $30 million, give or take, depending on the market. There are some smaller bequests to charities and his housekeeper, but the bulk of the estate. We're talking about 97% of it goes to you." For a solid 10 seconds, I just stared at him. My brain had completely blue-screened. $30 million. $30 million. That's the kind of money where you stop checking price tags at the grocery store. That's accidentally leave a $100 bill in your jeans and forget about it. Money. That's your great-great-grandkids will still be arguing about it. Money. That's I don't lie. I finally managed to stammer out, which was super articulate of me. Bernie smiled, the kind of smile that suggested he'd been waiting for this moment and was thoroughly enjoying it. He opened the folder and pulled out a handwritten letter. I recognized Grandpa's distinctive scrawl immediately. All sharp angles and confident strokes. "He wanted you to read this," Bernie said, handing it over. My hands were actually shaking as I unfolded the letter. Grandpa's handwriting, still steady even at 87, filled the page. "Marcus, if you're reading this, I'm dead. Don't be sad. 87 years is a damn good run, and I got to see you become the man I always knew you could be. Here's the thing, son. You earned this inheritance. Not by being born into the family. Not by sucking up to me. Not by showing up at the end with flowers and fake tears. You earned it by having backbone. You showed up every Sunday for 20 years, even when you had better things to do. You called me every Wednesday evening, even when I know you were exhausted from work. You sat with me in the hospital during that pneumonia scare 3 years ago, and you never once asked about my will or my money. You came because you cared, and that's rarer than you think. Everyone else in this family sees me as a bank account with a pulse. You saw me as Henry. That's worth more than all the money I made in my entire life. So here's your inheritance. Everything I built, everything I saved, everything I invested. Use it wisely. Use it well. And remember who showed up when everyone else left. That matters. That's the real currency. Love, Grandpa." I had to set the letter down because my vision had gone blurry and I absolutely was not crying in front of Bernie Castellano. I was just having an allergic reaction to the leather chairs or something. Totally normal. Bernie, bless him, pretended to be very interested in organizing papers while I pulled myself together. When I finally looked up, he was holding out a glass of whiskey. The good stuff, probably older than I was. "Your grandfather left me specific instructions to give you this the moment after you read the letter," Bernie said. "He said you'd need it." I took the glass and downed it in one go. It burned in the best possible way. "So what now?" I asked, my voice only slightly. Bernie leaned back in his chair. "Now? Now you're a very wealthy man, Marcus. You'll need to make some decisions about the properties, the investments, the foundation he'd been running. But that can wait. For now, just let it sink in. Let it sink in. Right. I was a millionaire multiple times over. Me, Marcus Whitmore, the guy who'd been eating cereal for dinner twice a week just 6 months ago because it was cheap and easy. The maintenance engineer who'd spent 5 years being told by his wife that he'd never amount to anything special. The grandson who just showed up because that's what you do for people you love. I drove home that night in my beat-up Honda Civic, which suddenly felt extremely ironic, and sat in my crappy studio apartment, staring at the water stain on the ceiling that looked like Abraham Lincoln. And I laughed. I laughed until my sides hurt, until tears were streaming down my face, until my neighbor banged on the wall and yelled at me to keep it down. Because if only Grandpa Henry knew how absolutely, devastatingly perfect his timing was. If only he could see what was coming in 3 months. If only he knew that his letter, that beautiful, perfect letter about showing up and having backbone would be the most prophetic thing he'd ever written. The universe has a sense of humor after all. And apparently, it was on my side for once. So, there I was, 30 days into being secretly rich. And let me tell you, it's a weird experience. I hadn't told anyone yet. Not my coworkers, not my neighbors, definitely not the barista at the coffee shop who still gave me the struggling millennial discount without me asking. I was still living in my studio apartment with Abraham Lincoln on the ceiling, still driving my Honda with the janky side mirror, still buying the store brand everything at the grocery store because old habits die hard. And also because I genuinely couldn't process that I could now afford name brand cereal without checking my bank account first. Bernie had advised me to take it slow, figure out what I wanted to do with my life. Now that money wasn't a constant source of anxiety, so I kept going to work, kept fixing HVAC units and unclogging toilets, kept living my regular life while sitting on a fortune that would make most people's heads explode. It was kind of fun, actually, like being a superhero with a secret identity, except instead of fighting crime, I was just really good at replacing water heaters. I was in the middle of eating leftover Chinese food straight from the container. Living that glamorous millionaire lifestyle obviously when my phone rang. Lucas Shaw's name popped up on the screen and I answered with my mouth full of Lane because I'm classy like that. Marcus, Lucas said, and his tone made me stop chewing immediately. He sounded somewhere between amused and concerned, which is a very specific lawyer tone that usually means someone's done something spectacularly stupid. I need you to sit down. I'm already sitting, I said, swallowing quickly. What's wrong? Is it the estate? Did something happen with the properties? No, nothing like that. The estate is fine. It's just, he paused, and I could hear papers rustling on his end. I got served this morning with a lawsuit against you. I almost dropped my phone into my lane. What? Who's suing me for what? Your ex-wife. Time stopped. I mean, not literally, but you know that feeling when your brain just completely freezes and you can't process words anymore? Yeah, that happened. I sat there holding my phone, a noodle hanging from my chopsticks, my mouth opening and closing like a goldfish that had suddenly developed existential dread. I'm sorry, I finally managed. Did you just say Miranda is suing me? Miranda Coleman. My ex-wife Miranda, the woman who left me 3 years ago for a guy whose entire personality is protein powder. That's the one, Lucas confirmed. And I could hear the barely suppressed amusement in his voice. And wait, it gets better. She's suing you for fraud, undue influence, and elder exploitation. What? I actually shouted that, and my neighbor banged on the wall again. I lowered my voice to an aggressive whisper. For what? Fraud? What could I have possibly defrauded her of her Netflix password? Because she changed that when she left, so that ship has sailed. Lucas was definitely laughing now. She and Mr. Trent Davis are claiming that you manipulated your grandfather, Henry Whitmore, into leaving you his entire estate. They're alleging that you isolated him from his family, took advantage of his advanced age, and supposedly declining mental faculties, and essentially conned an elderly man out of $30 million. I sat there in stunned silence for a solid 15 seconds. Then I started laughing. Not a normal laugh, a hysterical, borderline unhinged laugh that probably confirmed to my neighbors that I'd finally lost it. Let me get this straight, I said when I could finally breathe again. Miranda, who never met my grandfather, who refused to attend a single family dinner in 5 years of marriage, who couldn't even be bothered to send a sympathy card when he died, is now claiming that I isolated him from his family. That appears to be the crux of their argument. Yes. His family. What family? Grandpa hadn't spoken to anyone except me since like 2001 because everyone else bored him to tears. His own son, my dad, moved to Arizona and calls once a year on Christmas. His brother died in 1998. Who exactly am I supposed to have isolated him from? The mailman. I'm just reading what the complaint says. Marcus and Trent. Trent is involved in this. The guy who thinks his state is a type of car is filing a lawsuit about a state law. He's listed as a co-plaintiff. Apparently, they're engaged now. So, he's claiming some kind of honestly, I'm not even sure what he's claiming. The legal argument is pretty thin. Actually, calling it thin is generous. It's basically transparent. I pinched the bridge of my nose trying to process this absolute insanity. When did she file this? It's dated 3 days ago. I got served this morning. 3 days ago, I repeated slowly. Lucas, 3 days ago, Miranda posted on Instagram about new beginnings with the love of my life. I know because my cousin sent me a screenshot with like 15 laughing emojis. She posted a picture of her and Trent on a boat with champagne with some caption about manifestation and living her best life. So, she filed a lawsuit claiming emotional damages and family trauma. The same week she posted vacation photos. Lucas said dryly, That's certainly a choice. That's not a choice. That's evidence of a complete break from reality. I stood up, started pacing my tiny apartment, which took approximately 4 steps in any direction. How did she even find out about the inheritance? Public records? Probably. Estate filings are publicly accessible, and your grandfather's passing made the papers. Once his will went through probate, anyone could look it up if they knew where to look. So, she went digging. Appears that way. I laughed again, but this time it was the cold kind. The kind that comes when you realize someone you used to love has turned into someone you don't even recognize. She left me when I had nothing. Literally nothing. She walked out with a sticky note. Lucas, a sticky note that said, "You're a good man, but I need passion." Now, suddenly, she finds out I inherited money. And she's what? Crawling back, filing lawsuits. What's her endgame here? Best guess, she either wants a settlement to go away quietly, or she actually thinks she can convince a judge that she's entitled to a portion of your inheritance. Based on what legal principle, though, I regret my life choices clause. I've seen people try to win cases on less, Lucas admitted. But Marcus, between you and me, this is a garbage lawsuit. It's going to get tossed. She has no standing, no evidence. And from what you've told me about your relationship with your grandfather, she has absolutely no case whatsoever. So why is she doing this? Because people get weird about money, especially large amounts of money, and especially when they feel like they somehow deserve it. I thought about that for a moment about Miranda sitting in whatever overpriced apartment she and Trent were renting, scrolling through public records, seeing those numbers, doing the math, realizing that if she'd stuck around just a little bit longer, if she'd faked interest in my family for just a few more years, she could have been sitting on millions instead of splitting rent with a guy whose career peaked at fitness boot camp instructor. When's the first hearing? I asked. 2 weeks. Wednesday morning, 9 a.m. Judge Harold Reynolds presiding. Reynolds? I know that name. Wasn't he friends with Grandpa? Colleagues? Yes. They served on the bench together back in the 90s. I already checked. He doesn't have to recuse himself since he's not personally involved in the estate, but he definitely knew your grandfather professionally. A slow smile spread across my face. So Miranda is going to stand in front of a judge who actually knew Henry Whitmore and try to claim that I manipulated him. That does appear to be her strategy. Yes, Lucas. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I once watched Trent try to open a door that clearly said pull for a full minute. Lucas laughed. I'm not worried about the case, Marcus. It's frivolous, and any competent judge will see that immediately. I just wanted to give you a heads up that this is happening and to prepare yourself for seeing her in court. Oh, I'm prepared, I said, and I meant it. Trust me, I'm very prepared. After I hung up, I sat back down on my couch and finished my lo mein, which had gone cold, but I ate it anyway because wasting food is a sin. And also, I was too distracted to care. I thought about Miranda and Trent, probably celebrating right now, probably convinced they'd found some brilliant loophole, some way to cash in on my good fortune. What they didn't know, what they couldn't possibly know was that Grandpa Henry had prepared me for exactly this kind of situation. He'd warned me about people who only show up when there's something in it for them. He'd taught me to document everything, to keep records, to never assume that people wouldn't surprise you with their greed. I walked over to my closet and pulled out a box I'd been keeping since the divorce. Inside were 3 years' worth of receipts, text messages I'd backed up, emails, calendar entries. Every time Miranda had canceled on a family dinner. Every excuse she'd made. Every time she'd asked Grandpa for money and then ghosted him when he said no. Every screenshot of every social media post she'd made while claiming to be too overwhelmed to meet my family. Grandpa had told me, keep receipts on everyone who betrays you. Well, Miranda, I thought, setting the box on my kitchen counter. I kept every single one. 2 weeks suddenly felt very, very far away. Alright, so before we get to the absolute massacre that was about to happen in that courtroom, I need to give you the full backstory on my marriage to Miranda because you can't truly appreciate the poetic justice of what's coming without understanding just how spectacularly she played herself. And trust me, this woman wrote, directed, and starred in her own downfall, and she doesn't even know the final act yet. I met Miranda Coleman 7 years ago at a coffee shop in Rittenhouse Square back when I was still trying to convince myself that my computer repair business was going to take off any day now. Spoiler alert, it did not take off. In fact, it crashed and burned so hard I'm pretty sure the wreckage is still smoking somewhere. But anyway, I was sitting there with my laptop trying to figure out why Mrs. Henderson's desktop kept blue screening when this absolutely gorgeous woman sat down at the table next to me and ordered something complicated involving oat milk and 3 different syrups. She had that look, you know, The one where everything about her screamed I'm low maintenance, but you could tell she spent 2 hours getting ready. The messy bun that took 15 minutes to perfect. Then natural makeup that required 12 products. The yoga pants that cost more than my rent. But she smiled at me, commented on my vintage Phillies t-shirt. And somehow we ended up talking for 3 hours about absolutely nothing important. I love that you're so passionate about helping people with their technology problems, she'd said, tilting her head in that way that probably worked on every guy she'd ever met. It's so humble. You have such a beautiful, grounded spirit. Humble. Grounded. Looking back, those were red flags bigger than the ones they fly at the beach when there's a hurricane coming. But I was 27 and stupid and she was paying attention to me. So I ignored every single warning sign my brain tried to send. Translation of what she actually meant. I think you're a broke loser who will be easy to control and won't question me when I max out your credit cards. We dated for 6 months before I proposed because apparently I was speedrunning bad decisions that year. The wedding was small. My family, her family, a few friends, and about 40 people on her side that I'd never met and would never see again. Grandpa Henry came, wore his best suit, shook my hand, and pulled me aside before the ceremony. Son, he said quietly. Are you absolutely sure about this? Of course, I'd said confused. I love her, Grandpa. He'd looked at me for a long moment, and I could see him choosing his words carefully. Love is important, but pay attention to how someone treats people who can't do anything for them. That tells you who they really are. I'd laughed it off, told him he was being overprotective, promised him he'd love Miranda once he got to know her better. He just nodded, kissed me on the forehead like he used to when I was a kid, and said, I hope you're right. Narrator voice, I was not right. The first year of marriage was fine, or at least I thought it was fine, which in retrospect means it definitely wasn't fine, and I was just oblivious. Miranda worked as a social media consultant, which as far as I could tell meant she took selfies and called it market research. I was still doing computer repair and had just picked up some maintenance work on the side to make ends meet because surprise, fixing computers for old people who keep clicking on email scams doesn't actually pay very well. But Miranda had expensive taste. Designer purses, premium gym memberships, monthly spa appointments, a skincare routine that required more products than a CVS checkout line. And somehow, despite her consulting business, I was the one paying for all of it. Babe, I need this moisturizer, she'd say, holding up a tiny jar that cost $140. It's an investment in my skin health. That's like a week of groceries, I'd point out. Don't be cheap, Marcus. Self-care isn't selfish, right? Self-care. That's what we were calling burning through my paycheck before the bills were paid. Every Sunday, I'd go to Grandpa's house for dinner. It was our thing. Had been since I was a teenager. We'd play chess, argue about politics, watch whatever game was on, just hang out. And every Sunday, I'd invite Miranda. I can't this week, babe. I have a headache. I promised Chloe I'd help her with something. I'm so stressed with work. I just need to decompress. Your grandfather is kind of intimidating, you know. I just need more time. Excuse after excuse after excuse. For 5 years, she came to maybe 3 Sunday dinners total, and 2 of those were Christmas and Thanksgiving when she basically had no choice. She never called him, never asked about him, acted like my family was some kind of inconvenient obligation that interfered with her real life. Meanwhile, she expected me to attend every single one of her family events. Her mom's birthday, her dad's retirement party, her cousin's baby shower, her aunt's book club. I showed up to all of them, smiled, made small talk, pretended I enjoyed listening to her mother explain for the 15th time how Miranda could have been a model if she'd wanted to. Year 3 was when Trent entered the picture, though I didn't know it at the time. Miranda suddenly needed a gym membership to the fanciest fitness center in Philadelphia, the kind where they have eucalyptus-scented towels and water with cucumber slices. She started going every morning at 6 a.m., which should have been my first clue because Miranda had never voluntarily woken up before 9 in her entire life. I'm just really getting into fitness, she'd say, wearing matching workout sets that cost more than my car payment. It's important to prioritize health. She started talking about this amazing trainer who was really helping her reach her goals. Trent this, Trent that. Trent says high-intensity intervals are the key to metabolic health. Trent recommended this protein powder. Trent thinks I should try hot yoga. I'm not an idiot. I mean, clearly I was a bit of an idiot or I would have seen this coming. But even I started to notice that she was spending more time talking about her trainer than she was talking to me. She'd come home from the gym all energized and glowing, then barely acknowledge me for the rest of the day. Maybe you should work out with us sometime, she suggested once, which was hilarious because I was working 60-hour weeks fixing air conditioners and hauling equipment upstairs. I was getting plenty of exercise. Thanks. I'm good, I'd said. But maybe you could skip one session and come to Grandpa's for dinner this week. He's been asking about you. She'd rolled her eyes. Practice for the Olympic level performance she'd given the courtroom 3 years later and said, "Marcus, your grandfather barely knows I exist. Stop trying to guilt trip me." That stung, mainly because it was partially true. Grandpa barely knew she existed because she'd never given him the chance to know her. Year 4 was when things really started falling apart. Miranda's consulting business somehow required more and more funding, but produced fewer and fewer results. She needed a new laptop, a ring light, a professional camera, editing software, a website, business cards made from recycled bamboo, or some nonsense. I was paying for everything, working 2 jobs, exhausted all the time, while she posted Instagram stories about building her empire and manifesting abundance. Meanwhile, my relationship with Grandpa was the only thing keeping me sane. Every Sunday, without fail, I'd show up. Sometimes I'd be so tired I could barely keep my eyes open, but I'd go anyway because that's what you do for people you love. We'd play chess. He won probably 70% of the time. And he'd ask me how I was really doing. Not the polite version, but the truth. Marriage is hard. I'd admit sometimes, but we're working on it. He'd nod, move his knight, and say something like, "Son, you can't work on a marriage alone. Takes 2 people showing up." I'd deflect, make excuses, change the subject, but he was right. He was always right. Year 5, Miranda's best friend, Chloe, let something slip at a barbecue. We were all a few drinks in, and she made a comment about how it must be nice that Miranda's finally found someone who matches her energy. "What do you mean?" I'd asked. Chloe's face had gone white. "Oh, I just meant, with her fitness journey and everything." But I knew in that moment, I absolutely knew. All those early morning gym sessions, all that talk about Trent, all the time she'd come home late because she lost track of time doing cardio. It wasn't cardio. Well, technically maybe it was, but not the kind that happens on a treadmill. I didn't confront her right away. I watched, paid attention, noticed things I'd been ignoring. The way she hit her phone screen, the way she'd smile at texts and then quickly delete them. The new lingerie that I never saw her wear around me. The excuses about being tired whenever I tried to initiate anything physical. One morning, I woke up to find a sticky note on the bathroom mirror. Not even a real conversation, not even the decency of a face-to-face breakup, just a yellow post. It note stuck next to the toothpaste holder. "Marcus, you're a good man, but I need passion. I need someone who understands me on a deeper level. I'm moving out today while you're at work. I hope you find happiness." That was it. 5 years of marriage summarized in 4 sentences on a 3-inch square of paper. No explanation, no apology, nothing about the 5 years I'd supported her dreams while mine died on the vine. Nothing about the credit card debt she'd left me with. Nothing about the fact that she'd been cheating on me for at least a year. I called Grandpa. Didn't even say hello. Just she left. "I'm sorry, son," he said quietly. "Come over. Bring whatever you need." I stayed with him for 2 months while I got myself together, found a new apartment, started rebuilding my life. He never said, "I told you so." Never lectured me. Just let me heal. And told me the same thing over and over. Don't chase people who run towards stupidity. Best advice I ever got. And now, 3 years later, here we were. Miranda had chosen Trent, chosen his abs over my reliability, chosen passion over partnership. And I'd chosen to move forward, to keep showing up for the people who mattered, to maintain my integrity even when it would have been easier to become bitter. The universe was about to reward one of those choices and punish the other. Karma, as it turns out, has perfect timing. So, there we were back in courtroom 3B, and let me tell you, the energy in that room was absolutely electric. You know that feeling you get right before something spectacular is about to happen. Like when you're watching a cooking competition and someone's soulé is clearly about to collapse. Or when you see someone confidently walking toward a glass door they think is open. That beautiful moment of anticipation before disaster strikes. Yeah, that's exactly what this felt like. Except I was the only one who knew the disaster was coming. Miranda and Trent sat at the plaintiff's table looking like they'd just won the lottery and were waiting for someone to hand them the oversized check. Miranda had gone full power woman with her outfit, a navy pantsuit that probably cost more than my monthly rent, hair blown out to perfection, makeup applied with the precision of someone who'd watched approximately 400 YouTube tutorials. She looked like she was about to give a TED talk on manifesting success through positive vibrations or whatever nonsense she was into these days. Trent, bless his heart, was wearing a suit that fit him about as well as I'd fit into a pair of skinny jeans. The shoulders were too tight, the pants were too short, and he kept tugging at his collar like it was personally attacking him. His hair was gelled within an inch of its life, giving him that wet look that guys think makes them look sophisticated, but actually makes them look like they just emerged from a swimming pool. He was also wearing cologne. I could smell it from across the room. Some aggressive scent that probably had a name like Alpha Predator or Extreme Masculine Force. Their lawyer, Richard Pike, was exactly what you'd picture when you think of a sleazy attorney who advertises on bus benches. Mid-50s spray tan that was just a shade too orange, teeth so white they were practically glowing, in a suit that screamed I peaked in 1997 and I'm still coasting on that energy. He had one of those faces that's permanently set to smug, like he was constantly thinking about how clever he was even when he absolutely wasn't. Lucas leaned over to me as we watched Pike dramatically arrange his papers on the table, making a big show of everything like he was preparing to argue in front of the Supreme Court instead of a routine family court hearing. $20 says he opens with a quote, Lucas whispered. No bet, I whispered back. Guys like that always open with a quote. Probably something about justice or truth that he found on brainyquote.com. Judge Reynolds entered and we all stood. He settled into his chair, adjusted his glasses, and surveyed the courtroom with the expression of a man who'd seen every possible variation of human stupidity and was perpetually unimpressed by all of it. His eyes lingered on me for just a moment, and I swear I saw the tiniest hint of recognition. He'd known Grandpa. He knew what kind of man Henry Whitmore was. This was already not going to go well for Miranda, and she had absolutely no idea. Be seated, Judge Reynolds said. Let's begin. Mr. Pike, I understand you're representing the plaintiffs. Pike stood up so fast I'm surprised he didn't give himself whiplash. He buttoned his jacket, which didn't need buttoning, straightened his tie, which didn't need straightening, and cleared his throat with the kind of dramatic flair usually reserved for Shakespeare in the Park. Yes, Your Honor, I am. And if I may, I'd like to begin by reminding this courtroom that we are here today because justice, as the great Martin Luther King Jr. once said as I leaned over to Lucas, called it what love looks like in public, and my clients, Your Honor, have been denied justice. They have been victimized by a calculated manipulative scheme designed to exploit an elderly man in his most vulnerable moments. I had to physically bite my tongue to keep from laughing. Grandpa Henry vulnerable. The man had literally negotiated a real estate deal from his hospital bed during that pneumonia scare. He'd once made a lawyer cry during a deposition just by raising one eyebrow. Calling him vulnerable was like calling a great white shark cuddly. Pike was on a roll now, pacing in front of the judge's bench like he was performing for an invisible audience. Your Honor, my client, Miss Miranda Coleman, was married to the defendant for 5 years. 5 years of devotion, of partnership, of building a life together. And during that time, the defendant systematically isolated his grandfather from his family, from his loved ones, from anyone who might question his growing influence over the elderly man's affairs. Judge Reynolds was writing something down, his expression completely neutral. I couldn't tell if he was taking actual notes or just doodling to maintain his sanity. The defendant, Pike continued, and I noticed he was very carefully not using my name. Probably some lawyer trick to dehumanize me. Used his position as the primary caregiver. Objection, Lucas said calmly, not even standing up. Mr. Whitmore was never his grandfather's primary caregiver. Henry Whitmore lived independently in his own home with occasional assistance from a part-time housekeeper until 2 weeks before his death. Sustained, Judge Reynolds said, Mr. Pike, stick to facts that are actually in evidence. Pike's jaw tightened, but he recovered quickly. Very well. The defendant maintained an unusually close relationship with his grandfather, visiting him weekly. Weekly visits with a family member are unusual. Judge Reynolds interrupted, looking up from his notes. I must have missed that memo. A few people in the gallery, mostly court staff and a couple of lawyers waiting for other cases, snickered. Pike's face was turning red, which clashed spectacularly with his orange spray tan, creating a color palette that can only be described as Halloween nightmare. What I mean, Your Honor, is that the defendant leveraged this relationship to gain undue influence over his grandfather's estate planning. He deliberately excluded Ms. Coleman from family gatherings, prevented her from forming a relationship with Mr. Henry Whitmore, and ultimately manipulated the elderly man into leaving him the entire $30 million estate. Objection, Lucas said, this time standing up. Your Honor, the plaintiff was never excluded from anything. In fact, Mr. Marcus Whitmore has documentation showing repeated invitations to family dinners, all of which the plaintiff declined. We'll get to evidence in due course, Judge Reynolds said. Mr. Pike, do you have anything else for your opening statement, or are we done with the theatrical portion of the morning? I love this judge already. Pike, clearly flustered that his dramatic performance wasn't having the desired effect, wrapped up quickly. Your Honor, we will prove that the defendant is not entitled to this inheritance, that it was obtained through fraud and manipulation, and that my clients deserve compensation for the emotional and financial damages they have suffered. He sat down and Miranda reached over to squeeze his arm, giving him an encouraging smile like he'd just delivered the Gettysburg Address instead of a barely coherent conspiracy theory. Then it was Miranda's turn to testify. And oh boy, this was where things got really entertaining. She took the stand wearing an expression of practiced sadness, the kind you see in those pharmaceutical commercials where they're trying to sell you antidepressants. She placed her hand on the Bible, swore to tell the truth. Irony was working overtime today and settled into the witness chair like she was preparing for a magazine interview about overcoming adversity. Pike started with softball questions. How long were you married? 5 years. Did you love the defendant? Very much. How would you describe your relationship with his family? I tried so hard to be part of his family, but Marcus, he made it very difficult. I nearly choked. Lucas put a hand on my arm, a silent reminder to stay calm and let them dig their own grave. Can you elaborate on that? Pike asked, his voice dripping with fake sympathy. Miranda took a deep breath. And I swear to God, she actually managed to make her eyes well up. Or had she learned to cry on command? Was there a class, a YouTube tutorial? Marcus was very protective of his grandfather, almost possessive. Whenever I suggested visiting him, Marcus would make excuses. He said his grandfather was tired or busy or not feeling well. He made me feel like I wasn't welcome. This was amazing. She was literally rewriting history in real time and she was doing it under oath. And how did this make you feel? Pike asked. Because apparently we were in therapy now instead of a courtroom. Excluded. Hurt. Like I wasn't good enough to be part of his family. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Oscar worthy. Honestly, I just wanted to know his grandfather. I wanted to be a good granddaughter-in-law. But Marcus kept me at a distance. And do you believe this was intentional? I do. Now looking back, I realize he was isolating his grandfather so that he could manipulate him without anyone questioning it. He turned Henry against me against everyone. So that when it came time to write the will, there was no one left to inherit except Marcus. The way she said Grandpa's first name like they'd been close, like she had any right to use it familiarly made my blood boil. She'd never earned that right. She'd never even tried. Pike nodded solemnly. And during your marriage, did the defendant ever discuss his grandfather's finances with you? All the time. He was obsessed with the idea that his grandfather was wealthy. He'd talk about the properties, the investments, what everything might be worth someday. It was uncomfortable, honestly, like he was waiting for his grandfather to die. I felt Lucas tense beside me. That was a dangerous accusation, the kind that could actually do damage if a jury believed it. But this wasn't a jury trial. It was just Judge Reynolds, and he was watching Miranda with the expression of someone listening to a sales pitch for a timeshare. No further questions, Pike said, sitting down with a satisfied smile. Now came the fun part. Lucas stood up, took his time walking to the podium, and smiled pleasantly at Miranda. She smiled back, probably thinking she'd nailed her performance, and this was just a formality. Miss Coleman, Lucas began, his voice friendly and conversational. You testified that you wanted to visit Mr. Henry Whitmore, but that my client prevented you from doing so. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. And you said this happened frequently throughout your 5-year marriage. Yes. Lucas nodded like this was all making perfect sense. So just to be clear, you're saying that you actively wanted to spend time with your husband's elderly grandfather to build a relationship with him, but you were prevented from doing so. Exactly. Interesting. Lucas picked up a piece of paper from his table. Your Honor, I'd like to submit Exhibit A into evidence. This was it. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Lucas stood there holding Exhibit A like it was the Holy Grail, and I could see Miranda's confidence starting to crack just a little bit around the edges. Her smile was still plastered on, but there was something in her eyes now, a tiny flicker of uncertainty, like she was suddenly remembering that actions have consequences and lies have receipts. Miss Coleman. Lucas continued in that same pleasant conversational tone that somehow made everything he said sound more devastating. Before we get to this exhibit, I just want to clarify something. You said you've been with Mr. Trent Davis since your fitness boot camp. When exactly did you start attending that boot camp? Miranda blinked, clearly not expecting that question. I'm not sure of the exact date. Let me help you remember. According to your own Instagram posts, which are public, by the way, you posted your first photo at Elite Fitness Philadelphia on March 15, 4 years ago. Does that sound right? I suppose so. Yes. And you filed for divorce from my client on July 22, 3 years ago. Correct? Yes. So, That's roughly 16 months between when you met Mr. Davis and when you left my client. Does that timeline sound accurate? You could see the math happening behind her eyes. See her trying to figure out where this was going and how bad it was going to be. I guess so, but I don't see what that has to. We'll get there, Lucas said smoothly. Now, you testified that you wanted to visit Mr. Henry Whitmore, but my client prevented you. I'm holding here a copy of text message exchanges between you and Mr. Marcus Whitmore. These are from your phone records which we were able to subpoena. May I approach Your Honor? Judge Reynolds nodded and Lucas handed copies to the judge to Pike and kept one for himself. I watched Miranda's face go from tan to pale in about 3 seconds flat. She knew what was in those texts. She knew exactly what was coming. Let me read a few of these aloud if I may. Lucas said, this is from September 10th, 6 years ago. My client texts you. Grandpa asked if you wanted to come to dinner Sunday. Says he makes the best lasagna in Philadelphia and wants to prove it to you. Your response, can't babe getting my hair done. Tell him rain check. Miranda shifted in her seat. I was busy that day. Oh, we have more. Lucas interrupted cheerfully. October 3rd, same year. My client. Grandpa's birthday dinner this Sunday at 6. Would mean a lot if you came. Your response? Birthday dinners are so boring. Can we just send a card? A few people in the gallery gasped. Even Trent looked uncomfortable, which was impressive because I didn't think he had the emotional range to feel secondhand embarrassment. Lucas flipped a page. November 20th. My client, Thanksgiving at Grandpa's. He's really looking forward to meeting you. Your response? Do we have to? I already committed to my family's thing. Those texts are out of context, Miranda said, her voice rising slightly. You can't just context. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Let's talk about context, then. Your Honor, I have here a complete record of every invitation my client extended to Miss Coleman over their 5-year marriage. In total, he invited her to 53 Sunday dinners, 7 holidays for birthdays, and 1 hospital visit when Mr. Whitmore had pneumonia. She attended 3 Sunday dinners, 2 of which were mandatory holidays, and 0 of everything else. Judge Reynolds was reading through the text messages, and his expression had gone from neutral to something resembling barely controlled annoyance. Miss Coleman, these messages appear to directly contradict your earlier testimony. I can explain, Miranda started. But Lucas wasn't done. Actually, Your Honor, it gets better or worse, depending on your perspective. May I present Exhibit B? Oh man, this was the good stuff. Lucas pulled out a stack of printouts that looked like they'd come from social media, and I knew exactly what they were because I'd helped him compile them. Every single Instagram post, Facebook check-in, and Twitter update Miranda had made during times when she'd claimed to be too busy or too tired to visit Grandpa. This is from the same day as that September 10th text, Lucas said, holding up a printout. The day Miss Coleman said she couldn't come to dinner because she was getting her hair done. Here's her Instagram post from that evening. Girls' night at Coda. Best cocktails in the city. Complete with a photo of her at a bar with 6 friends. Timestamp 7:45 p.m. Miranda's lawyer jumped up. Objection. This social media stalking? It's publicly available information, Lucas said calmly. Miss Coleman chose to post these photos publicly. I'm simply providing evidence that contradicts her testimony. Overruled, Judge Reynolds said. And he actually sounded interested now. Continue, Mr. Shaw. Lucas went through post after post, each one more damning than the last. The time she said she had a migraine, but posted pictures from a wine tasting. The time she claimed to be working on a major project, but checked into a spa for a full day of treatments. The Thanksgiving she skipped because of her family's thing that turned out to be a weekend trip to Miami with Trent. Yeah, that one raised some eyebrows. And here's my personal favorite, Lucas said, holding up another printout. This is from April 12, 2 years ago. My client invited Ms. Coleman to the hospital because his grandfather had pneumonia and the doctors weren't sure he'd make it through the night. Her response, and I quote, "That's really sad, but I can't handle hospital vibes right now. Send him my love." The courtroom was dead silent. Even the stenographer had stopped typing and was just staring at Miranda with open disgust. That same night, Lucas continued, Miss Coleman posted this photo to Instagram, "Date night with my king," featuring her and Mr. Davis at an expensive steakhouse. My client was at the hospital holding his grandfather's hand, thinking he might die, and Miss Coleman was taking selfies with her personal trainer. That's enough, Pike shouted, standing up so fast his chair rolled backward. Your Honor, this is character assassination. None of this is relevant, too. It's extremely relevant. Lucas shot back. The plaintiff claims she was excluded from the family and prevented from forming a relationship with Mr. Whitmore. I'm proving that she actively chose not to participate repeatedly and consistently for years. You can't claim someone isolated you from a relationship you never wanted in the first place. Judge Reynolds held up a hand. Mr. Pike, sit down. The objection is overruled. Mr. Shaw, proceed. Miranda was crying now, but these weren't the pretty controlled tears from earlier. These were real tears, mascara running, face crumpling tears of someone who'd just realized they'd been caught in a massive lie under oath. Lucas walked back to our table, picked up another folder, and returned to the podium. Now, Miss Coleman, let's talk about your relationship with Mr. Trent Davis. You testified that you've known him for 4 years, correct? Yes, she whispered. And when did your romantic relationship with him begin? After my divorce. After. Are you sure about that? Silence. Because I have here screenshots from a backup Instagram account you maintained under the username FitQueenAdventures. Private account. Only 47 followers. But one of those followers was your friend Chloe, who was very cooperative when we explained this was for a legal proceeding. Miranda looked like she was going to throw up. Trent had gone completely white. His spray tea the only thing giving him any color. Lucas held up printout after printout. Miranda and Trent at the gym kissing in the parking lot. Dated 8 months before the divorce. Miranda and Trent at a hotel captioned weekend getaway with my person dated 6 months before the divorce. Miranda and Trent at the beach. Clearly couple. Why? Dated 4 months before the divorce. So, let me ask you again, Miss Coleman, and remember you're under oath, Lucas said quietly. When did your romantic relationship with Mr. Davis begin? She couldn't speak. She literally couldn't form words. Her mouth opened and closed like a fish gasping for air. Your Honor, Lucas said. I think the evidence speaks for itself. The plaintiff committed perjury when she claimed to want a relationship with Mr. Whitmore. She committed perjury when she claimed my client isolated her. And she just committed perjury when she claimed her relationship with Mr. Davis began after the divorce. Everything about this case is based on lies. I have more, Lucas said. And I loved how calm he sounded, like he was ordering coffee instead of systematically destroying someone's credibility. Miss Coleman, do you remember asking Mr. Henry Whitmore for money? I never, Miranda started. Exhibit C, Lucas said, holding up more papers. Text messages between Ms. Coleman and Mr. Henry Whitmore. The phone number is confirmed to be his. These messages show Ms. Coleman reaching out to Mr. Whitmore directly, bypassing my client entirely on 6 separate occasions. Let me read one. Hi, Henry. Marcus talks about you all the time. I'm starting a skincare line and looking for investors. Would love to chat about opportunities. Judge Reynolds looked up sharply. She contacted him directly asking for money. Multiple times, Your Honor. And each time Mr. Whitmore politely declined, and each time she stopped responding to his messages. He invited her to lunch 3 times after these exchanges. She never responded. He invited her to Christmas dinner. No response. The only time Miss Coleman showed any interest in communicating with Mr. Whitmore was when she wanted financial backing. This is absurd. Pike finally found his voice. These messages could be there authenticated, Lucas said flatly. Phone records, timestamps, metadata, everything. Would you like me to call in a digital forensics expert to testify? Because I brought one and he's waiting outside. Pike sat down defeated. Lucas turned back to Miranda. So, just to summarize, you never wanted a relationship with Mr. Whitmore. You repeatedly declined invitations. You were cheating on my client for at least a year before the divorce. You only contacted Mr. Whitmore when you wanted money, and you're now claiming you deserve part of an inheritance from a man you couldn't be bothered to visit, even once when he was dying. Is that accurate? Miranda was full-on sobbing now. We needed. It's not fair that Marcus gets everything. Life isn't fair, Miss Coleman. Judge Reynolds said coldly. But the law is, and the law says you have no claim to this estate. The judge looked at Pike with an expression that could freeze hell. Counselor, is there anything else, or are we done wasting the court's time? Pike stood up weakly. No, Your Honor. Good, because I have some things to say. After watching Lucas absolutely demolish Miranda's entire case with the legal equivalent of a tactical nuke, Judge Reynolds called a 15-minute recess. I think he needed time to compose himself and figure out how to professionally express what probably translated to, "Are you freaking kidding me with this nonsense?" Improper legal language. Miranda practically ran out of the courtroom, Trent following behind her like a confused golden retriever who just realized his owner was actually terrible. Pike gathered his papers with the energy of a man contemplating early retirement and perhaps a career change to something less soul-crushing, like being a DMV employee or a phone company customer service representative. Lucas and I stayed seated. He was making notes, completely calm, while I was trying to process the fact that I just watched my ex-wife commit perjury multiple times and then get caught in spectacular fashion. "That went well," Lucas said without looking up from his legal pad. "That was beautiful," I replied. "I mean, I knew we had the evidence, but watching you actually use it, that was like watching a master chef work, except instead of food, you were serving justice with a side of humiliation." "Wait until you testify," Lucas said. "That's when we really drive it home." When we reconvened, the energy in the courtroom had completely shifted. Miranda looked like she'd been crying in the bathroom. Her makeup was smudged, her eyes were red, and she'd lost that artificial confidence she'd walked in with. Trent looked like he was seriously reconsidering his life choices, which, to be fair, he should have been doing for the past 4 years. Pike looked like he wanted to be literally anywhere else on the planet. Judge Reynolds settled back into his seat and looked directly at Lucas. "Mr. Shaw, does the defense wish to call any witnesses?" "Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Marcus Whitmore." This was it. My moment to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, which was going to be way more satisfying than I'd imagined. I stood up, walked to the witness stand, placed my hand on the Bible, and swore the oath. The same oath Miranda had sworn about 30 minutes ago before lying her face off. The difference was I actually meant it. Lucas started with the basics. "Mr. Whitmore, can you tell the court about your relationship with your grandfather, Henry Whitmore?" I took a deep breath and looked directly at Judge Reynolds. Not at Miranda, not at her lawyer, just at the judge who'd known Grandpa and would understand what I was about to say. "My grandfather raised me," I began. "My parents got divorced when I was 12, and neither of them really had their act together enough to be full-time parents. Dad moved to Arizona. Mom was dealing with her own stuff, and Grandpa just stepped up. He didn't have to. He was already in his 60s, already retired, could have been playing golf or traveling or doing whatever retired judges do, but he took me in, made sure I did my homework, taught me how to be a decent human being." "And did that relationship continue into your adulthood?" Lucas asked. "Every single week, Sunday dinners were our thing. We'd play chess. He beat me probably 70% of the time, even when he was 86. We'd watch whatever game was on. We talk about everything from politics to philosophy to why the Phillies can never seem to get their act together. He was my best friend, honestly. The one person I could always count on to tell me the truth, even when I didn't want to hear it." "And did you invite your ex-wife, Miss Coleman, to these dinners?" "Every single time for 5 years, I invited her. Every Sunday, I'd say, 'Grandpa wants us to come over.' And she'd have an excuse. She was tired. She had plans. She had a headache. She had to work on her business. After the first year, Grandpa stopped asking if she was coming. He'd just set 2 places at the table instead of 3. Did that bother him?" I paused, remembering. He never said it out loud. "But yeah, I think it did. Grandpa was old school. Family was everything to him. The fact that my wife didn't care enough to show up, didn't care enough to even try to know him, I think that hurt. But he never complained. He just accepted it and moved on." Lucas nodded. "Now, Miss Coleman testified that you prevented her from visiting your grandfather. Is that true?" "No, that's a complete lie. I begged her to come. I told her how much it would mean to him, how much it would mean to me. She just didn't care. And honestly, after a while, I stopped pushing because I realized Grandpa deserved better than someone who was only showing up because she felt obligated." "Did you ever discuss your grandfather's wealth with Miss Coleman?" This was important and I wanted to get it right. "Never in the way she described. Yeah, I knew Grandpa had money. He owned properties. He'd been successful. It wasn't a secret. But I never sat around calculating what I might inherit someday. That's disgusting. The thought never even crossed my mind because I wasn't spending time with him for his money. I was spending time with him because I loved him." I saw Miranda look down at her hands. "Good. She should feel ashamed." "When did you learn about the full extent of your grandfather's estate?" Lucas asked. "At the reading of his will about 3 hours after his funeral. I thought I was going to get his chest set, maybe his watch. When the lawyer told me I was inheriting $30 million, I literally thought it was a mistake. I asked him to repeat it 3 times because I couldn't process it." "And what was your reaction?" I smiled, remembering that surreal moment in Bernie's office. "Honestly, after the shock wore off, I laughed because 3 months earlier, Miranda had left me thinking I was a broke maintenance worker with no prospects. She left me for a guy with abs and no ambition because she thought that was a better bet. And then Grandpa left me everything, and I realized the universe has a sense of humor after all." A few people in the gallery chuckled. Even Judge Reynolds cracked a tiny smile. Did your grandfather have any relationship with Miss Coleman? Lucas asked. He tried. After the text messages, she sent him asking for money, which, by the way, I didn't know about until we pulled phone records for this case. He invited her to lunch 3 separate times. She never responded. He invited her to Christmas dinner 2 years in a row. Nothing. The only time she reached out to him was when she wanted him to invest in her skincare line, which I'm pretty sure never actually existed beyond some Pinterest boards and wishful thinking. And how did he feel about that? He told me, "Son, people who only call when they need something aren't family, they're salespeople." He wasn't angry about it, just disappointed. He'd seen enough people in his life try to use him that it didn't surprise him anymore. But I know it hurt him that my wife, the person I'd chosen to build a life with, couldn't even pretend to care about him unless there was money involved. Lucas walked back to his table and picked up a folder I recognized. This was the good stuff. The evidence that was going to seal this case shut tighter than a pickle jar. "Mr. Whitmore, did your grandfather leave any instructions regarding his estate and his reasoning for his choices?" "He left a letter for me to read after he died." "And what did that letter say?" I pulled out the copy I'd been carrying in my jacket pocket, the one I'd read probably 50 times since that day in Bernie's office. My hands shook slightly as I unfolded it. He wrote, "You earned this inheritance not by being born into the family, not by sucking up to me, not by showing up at the end with flowers and fake tears. You earned it by having backbone. You showed up every Sunday for 20 years, even when you had better things to do. You called me every Wednesday evening, even when I know you were exhausted from work. You sat with me in the hospital during that pneumonia scare 3 years ago, and you never once asked about my will or my money. You came because you cared, and that's rarer than you think." My voice cracked a little, but I kept reading. "Everyone else in this family sees me as a bank account with a pulse. You saw me as Henry. That's worth more than all the money I made in my entire life. So, here's your inheritance. Everything I built, everything I saved, everything I invested. Use it wisely. Use it well. And remember who showed up when everyone else left." The courtroom was completely silent. I looked up and saw that even the stenographer had tears in her eyes. "That's the kind of man my grandfather was," I said. "He didn't leave me his money because I manipulated him or because I isolated him. He left it to me because I loved him, because I showed up. Because when he was sick and dying, I was the one holding his hand, not out there posting Instagram stories about living my best life." I looked directly at Miranda for the first time since I'd taken the stand. She was crying again, but this time I didn't feel sorry for her. Not even a little bit. She had 5 years to know him. I said 5 years to be part of our family. 5 years to show up for Sunday dinner or call him on his birthday or just ask how he was doing. She chose not to. And now she's mad that she doesn't get to cash in on a relationship she never wanted in the first place. That's not how inheritance works. That's not how family works. That's not how anything works. Lucas let that hang in the air for a moment before asking his final question. "If you could say anything to your grandfather now, what would it be?" I smiled, thinking about all those Sunday dinners, all those chess games, all those conversations. I'd say, "Thank you. Thank you for teaching me that integrity matters more than money. Thank you for showing me what real family looks like. Thank you for loving me even when I made stupid decisions like marrying someone who didn't deserve to know you. And thank you for being wise enough to leave your fortune to someone who loved you for who you were, not what you had." "No further questions, Your Honor." Pike stood up for cross-examination, but his heart clearly wasn't in it anymore. He asked a few half-hearted questions about whether I'd known about the estate planning, whether Grandpa had ever seemed confused or easily influenced, whether I'd pressured him in any way. I answered honestly, no, and absolutely not. After about 5 minutes of getting nowhere, Pike sat down, looking defeated. Judge Reynolds leaned back in his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes like he'd just witnessed something that had physically exhausted him. When he looked up, his expression was somewhere between disappointed and disgusted. "I knew Henry Whitmore," the judge said quietly. "Not well, but I knew him. We served on the bench together for several years, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that Henry Whitmore was one of the sharpest, most perceptive men I've ever met. The idea that anyone could manipulate him into doing anything he didn't want to do is laughable." He looked at Miranda with an expression that could have frozen nitrogen. "Miss Coleman, I've been a judge for 27 years. I've seen every kind of case, every kind of claim, every kind of person. And this is one of the most frivolous, baseless lawsuits I've ever had the misfortune of presiding over." Oh, this was about to be good. Judge Reynolds adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. The kind of sound that meant someone was about to get absolutely destroyed in the most professional way possible. "After reviewing the evidence presented today, He began, his voice carrying that particular tone of judicial authority mixed with barely concealed irritation. I find that the plaintiff's case is without merit. The evidence clearly shows that Mr. Marcus Whitmore maintained a consistent loving relationship with his grandfather for decades. The plaintiffs, however, demonstrated interest only when financial gain was involved. Miranda's face crumpled. Trent looked confused, like he was still trying to figure out what without merit meant. Miss Coleman, your testimony was contradicted by your own text messages, social media posts, and phone records. You committed perjury multiple times on this stand. Not only is your case dismissed with prejudice, meaning you cannot refile, but you will also be responsible for paying Mr. Whitmore's legal fees, which I imagine are substantial. Pike tried to stand. Your Honor, if we could sit down, Mr. Pike. I'm not finished. 3 weeks after the courtroom victory, Mrs. Henderson, Grandpa's elderly neighbor, showed up at my door holding a weathered envelope. Henry gave this to me years ago, she said softly. Told me to give it to you when the time was right. I think now's the time. Inside were letters Grandpa had written but never sent. My hands trembled as I read his elegant handwriting. Marcus, if she ever tries to come back, remember, forgiveness doesn't mean stupidity. You can forgive someone and still keep them out of your life. Another one read, love is showing up. You did. She didn't. That's all that matters. I framed that second letter and hung it above my desk in my new office. Yes, I finally moved out of that studio apartment. I took Grandpa's advice seriously, invested wisely, donated a chunk to veteran scholarships in his name, and started my own law firm. I called it Whitmore and Witt. The Witt part was intentional, and Grandpa would have loved it. 5 years later, life had become something I never thought possible during those dark days of eating ramen in my studio apartment with Abraham Lincoln staring down at me from the ceiling. The law firm was thriving beyond my wildest expectations. With 3 partners, 12 associates, and a reputation for taking cases that other firms wouldn't touch, we specialized in representing people who'd been betrayed, underestimated, or screwed over by someone they trusted. Turns out, there's no shortage of that particular brand of human garbage in the world, which meant business was unfortunately booming. I'd also gotten remarried, which surprised everyone, including myself. Her name was Sarah and she was everything Miranda wasn't. She was a high school English teacher who drove a sensible Toyota, packed her own lunches and thought manifesting abundance was something you did by working hard and being a decent person. Our first date was at a diner and when the check came, she insisted on splitting it. I knew right then I was going to marry her. We had a small wedding, family, close friends, and yes, I invited her to meet everyone in my life before I proposed because I'd learned that lesson the hard way. She got along with everyone because she was genuine, kind, and actually showed up when she said she would. Revolutionary concept. We lived in a beautiful house in the suburbs. Nothing too flashy because neither of us needed to prove anything to anyone. We had a dog named Chester who was dumb as a box of rocks, but had more loyalty in his furry body than Miranda had in her entire existence. Life was good, better than good. Life was exactly what Grandpa had wanted for me. Stable, happy, and built on a foundation of actual integrity rather than Instagram filters and protein shake philosophies. Then one Tuesday afternoon, I got a call from the mayor's office. Philadelphia was dedicating a new courthouse and they wanted to name it after Grandpa, the Henry Whitmore Justice Center. They asked if I'd speak at the dedication ceremony and obviously I said yes because how do you say no to honoring the man who gave you everything, including the wisdom to recognize trash disguised as treasure? The day of the dedication was perfect. Clear blue sky, crisp autumn air, the kind of day that makes you believe the universe occasionally gets things right. The new courthouse was beautiful, all glass and steel and modern architecture with Grandpa's name carved in stone above the entrance. Inside the main lobby hung a massive portrait of him in his judicial robes, looking exactly how I remembered him. Intelligent, dignified, and with just a hint of amusement in his eyes like he knew something you didn't. Hundreds of people showed up. Judges, lawyers, politicians, former clerks, people whose lives Grandpa had touched over his 8 decades of being awesome. I stood at the podium looking out at the crowd and felt Sarah squeeze my hand before I stepped up to speak. My grandfather, Henry Whitmore, taught me 2 fundamental things. I began, my voice echoing through the marble lobby. First, always tell the truth, even when it's inconvenient, especially when it's inconvenient, because lies have a way of catching up to you, usually in the most spectacular fashion possible. The crowd chuckled, and I saw several judges nodding knowingly. And second, I continued, unable to resist. Never date anyone who hashtags boss babe unironically. That's just asking for trouble. The laughter was genuine this time, the kind that comes from recognizing universal truth. Wrapped in humor. Sarah was shaking her head but smiling. In all seriousness, I said, my tone shifting. Grandpa taught me that character isn't what you do when people are watching. It's what you do when no one's looking. When there's no reward, when the only person who knows is you. He taught me that showing up matters, that consistency matters, that loving people isn't about grand gestures or social media posts. It's about being there week after week, year after year. Whether it's convenient or not. I looked up at his portrait and I swear those painted eyes were twinkling. He left me more than money. He left me a blueprint for how to be a decent human being in a world that doesn't always reward decency. He showed me that integrity is the only currency that actually appreciates over time. And he proved that the people who show up when you have nothing are worth more than all the people who show up when you have everything. I paused, gathering my thoughts for the final point I wanted to make. 5 years ago, I stood in a courtroom and watched someone try to claim they deserved a piece of his legacy without ever earning it. They thought family was about biology or marriage certificates or legal entitlement. But Grandpa knew better. Family is about showing up. It's about choice. It's about proving through your actions day after day that you actually give a damn. The crowd was silent now, hanging on every word. So today, as we dedicate this building in his honor, I want everyone who walks through these doors to remember what Henry Whitmore actually stood for. Not wealth or power or prestige, though he had all three, but integrity, consistency, showing up, telling the truth even when it cost you. Being there for people who can't offer you anything in return except their love and respect. I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in years. And maybe, just maybe, being smart enough to recognize when someone's only interested in your bank account and not your Sunday dinners. That's wisdom worth more than $30 million. Trust me. After the ceremony, after the handshakes and the photographs and the speeches from people who'd worked with Grandpa, I found myself alone in front of his portrait. Sarah had taken Chester for a walk, giving me space for what she knew I needed to do. I stood there looking up at the painted version of the man who'd saved my life in more ways than one. And I whispered, "We won, Grandpa. They tried their best, but your plan worked perfectly. You taught me to keep receipts. And boy, did I keep them." I could almost hear his laugh. That dry chuckle he'd do when something amused him. "I'm doing good," I continued quietly. "The firm's helping people. I married someone who actually shows up, and I'm trying to be half the man you were. I think you'd be proud. At least I hope you would be." The portrait didn't answer obviously, but I didn't need it to. I knew. I walked out of the Henry Whitmore Justice Center into the afternoon sunshine where Sarah was waiting with Chester pulling on his leash trying to chase a pigeon. She smiled at me, the kind of smile that said she understood everything without me having to explain, and we headed home together. Behind me, carved in stone above the courthouse entrance, Grandpa's name would remind everyone who entered that justice, real justice, isn't just about laws and verdicts. It's about truth. It's about showing up. It's about choosing every single day to be a person of integrity, even when, especially when it would be easier not to. Love shows up, greed shows out, and sometimes karma wears a robe and a gavel. Grandpa would have loved that line. Story 4. Christmas morning. My mother-in-law replaced all my daughter's gifts with empty boxes. She doesn't deserve anything. She's not normal. My 10-year-old daughter just smiled. "That's okay, Grandma. I have a gift for you too." She handed her an envelope. She opened it. Her hands started trembling. She looked at her husband. How did she do this? Lawrence Wilkins stood in the doorway of his daughter's bedroom, watching Sophie arrange her collection of vintage cameras on the shelf with mathematical precision. Each one had to be exactly 3 inches apart, labels facing forward at the same angle. She was humming softly, a habit she developed when concentrating. At 10 years old, his daughter possessed a mind that worked differently than most, cataloging details, remembering conversations verbatim, seeing patterns where others saw chaos. "Dad, you're standing in the observation position again," Sophie said without turning around. "That means you want to talk, but you're worried about something." Lawrence smiled despite himself. Her autism spectrum diagnosis had come when she was 5, shortly after her mother, Laura, died. The doctors called it high functioning, but Lawrence never liked that term. Sophie wasn't functioning at anything. She was brilliant, observant, and honest to a fault. She simply experienced the world through a different lens. "Just admiring your organization skills," he said, stepping into the room. "Listen, kiddo. Grandma Beatrice and Grandpa Douglas are coming for Christmas this year." Sophie's hand stilled on a vintage Polaroid camera. Her shoulders tensed slightly. The only outward sign of her distress. "Grandma doesn't like me." "That's not true. Dad." Sophie turned her gray eyes meeting his. "You taught me that honesty is important. Grandma Beatrice told me last Easter that I killed her daughter and that I'm not a real person because my brain doesn't work right. She said it at 2:47 p.m. while you were getting drinks from the kitchen. I remember because that's when the grandfather clock chimed. Lawrence felt his jaw tighten. He'd suspected Beatrix's cruelty ran deeper than the occasional barbed comment he'd witnessed, but hearing it confirmed made his blood boil. His late wife Laura had been nothing like her mother. Where Laura was warm and accepting, Beatrice Miranda was cold and judgmental. Where Laura celebrated differences, Beatrice demanded conformity. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked quietly. "Because you already look sad when you look at me sometimes. I didn't want to make it worse." Sophie turned back to her cameras. "Besides, I've been documenting it. You taught me that documentation is power. You're a documentary filmmaker. I'm following your example." "Lawrence, move closer. What do you mean documenting?" Sophie pulled a small voice recorder from her desk drawer. "I record things, conversations, dates, times. I have 17 separate incidents recorded over the past 3 years. Would you like to hear them?" As Lawrence listened to his daughter play back clip after clip of Beatrix venom, calling Sophie broken, defective, God's punishment for Laura's sins, he felt something shift inside him. He'd spent the 5 years since Laura's death, trying to be both parents, trying to shield Sophie from a world that didn't understand her. He'd been patient with Beatrice, making excuses for her grief, hoping she'd eventually accept Sophie. That patience had been a mistake. "Play the one from last Christmas," Lawrence said, his voice flat. Sophie's fingers found the right file immediately. Beatrix's voice filled the room, sharp and cutting. "Douglas, look at her rocking back and forth like an animal. This is what Laura left us with. A defective creature that can't even make eye contact. We should have institutionalized her when we had the chance." Lawrence closed his eyes. He'd been in the next room that day preparing Christmas dinner. He'd had no idea. "There's more. Sophie said she talks to Grandpa Douglas about taking me away from you. She says you're not capable of raising me properly because you work too much. She's been calling people lawyers, I think. She mentions custody proceedings in 6 different recordings." The anger in Lawrence's chest crystallized into something colder, more calculated. Beatrice Miranda wasn't just a grieving mother taking her pain out on an innocent child. She was actively trying to destroy their lives. To rip Sophie away from the only parent she had left. "Sophie," he said carefully. "How would you feel about turning this documentation into a project? Something more comprehensive?" His daughter's eyes lit up with the same spark Laura's used to have when she was onto a good story. "What kind of project?" "The kind that protects us. The kind that makes sure Grandma can never hurt you again." Over the next 2 weeks, Lawrence and Sophie worked together in a way that reminded him painfully of the documentaries he used to make with Laura. Before Sophie was born, they'd been a team. Lawrence behind the camera, Laura conducting interviews. Both of them chasing stories about ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Laura's death from an aneurysm when Sophie was 3 had ended that chapter of his life. He'd focused on corporate work after that, safer projects that paid the bills and kept him close to home. But this was different. This mattered. Sophie's recordings were damning, but Lawrence needed more. He needed context, evidence, a story that would make Beatrix's cruelty undeniable. He started with Douglas Miranda, his father-in-law. The man had always been kind to Sophie, albeit in a distant, uncomfortable way. Lawrence suspected Douglas was simply weak, dominated by his wife's stronger personality. A phone call confirmed it. "Lawrence, I don't know what you want me to say." Douglas's voice sounded tired over the phone. "Beatrice has been difficult since we lost Laura. She fixates on things right now. She's convinced that Sophie needs a different environment." "By different environment, you mean away from me?" Silence. "Then she's contacted a family lawyer. She's building a case that you're neglectful. Working long hours, leaving Sophie with babysitters, exposing her to unconventional ideas. She's going to petition for grandparents' rights. Sophie is happy, healthy, and thriving," Lawrence said, keeping his voice. "Even any judge would see that. I know. I've tried to tell her, but Beatrice doesn't listen to me. She never has." Douglas paused. "I'm sorry, Lawrence. For what it's worth, I think you're a wonderful father and Sophie is a remarkable child. Laura would be proud." After hanging up, Lawrence sat in his editing studio surrounded by hard drives and equipment. Laura smiled at him from a framed photo on his desk taken a week before she died holding baby Sophie. Both of them laughing at something he said behind the camera. "I won't let her take our daughter," he said to the photo. "Not now. Not ever." Sophie appeared in the doorway holding her tablet. "Dad, I found something." Grandma Beatrice posted on her Facebook page about praying for guidance about a difficult family situation. Her church friends are commenting. They don't know she's talking about me, but she's building a narrative. What kind of narrative? That you're an unfit parent? That I'm suffering? That she's a concerned grandmother trying to help? Sophie's voice remained emotionless, but Lawrence could see the tension in her small shoulders. She's creating a public record of concern. It's strategic. Lawrence looked at his daughter, amazed once again by her perception. You're right. It is strategic. So, we need to be more strategic, Sophie said. She sat down in Laura's old chair, the one he could never bring himself to move. I have an idea about Christmas. Lawrence leaned forward. I'm listening. Grandma thinks I don't understand social games because I'm autistic. She thinks I don't notice things, don't remember things, don't feel things. Sophie met his eyes. We should let her keep thinking that, and then we should show her exactly how wrong she is. A slow smile spread across Lawrence's face. His daughter might think differently, but she thought brilliantly. Tell me your idea. As Sophie outlined her plan, Lawrence began to see the shape of something bigger. This wasn't just about defending themselves against Beatrix's custody attempt. This was about ending her cruelty permanently, about making sure she could never hurt Sophie again. And his daughter, the child Beatrice called broken and defective, was going to orchestrate the whole thing. The week before Christmas, Beatrice Miranda called to confirm their visit. Lawrence put her on speaker so Sophie could hear. We'll arrive Christmas Eve around 6, Beatrice said, her voice carrying that particular tone of forced cheerfulness that made Lawrence's skin crawl. I'm bringing Sophie some special gifts this year. Things to help her develop better social skills. That's very thoughtful, Lawrence said neutrally. Yes. Well, someone needs to take an interest in her development. Douglas and I have been discussing it extensively. The child needs structure, discipline, perhaps more intensive therapy. She paused. We've actually been consulting with specialists about the best approaches for children with her condition. Lawrence watched Sophie's face remain impassive as she listened. She was recording. Of course, they recorded everything. Now, Sophie's doing very well with her current therapist. Lawrence said, Well, we'll see. Douglas and I want what's best for our granddaughter, even if that means making difficult decisions. The threat was barely veiled. We'll see you Christmas Eve. Oh, and Lawrence, please try to make the house presentable. First impressions matter, especially in situations like these. After she hung up, Sophie stopped the recording and added it to her growing file. She's planning something for Christmas. I know, so are we. They spent the next few days preparing. Lawrence reviewed all of Sophie's recordings, organizing them chronologically, adding context from his own observations. He interviewed Sophie on camera about each incident, letting her precise memory and honest delivery speak for itself. He compiled social media posts from Beatrice, emails she'd sent, text messages where she'd criticized his parenting. He documented Sophie's medical records, report cards, therapy progress notes, all evidence of a child who was thriving despite her grandmother's assessment. But the centerpiece of their strategy was something else entirely, something Sophie had discovered while doing what she did best, noticing patterns. Dad, look at this. Sophie said 3 days before Christmas, pulling up a spreadsheet on her computer. I tracked Grandma's Facebook posts about her charity work. She runs a foundation called Miranda's Angels that supposedly helps disabled children. I know about that. It's in your grandmother's name. She started it after your mom died, right? But look at the finances. Sophie pulled up tax documents she'd somehow accessed. The foundation takes in about $200,000 a year in donations, but it only distributes about $30,000 to actual programs. The rest goes to administrative costs. Lawrence leaned closer. How did you get these? They're public records. Form 990s. Anyone can access them. Sophie pulled up more documents. But here's the interesting part. The foundation pays Grandma a salary of $85,000 a year as executive director. Grandpa Douglas gets $40,000 as treasurer. The rest goes to office expenses, travel, and conferences. But Dad, there is no office. I checked the address. It's their house and the conferences she attends. Look at the locations. Lawrence, scan the list. Paris, Rome, Bali, Tokyo. She's using a charity for disabled children to fund her lifestyle. Sophie said. She talks about how tragic it is that kids like me exist and then she profits from it. That's why she posts about me on social media. I'm her inspiration story. The broken granddaughter that motivates her charitable work. Lawrence sat back stunned. He'd known Beatrice was cruel, but this was something else. This was systematic exploitation. Sophie, this is fraud. Sophie finished. Or at least unethical. The foundation is legitimate, but she's using it wrong. And she's built her entire social reputation on being an advocate for disabled children while calling her own granddaughter defective in private. Can you document all of this? Already did. I have a complete analysis with source documents. Want to see? As Lawrence reviewed his daughter's work, detailed, thorough, devastating. He realized that Beatrice had underestimated Sophie in the most fatal way possible. She'd assumed that because Sophie's brain worked differently, it worked worse. She'd never considered that different might mean better at certain things, like pattern recognition, like documentation, like seeing through lies. We're going to need one more thing, Lawrence said slowly. We need her to reveal herself completely on camera. In a way she can't deny or explain away, Sophie nodded. That's where the Christmas presents come in. I have an idea, but you're not going to like it. Tell me anyway. We let her do something really bad, something undeniable. We give her the opportunity to show everyone exactly who she is. Sophie's voice was calm, analytical. I can handle it, Dad. I've been handling her for years. But this time, the whole world will see. Lawrence wanted to protect his daughter from more of Beatrix's cruelty. Every instinct screamed against deliberately exposing her to it. But Sophie was right. The only way to end this permanently was to let Beatrice reveal her true nature in a way that couldn't be explained away or excused. Okay, he said finally, but we do it my way with safeguards. And the moment it goes too far, you stop it. I know. Sophie smiled slightly. Dad, I'm not scared of Grandma. I used to be when I was little, but now I understand her. She's just a person who needs to feel superior to feel happy. And people like that make mistakes when they think they're winning. Lawrence pulled his daughter into a hug. She tolerated it for exactly 15 seconds, her usual limit, before pulling away. But she was smiling. Let's finish the preparations, he said. Christmas is in 3 days, and your grandmother has no idea what's coming. Christmas Eve arrived with fresh snow and the scent of pine from the tree Lawrence and Sophie had decorated together. They'd spent the day preparing the house, cooking Laura's traditional recipes, and making final technical checks on their equipment. Hidden cameras were positioned in the living room, dining room, and near the Christmas tree. Audio recorders were placed strategically. Lawrence's professional equipment was ready to capture everything in high definition. Sophie had wrapped empty boxes in festive paper and placed them under the tree with her name on them, just as Lawrence had instructed. The real presents. Thoughtful gifts that Lawrence had carefully chosen based on Sophie's current interests in vintage photography and astronomy were hidden in his bedroom closet. Are you sure about this? Lawrence asked for the 10th time as they waited for Beatrix and Douglas to arrive. Dad, stop asking. I'm sure. Sophie adjusted her sweater, a red one with a reindeer that Laura had bought years ago. She wore it every Christmas. Remember, I need you to stay calm no matter what Grandma does. If you lose your temper, it won't work. I'll stay calm. Promise. I promise. The doorbell rang at exactly 6 o'clock. Douglas stood on the porch holding a poinsettia. His kind face weathered by years of deference to his wife. Behind him, Beatrice carried wrapped presents and wore an expression of practiced grandmotherly warmth that didn't reach her eyes. Merry Christmas, Beatrice said, sweeping into the house. She barely glanced at Sophie, who stood politely near the stairs. Douglas, put those packages under the tree. Lawrence, the house looks adequate. You've made an effort at least. Merry Christmas, Beatrice. Douglas. Lawrence took their coats. Dinner will be ready in about an hour. Douglas approached Sophie cautiously. Hello, sweetheart. How are you? I'm well. Thank you, Grandpa Douglas. How was your drive? Sophie's responses were perfectly appropriate, her tone measured. She'd been practicing social scripts with her therapist for years. Oh, the roads were fine. Sophie, stand up straight, Beatrice interrupted. And look at your grandfather when he's speaking to you. We've discussed proper manners. Sophie adjusted her posture slightly, but didn't make eye contact, something her autism made extremely difficult and uncomfortable. Lawrence washed Beatrix's lips thin with disapproval. The evening proceeded with tense civility. Douglas made genuine attempts at conversation with Sophie, asking about school and her hobbies. Beatrice maintained a facade of grandmotherly interest while making small, cutting remarks that Sophie absorbed without reaction. She's still doing that odd humming thing, Beatrice commented to Douglas as if Sophie weren't there. So disconcerting. I find it soothing, Douglas said quietly. Laura used to hum the same way when she was concentrating. Beatrix's expression hardened. Laura was normal. This child is nothing like my daughter. Lawrence gripped his wine glass tighter but said nothing. The cameras were recording. Let Beatrice talk. After dinner, they settled in the living room. The Christmas tree lights cast a warm glow over the presents beneath it. Sophie sat cross-legged on the floor, arranging cookies on a plate with her characteristic precision. "Well," Beatrice said, setting down her coffee cup with a sharp click. "Should we open presents? I'm particularly excited about what we brought for Sophie this year." "Christmas morning is traditional in this house," Lawrence said. "We unclear open them tomorrow." "Nonsense. We're here now. Besides, I'd like to see Sophie's reaction to her gifts." Beatrix's smile was predatory. "I put a lot of thought into them." Douglas shifted uncomfortably. "Beatrice, maybe we should wait." "Douglas, please." Beatrice stood and walked to the tree. She began pulling out the presents with Sophie's name on them, the empty boxes Lawrence and Sophie had planted. "Here we are. Sophie, dear, come open your presents from Grandma." Sophie looked at Lawrence, who nodded slightly. She approached the tree with her characteristic precise movements, sitting down in front of the pile of wrapped boxes. Beatrice settled back into her chair, Douglas beside her looking increasingly uneasy. "Go ahead, dear. Open them." Sophie carefully unwrapped the first box, her movements methodical. She removed the paper, opened the box, and looked inside at nothing. No reaction crossed her face. She set it aside, and reached for the second box. "What is it, Sophie?" Beatrice asked, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "What did Grandma get you?" Sophie opened the second box empty. Then the third empty, fourth, fifth, sixth, all empty. She lined them up in a neat row, arranging them by size, her face serene and untroubled. Lawrence felt his hands clench into fists. He wanted to throw Beatrice out of his house to scream at her for her cruelty, but he'd promised Sophie he'd stay calm. This was part of the plan. "Sophie," Beatrice said, leaning forward. "Don't you have anything to say? Aren't you disappointed?" Sophie looked up at her grandmother, her gray eyes clear and direct. "Why would I be disappointed, Grandma?" "Because there's nothing in the boxes, you silly girl. Don't you understand? There are no presents for you." "I understand," Sophie said calmly. "And how does that make you feel?" Sophie tilted her head, appearing to consider the question. "I feel that this is consistent with your previous behavior patterns. You've told me 17 times over the past 3 years that I don't deserve nice things because I'm not normal. This is you demonstrating that belief through action. It's actually very predictable." Beatrix's expression faltered for just a moment before hardening into anger. "How dare you speak to me like that? You ungrateful broken little Beatrix," Douglas said sharply. "That's enough." "No, it's not enough." Beatrice stood, her carefully maintained facade cracking. "This is exactly what I've been talking about, Douglas. Look at her. No emotion, no tears, just sitting there like a robot analyzing everything. She's not normal. She's not right. And Lawrence is raising her to be even worse, filling her head with his liberal ideas about acceptance and diversity. This child needs discipline, structure, intensive treatment. She needs to be somewhere that can handle her properly." "You mean institutionalized," Lawrence said quietly. "That's what you want, isn't it? You want Sophie locked away somewhere you never have to see her. I want her to get proper help. And I want you to face the reality that you're not equipped to raise a child with special needs. You're gone half the time working on your little projects, leaving her with strangers. A child like this needs constant supervision, constant correction." "A child like what?" Sophie's voice cut through Beatrix's rant. "Say it, Grandma. You've said it before in private. Say what you really think about me." Beatrix's face flushed red. "You're defective. You're broken. You're the punishment for Laura choosing to have a child at her age with her health problems. God took her and left us with you. And I've had to watch Douglas and Lawrence pretend that you're something you're not. You're not special. You're not gifted. You're damaged. And you'll never be normal. And Laura died for nothing." "Beatrice." Douglas was on his feet, his face white. "Stop it. Stop it right now." But Beatrice was beyond stopping. Years of controlled venom poured out in a torrent. "She doesn't deserve presents. She doesn't deserve happiness. She doesn't deserve this family's name. Laura was perfect and this thing replaced her. That's enough." Lawrence's voice was cold and hard. "Douglas, I think you and Beatrice should leave." "Oh, we're leaving," Beatrice said, grabbing her purse. "And we're not coming back. Not until you face reality about that child. We're filing for custody. Lawrence, we've already spoken to lawyers. A judge will see that you're unfit, that she needs professional care." "Grandma," Sophie said softly. She stood up, brushing wrapping paper from her lap. "I have a gift for you, too." She held out an envelope, her hand steady. Beatrice looked at it suspiciously. "What is this?" "It's a Christmas present from me. You should open it." Beatrice snatched the envelope and tore it open. Inside was a USB drive and a single sheet of paper. As she read, the color drained from her face. Her hands began to tremble. The letter was simple. Dear Grandma Beatrice, this USB drive contains 47 audio recordings of you saying cruel things about me over the past 3 years. Video documentation of tonight's events. A complete financial analysis of Miranda's Angels Foundation, including tax discrepancies. Social media posts where you used me as inspiration for donations while calling me defective in private documentation of your custody plans and conversations with lawyers. Copies of all materials have been sent to your church's board of directors, the board of Miranda's Angels Foundation, the IRS regarding foundation irregularities, Child Protective Services to preempt your custody filing, your social circle, and book club. Merry Christmas. I hope you enjoy your gift as much as I enjoyed mine. Sophie Wilkins. Beatrice looked at Douglas, her expression stricken. How did she? This is impossible. She's just a child. She's not capable. She's autistic, not stupid, Douglas said quietly. He'd moved to stand beside Sophie, his hand resting protectively on her shoulder. And you've underestimated her for the last time. You knew about this? Beatrice turned on her husband. You helped her? I didn't know the specifics, but yes, I knew Lawrence and Sophie were documenting your behavior, and I told them I wouldn't stand in their way. Douglas's voice was steady, stronger than Lawrence had ever heard it. What you did tonight, Beatrice, replacing a child's Christmas presents with empty boxes. That's evil. That's not grief. That's not concern. That's cruelty for cruelty's sake. She's not really a child, Douglas. She doesn't feel things like normal children. Stop. Sophie's voice was quiet but firm. I feel everything, Grandma. I just don't show it the way you expect. When you say I'm broken, I feel sad. When you tell me I killed my mother, I feel guilty even though I know it's not true. When you give me empty boxes, I feel hurt. I felt all of it every single time. I just learned not to show you because my reactions make you happy. You like seeing me hurt. Tears were streaming down Sophie's face now, though her voice remained controlled. But what you never understood is that feeling things and showing things are different. And being autistic doesn't mean I can't document, analyze, and respond to patterns of abuse. It actually makes me better at it. I remember everything, Grandma. Every word, every date, every time you told me I wasn't worth loving. Lawrence moved to his daughter's side as she wiped her tears with precise, controlled movements. I think you should leave now, Beatrice. And if you attempt to file for custody, we'll present all of this evidence to the court. If you contact us again, we'll seek a restraining order. If you continue to run Miranda's Angels the way you have been, the IRS will investigate based on Sophie's findings. It's your choice. Beatrice stood frozen, the letter clutched in her shaking hands. For the first time in Lawrence's memory, she looked small, powerless. You can't do this, she whispered. I'm her grandmother. I have rights. You have the right to leave, Douglas said. Now, as Beatrice stumbled toward the door, Douglas lingered for a moment. He looked at Sophie with something like awe and sorrow mixed together. I'm sorry, he said quietly. For all of it, for not stopping her sooner, for being weak. You're not weak, Grandpa Douglas, Sophie said. You're conflict avoidant and you've been in a relationship with a narcissistic personality for 43 years. That's different. Despite everything, Douglas smiled slightly. You're so much like your mother. She was brave, too. He looked at Lawrence. Take care of each other. And if you need anything, testimony for the custody case, financial support, anything, you call me. Thank you, Douglas. After they left, the house fell silent except for the soft crackling of the fireplace. Sophie sank onto the couch, the adrenaline clearly leaving her system. Her hands were shaking now, her breathing rapid. Hey, Lawrence said softly, sitting beside her. You okay? That was hard, Sophie admitted, letting her think she'd won for a minute, watching her be cruel, not reacting. She looked up at him. Did I do okay? You did more than okay. You were incredible. But Sophie, you don't have to hold everything in. Not with me. If you want to cry or scream or the dam broke. Sophie turned and buried her face in his shoulder, her small body shaking with sobs that she'd held back for years. All the times Beatrice had hurt her. All the cruel words and dismissive gestures. All the pain she'd internalized and documented and analyzed, it all came pouring out. Lawrence held his daughter and let her cry, his own tears falling into her hair. After a long time, her sobs quieted into hiccups, then into deep shuddering breaths. I miss Mom. Sophie whispered. I know I don't remember her much, but I miss her. And Grandma made me feel like it was my fault she was gone. It wasn't your fault, sweetheart. Mom loved you so much. She'd be so proud of you. I'm tired of being strong and different and special. Sometimes I just want to be regular. I know, but you know what? Regular is overrated. You're exactly who you're supposed to be. They sat in silence for a while. Sophie's breathing gradually returning to normal. Finally, she sat up, wiping her face with her sleeve. Can we open my real presents now? Lawrence laughed. Yeah, let me get them. He returned with the gifts from his closet, a vintage Hasselblad camera he'd found at an estate sale, a telescope for her growing astronomy obsession, and a leather-bound journal for her documentation projects. Sophie's face lit up with genuine joy as she opened each one. These are perfect, she said, turning the camera over in her hands with reverence. Dad, they're really perfect. I know. I pay attention. He smiled. Want to take some pictures? They spent the rest of the evening doing what they did best, being a team. Sophie photographed the Christmas tree, the empty boxes lined up like evidence, the snow falling outside. Lawrence showed her how to adjust the vintage camera's settings, and together they documented a Christmas that had started with cruelty but ended with victory. Around midnight, as Sophie was finally getting drowsy, her tablet chimed. She checked it and smiled. What is it? Lawrence asked. Grandpa Douglas sent me an email. He's filing for divorce. He says he should have done it years ago, but watching me stand up to Grandma made him realize he could, too. She looked up at Lawrence. Do you think that's because of me? I think it's because you showed him what courage looks like. Even when you're scared, even when you're different, even when the world tells you you're not enough, you can still stand up for yourself. I had help, Sophie said. I had you. We had each other. That's what family is supposed to be. Sophie set her tablet aside and curled up against him. Dad, yeah. Can we do something with all that evidence? Like, make a real documentary about it. About what it's like when people are mean to kids like me and how we can fight back. Lawrence looked down at his daughter, her brilliant mind, already planning her next project. I think that's a great idea, but maybe we take a few weeks off first. Enjoy the holidays. Be a regular family for a while. We're not a regular family, Sophie said matter-of-factly. We're better. Lawrence had to agree. New Year's arrived with both resolution and revelation. The documentation Sophie and Lawrence had compiled became the foundation for something bigger than either of them had initially planned. Beatrix's attempts to contact them through lawyers stopped when Douglas confirmed he'd testified to Child Protective Services about his ex-wife's behavior. The custody case never materialized, but the ripple effects of Christmas night were just beginning. The board of Miranda's Angels Foundation called an emergency meeting on December 28. Lawrence knew this because Douglas, who was now actively cooperative, forwarded him the email chain. The board members had received Sophie's financial analysis and were horrified to discover how their donations had been misused. They're voting to remove Beatrice from the foundation. Douglas explained during a phone call while Sophie listened on speaker. The IRS has opened an investigation. It might not result in criminal charges, but her reputation is destroyed. How is she handling it? Lawrence asked, though he wasn't sure he cared badly. She's telling everyone that you and Sophie orchestrated some kind of elaborate conspiracy against her. That Sophie's autism makes her devious and manipulative. That you coached her. Sophie made a disgusted sound. Even now, she can't take responsibility. No, Douglas said sadly, she can't. But the truth is out there now. People are listening to those recordings. They're seeing her Facebook posts in a new light. The women from her church group have stopped calling. She's being held accountable finally. After hanging up, Lawrence watched his daughter return to her camera collection, arranging and rearranging with focused intensity. She'd been different since Christmas, more confident, less willing to mask her autism traits in public. It was as if standing up to Beatrice had freed something inside her. Dad, she said without looking up. I've been thinking about that documentary idea. And I want to do it, but not just about Grandma. About all of it. About what it's like being autistic in a world that treats different as bad. About how adults underestimate kids. About fighting back against people who hurt you. She turned to face him. Would you help me make it? Lawrence felt his chest tighten with pride. Of course, but it's a big project. It'll take time, research, interviews. I know. I've already started outlining it. She pulled up a document on her tablet showing a detailed production plan that would put most film students to shame. I thought we could start with my story, then interview other kids who've dealt with similar things. Not just autistic kids. Any kid who's been told they're not good enough. That's ambitious. You always said the best documentaries are ambitious. Sophie smiled. Besides, I have you and I'm a pretty good researcher. The best. Lawrence agreed. They spent January planning. Sophie reached out to autism advocacy groups, support forums for families dealing with toxic relatives, organizations that worked with neurodivergent children. The response was overwhelming. Dozens of parents wanted to share their stories. Autistic teens and adults volunteered to be interviewed. Even some professionals, therapists, educators, legal advocates offered their expertise. The project grew from a small family documentary into something that could help thousands of people. Lawrence secured funding through his professional network and a small grant from a disability rights organization. By February, they were filming. Sophie was a natural on camera. Her direct communication style and analytical mind made complex ideas accessible. When she interviewed other autistic kids, she had an immediate rapport that Lawrence couldn't replicate. She understood their communication styles, their sensory needs, their ways of seeing the world. One interview in particular stayed with Lawrence, a 15-year-old named Marcus, who'd been bullied by his own stepfather for years because of his ADHD and processing disorder. The stepfather had called him lazy, stupid, worthless. Marcus had attempted suicide twice before his mother finally left and sought help. "How did you survive it?" Sophie asked him. Her camera steady. "I documented everything," Marcus said. "Like you did." "I recorded the things he said. I kept a journal. And one day, I showed it all to my school counselor. She helped my mom see what was really happening." "Do you think documentation is power?" Sophie asked. "I think truth is power," Marcus replied. "Documentation is just how we preserve truth when people try to deny it." Sophie included that exchange in the documentary's central section on resilience and resistance. She was building a narrative about children who refused to accept the labels cruel adults placed on them, who fought back with intelligence and evidence rather than just emotion. By March, the footage was extensive enough to start editing. Lawrence and Sophie worked side by side in his studio, crafting a story that was both deeply personal and universally resonant. They titled it "Different Doesn't Mean Defective." The climax of the documentary was Christmas night. Lawrence had edited the footage into a devastating 8-minute sequence. Beatrix's cruelty, Sophie's calm response, the envelope reveal, Beatrix's breakdown. It was uncomfortable to watch, but undeniable in its impact. "Are you sure you want this public?" Lawrence asked Sophie as they reviewed the final cut. "Once it's out there, people will know our story." "Your story?" "I want it public," Sophie said firmly. "Because somewhere there's another kid like me being told they're broken by someone who's supposed to love them. And maybe if they see this, they'll know they're not alone. They'll know they can fight back." "You're very brave." "I'm autistic," Sophie corrected. "Which means I see things logically. Keeping this private protects Grandma. Making it public protects other kids. The logic is simple." Lawrence hugged her, marveling once again at her clarity of purpose. Laura would have been so proud. They released the documentary online in April, free for anyone to watch. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Within a week, it had been viewed over 1 million times. News outlets picked up the story. Advocacy groups shared it widely. Parents thanked them for giving voice to their struggles. Autistic adults shared their own stories of childhood trauma and resilience. And the death threats started arriving. They came through email, social media, anonymous messages. People angry that Sophie had exploited her grandmother. People who believed autistic children should be institutionalized. People who saw Sophie's intelligence as threatening or unnatural. "Some people hate what they don't understand," Lawrence explained to Sophie as they reviewed the threats with a detective friend who specialized in cybercrime. "And some people hate being shown their own cruelty." "Like Grandma," Sophie said. "Like Grandma." But for every hateful message, there were 100 positive ones. Children thanking Sophie for making them feel less alone. Parents asking for advice on how to protect their neurodivergent kids. Educators requesting permission to show the documentary in schools. The foundation board of Miranda's Angels reached out in May. They'd reorganized completely, removing Beatrice and restructuring their finances. They wanted to know if Sophie would be interested in joining their youth advisory board. "They want my input on programs for autistic kids," Sophie told Lawrence reading the email. "They're offering a stipend, too. For my time and expertise. What do you think?" Sophie considered it carefully, her face showing the concentration Lawrence had come to recognize as deep processing. "I think Grandma created that foundation to make herself feel good about having a disabled granddaughter. She profited from other people's sympathy while treating me like garbage. If I join the board, I can help make sure it actually helps kids like me instead of just enriching adults." "That's very mature of you." "No," Sophie said, "it's strategic. I'm turning Grandma's weapon into my tool. There's a difference." She accepted the position. Douglas visited in June, looking healthier than Lawrence had ever seen him. The divorce was finalized and he'd moved into a small condo near the lake. He brought Sophie a vintage Leica camera as a belated birthday present. "Your mother loved photography, too," he said as Sophie examined the camera with reverent hands. "She had an eye for finding beauty in unexpected places. You have that same gift." "Thank you, Grandpa Douglas. I also wanted to tell you both that I'm testifying in a case against Beatrice. The IRS investigation found evidence of intentional fraud with the foundation funds. She might face charges." Lawrence felt a complicated mix of emotions. Despite everything, he didn't take pleasure in Beatrix's downfall. He just wanted her out of their lives. "How do you feel about that?" he asked Douglas. "Relieved," Douglas said honestly. "I spent 43 years making excuses for her behavior, protecting her from consequences. I enabled her cruelty by staying silent. If I'd spoken up sooner, maybe Laura would have set boundaries with her before." He trailed off, unable to finish. "Before Mom died," Sophie supplied. "Grandpa Douglas, Mom's death wasn't your fault. It was a brain aneurysm. The doctors said it was congenital, something she was born with. Nobody could have prevented it. I know, but I wonder if the stress of dealing with her mother contributed." Beatrice was already critical of Laura's decision to have a child. She said it was selfish, irresponsible. "Laura and I argued about it before you were born." This was news to Lawrence. "I didn't know that. Laura didn't want you to know. She was trying to protect you from Beatrix's toxicity even then." Douglas smiled sadly. "My daughter was so much like Sophie. She saw the best in people even when they didn't deserve it. But she was also strong when it mattered. She would have stood up to her mother eventually. She just ran out of time." Sophie moved closer to her grandfather. "Grandpa Douglas, do you blame me for Mom's death?" "God, no, sweetheart. Never." Douglas pulled her into a hug that she tolerated for longer than usual. "You're the best part of Laura that's left in the world. And watching you stand up to Beatrice was like watching Laura finally get the chance to do what she never could. You made me proud. You made me brave." After Douglas left, Sophie was quiet for a long time. Finally, she said, "Dad, I want to visit Mom's grave." They hadn't been since the anniversary of Laura's death in March. Lawrence nodded. "Okay. Want to go now?" They drove to the cemetery in comfortable silence. Sophie brought her new camera and the vintage Hasselblad Lawrence had given her for Christmas. At Laura's grave, she arranged flowers with characteristic precision and then began photographing the headstone from different angles. "I'm taking pictures for the documentary," she explained. "For the epilogue, I want to show that the people who hurt us don't get to define our story. We define it ourselves." Lawrence watched his daughter work, marveling at her resilience. She'd faced cruelty from someone who should have loved her. And instead of breaking, she'd documented, analyzed, and fought back. She'd turned her pain into purpose. "Mom would be proud of you," he said. "I know," Sophie replied simply. "I can feel it sometimes, like she's watching." "Do you think that's weird?" "No, I think that's love." They spent an hour at the cemetery. Sophie taking photos while Lawrence told stories about Laura, their first date, the day they'd started their production company, the moment they'd learned they were having a baby. Sophie listened intently, cataloging every detail the way she did everything. "Dad," she said as they were leaving, "do you think Grandma will ever apologize?" "Honestly, no. People like Beatrice don't apologize. They see themselves as victims even when they're the aggressors." "That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm." Sophie climbed into the car. "I don't need her apology anyway. I have something better." "What's that?" "Truth. Documentation. Victory." She smiled. "And you?" The documentary continued to gain traction throughout the summer. Educational institutions began using it in training programs for teachers working with neurodivergent students. Therapy practices recommended it to families. It was submitted to film festivals and won several awards for short-form documentary. In August, a publisher reached out about turning the story into a book. Sophie was intrigued but insisted on maintaining creative control. "I'll write it," she told the publisher during their video call, Lawrence sitting beside her for support. "I'll tell my own story in my own words, but I want final approval on everything." "You're 10 years old," the publisher said, not unkindly. "Perhaps your father could co-author." "I'm almost 11, Sophie corrected. And I've been documenting my experiences for years. I have extensive notes, recordings, and analysis. My father can help with editing and production logistics, but the words are mine. If that's not acceptable, we'll find another publisher." The publisher agreed to her terms. Sophie spent September outlining her book, creating chapter breakdowns and thematic structures that impressed even Lawrence with their sophistication. She was determined to make it more than just her story. She wanted it to be a resource for other neurodivergent children facing similar challenges. "I'm calling it empty boxes," she announced, because that's what Grandma gave me. But it's also a metaphor. People see autistic kids as empty boxes sometimes. Like we're just containers waiting to be filled with their expectations. But we're not empty. We're full of our own thoughts, feelings, and experiences. We're just different boxes. "That's brilliant," Lawrence said. "I know," Sophie replied without arrogance. "I'm good at metaphors. It's an autistic trait. We often think in patterns and symbols." The book contract was signed in October. Sophie would have creative control, with Lawrence serving as a project manager and editor. The advance was substantial enough to fund Sophie's college education and then some. "We should donate some of this," Sophie said, reviewing the contract, to autism advocacy organizations and to Miranda's Angels now that it's actually helping people. "That's generous of you." "It's strategic," Sophie corrected. "Money creates credibility. If I'm going to be an advocate for neurodivergent kids, I need to support the infrastructure that helps them. Plus, it'll really annoy Grandma to see me succeed with the same foundation she exploited." Lawrence laughed. His daughter's combination of compassion and calculated justice never ceased to amaze him. In November, Beatrice was formally charged with fraud related to Miranda's Angels. The case made local news, and several of her former society friends gave interviews expressing shock and disappointment. Beatrice released a statement claiming she was the victim of a conspiracy orchestrated by her mentally unstable granddaughter. The statement backfired spectacularly. Autism advocacy groups rallied around Sophie, condemning Beatrix's ableist language. The documentary's viewership spiked again. Sophie's publisher moved up the book's release date to capitalize on the renewed interest. "Grandma's trying to hurt me, but she's just making me more famous," Sophie observed. "It's actually kind of funny." "Does it bother you?" Lawrence asked. "What's she saying?" Sophie considered the question with her characteristic thoroughness. "It bothers me that she still thinks being autistic makes me less capable or less credible. It bothers me that she weaponizes my neurodivergence to dismiss valid criticisms of her behavior. But it doesn't bother me personally. I know who I am. She doesn't get to define that." "You're very wise for 11. I'm autistic," Sophie said again. "I've spent my whole life analyzing social patterns because they don't come naturally to me. I've made a study of human behavior. Grandma's behavior is textbook narcissism. Deflect, deny, project blame onto others. It's predictable." The trial was set for January. Douglas testified about years of financial irregularities and Beatrix's admission to him that she viewed the foundation as payment for having to tolerate Sophie's existence. His testimony was damning and specific. Sophie and Lawrence attended the trial but didn't testify. The evidence spoke for itself. Tax documents, recordings, emails, witness statements. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. Beatrice was found guilty on multiple counts of fraud and sentenced to 18 months in prison plus restitution. As the verdict was read, she stood rigid and furious, refusing to show remorse. Outside the courthouse, reporters crowded around Lawrence and Sophie. Sophie had prepared a statement with her therapist's help. "I didn't do this for revenge," she said, reading from a card. "I did it because documentation and truth are powerful tools against abuse. People who hurt children, whether through physical abuse, emotional abuse, or financial exploitation, need to face consequences. My grandmother taught me that being different is something to be ashamed of. But I learned that being different can also mean being strong enough to stand up to people who hurt you. I hope other kids in similar situations see this and know they're not alone. They can document. They can speak up. They can win." The clip went viral. Sophie's book pre-orders tripled, and Lawrence watched his daughter handle media attention with the same analytical clarity she brought to everything else. "How are you really doing?" he asked that night as they sat in their living room, the Christmas tree already up and decorated. "I'm tired," Sophie admitted. "All the attention is overwhelming. People keep touching me without asking, which I hate. And everyone wants me to be some kind of inspiration, which feels weird. You don't have to be anyone's inspiration. You can just be Sophie. But that's the thing, Dad. I am just being Sophie. I did what made logical sense. I documented abuse, preserved evidence, and presented it when the time was right. I'm not exceptional for doing that. I'm just autistic, which means I'm really good at pattern recognition and systematic documentation. Maybe that's what makes you exceptional." Sophie leaned against him. "Do you think Mom would be happy about all this? About the documentary and the book and everything? I think Mom would be thrilled that you're using your gifts to help others, and I think she'd be proud of how you stood up for yourself. I wish she could meet me now. The me who's not scared of Grandma anymore. I think she knows." Lawrence said softly. "Somehow I think she knows." They sat in comfortable silence. The Christmas tree lights casting familiar shadows. This time last year, they'd been planning their confrontation with Beatrice. This year, they were planning Sophie's book tour and documentary screenings. "Dad," Sophie said, "yeah, thank you for believing me. When I told you about the recordings, you didn't dismiss them or tell me I was being too sensitive. You believed me and helped me fight back. Always, kiddo. Always." The next morning, Christmas Eve arrived for the second time in their new reality. Douglas came over with gifts, thoughtful ones this time, that showed he'd been paying attention to Sophie's interests. They had dinner together, the three of them, sharing stories about Laura and building new traditions. "I have something for you both," Douglas said after dinner. He pulled out a leather portfolio. "These are photos Laura took when she was in college. She was an amazing photographer. Even then, I thought Sophie might like to see her mother's work." Sophie opened the portfolio carefully. Inside were dozens of black and white photographs, street scenes, portraits, architectural details. Each one showed Laura's eye for finding beauty in unexpected places, just as Douglas had said. "These are incredible," Sophie breathed. "Look at the composition, Dad. The way she frames the light. She learned from the best," Douglas said, looking at Lawrence. "You two were quite the team." "We were," Lawrence agreed. Sophie spent the evening studying the photographs, occasionally taking pictures of them with her own camera. "I'm going to include these in my book," she said. "A chapter about Mom, about how creativity and seeing differently isn't just about autism. It's about finding your own perspective." "She would love that," Douglas said. That night after Douglas left, Sophie and Lawrence sat by the tree again. It had become their spot, their place for important conversations. "Next year, I want to do something different for Christmas," Sophie said. "Like what?" "I want to invite other kids. Kids from the documentary, kids who don't have good family situations. I want to make Christmas about community and kindness instead of obligation and cruelty." Lawrence smiled. "That's a beautiful idea. It's logical," Sophie corrected, but she was smiling, too. Christmas should be about building people up, not tearing them down. Grandma got that backwards. "Yes, she did." Sophie pulled out a wrapped box from behind the tree. "I got you something. Open it." Inside was a framed photograph, one Sophie had taken on last Christmas night. It showed Lawrence sitting in his editing studio. Laura's photo on his desk, his face illuminated by the monitor as he worked on documenting Beatrix's cruelty. The caption in Sophie's precise handwriting read, "The moment I knew we'd win." Lawrence felt tears sting his eyes. "Sophie, it's my favorite picture I've ever taken," she said. "Because it shows what love looks like. You protecting me, fighting for me, being my partner." He pulled her into a hug. And this time, she didn't pull away after 15 seconds. She stayed, her small arms around him. Both of them holding on to each other and the family they'd built from grief and determination. "We did it," Lawrence whispered. "We won." "We did," Sophie agreed. "But Dad, this isn't just about beating Grandma. It's about proving that different isn't defective. That kids like me can fight back. That families like ours, unconventional, neurodivergent, imperfect, are still families. That's the real victory." Lawrence looked at his daughter, this extraordinary child who turned cruelty into advocacy, pain into purpose, emptiness into power. She was right. The real victory wasn't Beatrix's conviction or the documentary success or the book contract. The real victory was Sophie knowing her worth, understanding that she wasn't broken, wasn't defective, wasn't less than anyone else. The real victory was a father and daughter who'd faced down hatred and emerged stronger, kinder, more connected. The real victory was love triumphing over cruelty, truth over lies, resilience over shame. "Merry Christmas." Sophie Lawrence said, "Merry Christmas, Dad." They sat together in the glow of the Christmas tree, surrounded by real presents and genuine love, knowing that no empty box could ever diminish what they'd built together. And somewhere, Lawrence liked to think Laura was smiling.